Hey there, Tarot family. What's up? What's up? You're here with the Empress of Fortune. I am super excited to be here with you today. We are doing a relationship reading, a little love reading. I don't do these super often, but my heart was feeling like it was time to do one. So, this is the future of your connection, the future of the connection. You should have a connection on your mind that you were curious about. We have 5 piles here, so use your intuition to choose the pile for you. We will have an energy check-in in addition to our identifiers as well. The energy check-in will be a portion of just the regular reading. So if you at any point feel like the reading is not for you, you can absolutely always choose another one of the piles. And if you feel like none of them are for you, then maybe another reading on my page is the right one for you. You never know. I'm super grateful for all of you for being here with me today. Thank you so much for watching my channel. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and to like this video as well. It really does make us more connected and helps the video spread a little bit farther on YouTube for anybody who may need to hear the messages in this reading. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. As always, the decks that I use will be listed down below, and for each pile there will be 2 timestamps. There will be the first one, which will be the identifiers portion with our lip bowl, and then the second one will get straight to the cards with the actual reading itself. So if you would like to skip over the identifiers, then make sure you click the timestamp for the actual reading itself. Up to you. A lot of people like to use the identifiers as confirmation, so yeah, we love those. All right, we have pile 1 right here. This is going to be pile 2. We've got pile 3, pile 4, and last but not least, this here is pile 5. So go ahead, and if you need to pause the video, if you need to meditate for a minute to choose the right pile for you, I encourage you to do that. And I'll see you at your pile. Love you guys. Hey there, pile 1. Welcome to your identifiers. We're going to get into the reading in just a little bit. If you'd like to skip this part, there is another timestamp down below that will say pile 1 reading. So you can go ahead and click that if you don't feel like watching us do our lip bowl for confirmation. So I'm going to go ahead and put our card right over here. And let's go ahead and do the identifiers. Spirit, pile 1. We're trying to find out the future of the connection between pile 1 and their person. So who is pile 1? How can pile 1 know that this reading is for them? Who's pile 1? Who's in pile 1? While I'm doing this, please go ahead and hit that thumbs up button, hit the like button. It really does help the video spread a little farther along YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. It makes you and I more connected so that my readings can pick up on your particular energy more easily and with more accuracy. Yeah, I love that for us. Shout out to all my subscribers. I love you guys. Anybody else in pile 1, Spirit? Anybody else here in pile 1? We do have 5 piles, so I wouldn't be surprised. Is there anybody else in pile 1? Okay, cool. Alrighty then. Keep our card right here. And let's get into it. Let's get into it. All right, we've got The Game. That's a TV show, and it is about football players in San Diego, their wives and girlfriends. I do also have the name Jason written on here. One of the main characters' names is Jason. This is giving very much football energy because not only is it about football, but like as soon as I took it out, it made me feel like, oh, the game is on. Like maybe it is Super Bowl Sunday, or maybe it's Monday Night Football or whatever, where it is, whatever it may be where you are, I am definitely getting like football energy. You might even be like watching a game live right now, even if it's just like a touch flag football game kind of situation. I'm definitely getting that for some reason. Lemonade by Gucci Mane. That is a song. I got lemonade unlimited. So you also might have gotten like a lemonade somewhere at a place where they give free refills. I don't know. And the way that these work is that they should have shown up in your life at some point significantly or like recently. So maybe lemonade is your favorite drink, right? That would be significant. Maybe the game is your favorite show. That would be significant. Recently would be like, have you interacted with these things maybe in the last few days or weeks? And I would say like maybe as far back as a couple of months. So maybe you like binged watched the game 2 months ago or something like that. That could count. Or maybe you heard Lemonade while you were walking through the store, or it came up on your playlist the other day or something. All About Love by Bell Hooks. That is a book. All About Love. We have here Legally Blonde, iconic movie starring Reese Witherspoon as Elle Woods. New Orleans, Louisiana. So maybe you're from there, maybe you have plans to go there, maybe you just got back from there, maybe you lived there for a long time. Katara from Avatar, The Last Airbender. We've got Houston, Texas. Okay, so a couple of southern cities. Actually, kind of a few, because I did mention San Diego, which is in Southern California. It's not like quote-unquote southern in the way that Americans often think of the Deep South, but it is technically a southern city since it's on the southern side of California. What About Your Friends by TLC? That's a song. What about your friends? Will they stand their ground? We've got 1894 by Amber Mark. Will they let you down? Yeah. What about your friends? Also, like Red Light District by TLC is coming up as well. Dupe, makeup or trickster. So that could be like feeling like somebody duped you, like somebody tricked you, or you yourself could be kind of a trickster. So oftentimes people will call makeup like a drugstore dupe of a high-end brand, meaning that they have like a very similar or same formula. So like, I don't know what an example of that would be, but you get the idea. Air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. So that might be in like your big three, your sun, moon, rising. It might even be in your Venus or your North Node, or you could have a stellium in one of those three signs. Nobody's Supposed to Be Here by Deborah Cox. How did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. Signs by Snoop Dogg, Justin Timberlake, and Charlie Wilson. But I'm telling you, this is a sign. Looking in my eyes like no other guys. And I'm telling you, this is a sign. We got Footloose by Kenny Loggins. That's a song. It's also a movie, the title of a movie, which I feel like that was the theme song for. The movie is about people in a town somewhere who aren't allowed to dance or something, which also kind of came up in Avatar: The Last Airbender when they make it to the Fire Nation and the kids are like not allowed to dance or whatever. So maybe something about not dancing or like being a wallflower or something. I don't know. We've got Jessica in parentheses, Alba, Fantastic Four. So maybe somebody's name is Jessica, but also just her character or her presence in the Fantastic Four movie. Her character's name was Sue Storm. We've got Bob Marley here, legendary Jamaican musician. But you're telling me this is a sign. Please Don't Leave Me by Pink. Da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da. This Charming Man by Stars. That is a song that is covering the Smiths. And I always feel the need to mention this, so maybe Barnes & Noble is significant somehow, but like I first heard that in a Barnes & Noble, so like maybe you recently went to a Barnes & Noble, I don't know. Grand Cru, that is a TV show based in LA about a bunch of friends who hang out at a wine bar. We've got The Joker by Steve Miller Band, and that slip has started making me think of another song as well called The Weight by the band. Take a load off Annie, take a load for free, right? So I might have to put that in here too. But both of those songs, The Joker by Steve Miller Band and The Weight by the band. The number 9, that could be the month of September. You could live on the 9th floor on 9th Street in the 9th apartment building. Maybe there are 9 people in your family. You could be seeing 999 or even quadruple nines, which is 4 nines. As soon as I said 4 nines, it made me think of the 49ers. Since I did say football was like coming through very strongly, so maybe the 49ers. September is Virgo and Libra, so that could be significant to you somehow. Mahershala Ali, he is a very handsome actor. You might know him from like Moonlight or something. Wake Up in the Sky by Gucci Mane, Bruno Mars, and Kodak Black. So that's our second Gucci Mane song to come out. If you don't know, Gucci Mane is an Atlanta rapper. He was actually originally born in Alabama, but he is in Atlanta now and has been for a very long time. A really big part of the Atlanta hip-hop scene for years and years and years. Mugler, designer. We've got, and as soon as I said designer and I was talking about the Atlanta hip-hop scene, it made me think of that song Panda. We got Love by Tiana Taylor featuring Ms. Lauryn Hill. Teddy Pendergrass, wonderful musician. When Somebody Loves You Back is coming through is one of his songs. Las Vegas, Vegas Baby. The Raiders as well coming through here. Maybe the Aces, WNBA. $20. Ooh, maybe somebody's going gambling in Vegas. Maybe somebody took $20 to Vegas to go gamble. That's silly, but that's fun. Maybe you won $20. Maybe you netted $20. Maybe you did some sports betting since the game is coming through right now. Sports betting could be important. Seth Rogen. He is an actor. You might know him from like Pineapple Express or lots of other things. Barney Stinson. He is a character on How I Met Your Mother, played by Neil Patrick Harris. I'm also thinking now about Knocked Up with Seth Rogen. And especially in that movie, they did go to Las Vegas. His character goes to Las Vegas. We've got the number 8 here, which could be the month of August. All the same things I said about 9. We also now have 89, which could be like maybe your birth year or an important age for you. Maybe like your grandpa or grandma's 89 or your parent or something. Maybe you're 89 or 98. That could also be a birth year, 1998 as well. But this would be August, which would be Leo and Virgo. You could live on the 8th floor, 8th Street, in the 8th apartment, 8 people in your family. You could be seeing 888 or even 8888, right? Something like that. Your birthday could be on the 8th. Your birthday could also be on the 9th or the 20th as well. We've got Swing Swing by the All-American Rejects. Swing, swing, swing from the tangles of my heart is crushed by a former love. And that also made me think about tennis. So, I don't know. Dorito Loco Tacos from Taco Bell. Maybe that's like your favorite order at Taco Bell. Maybe you recently had one. We've got Annoying coming out here. I hate when that one comes out. But for some reason, I haven't taken it out yet. So, whatever. I haven't taken it out of the bowl for forever. We've got the number 10. So, 8, 9, 10 coming through. This is August, September, October type of energy. So fall, maybe you are watching this in the fall. Maybe you are like late summer to fall, right? I guess that wouldn't be accurate if you were in the Southern Hemisphere. So we'll just keep it August, September, and October. Maybe you met your partner or the person that you're asking about during these times. The person you're asking about may also have air sign. It doesn't have to be necessarily be you. And I guess also, like, since this is a connection reading, the person you're asking about, any of these could be relevant to them. Like maybe they live in New Orleans. Maybe the game is their favorite TV show. Maybe they really love Teddy Pendergrass or something like that, right? That could be relevant as well. But you could be saying 1010. This would be Scorpio and Libra energy here in October. You could live on the 10th floor, 10th street, apartment number 10, 10 people in your family, stuff like that. Pranks. I knew this one was going to come out because when I said like maybe you're a trickster up here, I wanted to say like maybe you like to play pranks. But I knew that I had this one in there, so I didn't want to say it without having confirmation. So yeah, definitely somebody might be a prankster. Punked is coming through as well. That is Ashton Kutcher's old TV show where he used to do pranks on celebrities. You can probably find those on YouTube. But yeah, so you might be really into pranks. I think there's a little bit of like New Girl energy coming out here because we do have Jessica and then pranks. That makes me think of Winston Bishop. He is a notorious prankster in the New Girl universe. So we'll see. Romance novel. Maybe you like to read those. Maybe you wrote one or maybe you like to write them. Something like that. I'm feeling very specifically directed to like pick up certain slips and not others. We have Airbnb. So speaking of air signs and air, now I'm thinking about like Air Ball, like in basketball, and also Air Bud. That movie about the dog who played basketball, Air Bud. We've got DJ Tambi from Ink Master. He is a tattoo artist who has won Ink Master like 3 different times, and then he came back as a judge. He lives, I believe, in Arizona, but maybe something to do with Vegas. I don't know. Ink Master often has their finale in Las Vegas as well. So like maybe something to do with like championships. I do know this is a timeless reading, but like at the time of me reading this, it's shortly after the Super Bowl. I think that was just a few weeks ago, like 3-ish weeks ago. And like the 49ers, which I mentioned earlier, did go to the Super Bowl. And I said something about Super Bowl Sunday. So maybe you're a fan. I don't know. Doctor Strange from Marvel. I believe he's played by Benedict Cumberbatch. Bring it on. Definitely there's competitive energy in here for sure. Like I said, there's some sort of like something, game, championship, something like that. Final Four maybe even coming through since we have Fantastic Four here and I did get like a little bit of basketball energy. But Bring It On is a cheerleading movie. Oh, you guys can see my dog? He's coming through to say hi. Bubba. Bring It On is a cheerleading movie starring Kirsten Dunst as Torrance, your Captain Torrance. I'm still Big Red. If you have seen the movie, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. But Big Red is also a gum flavor. It's like cinnamon flavored gum or something. We've got here Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. That is a book and a movie. Book by J.K. Rowling. We have here painting. So maybe you like to paint, maybe you are a painter, maybe you recently saw a painting that really moved you. You might have gone to a museum and like looked at paintings or something. Maybe you like painted your room or painted your house. Maybe somebody gifted you a painting or you bought a painting or something like that. Company by Drake featuring Travis Scott. I need some company. All right, we have here stuffed grape leaves. That could be a food that you really love or that you ate recently or something like that. Amber, so that is like a color. It's also a stone. There's also a song by 311 called Amber. There was also multiple Ambers on Love is Blind. Not only season 1, but also season 4. And right now we're on season 6 in Charlotte, and there are 2 girls named Amber on there. One of them goes by AD. The Coldest Winter Ever by Sister Souljah. That's a book. We've got Los Angeles. So yeah, LA energy coming through. I wanted to say baby. I don't know why I said that, but it just is coming through. We also have 38. I wanted to say 83 too, but that doesn't really work. So yeah, That could be like your favorite number. That could be your age. I don't know, something like that. You could be seeing that number around a lot. Bollywood. Maybe you really like Bollywood movies. Maybe you recently watched a Bollywood movie. Maybe you are a Bollywood star. We got the number 5. We've got a lot of 5s here. You could be seeing 555, 5555. You could live on the 5th floor. That's the month of May, which is Taurus and Gemini season. 5 people in your family, 5 kids in your family. Apartment number 5, that kind of thing. 5 could just be maybe like your favorite number. I don't know. Maybe you're recently counting by 5s. I don't know. ATVs. Sorry if you guys can hear some traffic outside in the background. Sorry for that. ATVs, those are the kind of like 4-wheelers that people will ride through like the jungle or the desert or whatever. You see them a lot on like those dating shows like The Bachelor or like Love is Blind or something. We've got here Skywalker, Miguel featuring Travis Scott. That's our second Travis Scott reference. We had here Company by Drake featuring Travis Scott. So Travis Scott could be significant to you somehow. We've got here the number 1. Whoa, I'm telling you, this is like the most numbers I think I've ever seen come out in one single reading. It's very weird. We have the number 1. We've got 8, 5, 9, 10. We even have $20 over here. So strange. But the number 1, that is the month of January. That is Capricorn and Aquarius energy. You could live on the 1st floor. You could be an only child. Maybe you take yourself out like on solo dates or something a lot. You could be seeing 111 or 1111. We have here Caribbean Queen, No More Love on the Run. That is a song by Billy Ocean. Caribbean Queen, now we live in the same dream. We have here earrings, so maybe you have a lot of ear piercings. Maybe you are a piercer yourself. Maybe you are a jewelry maker or something. You could have a big earring collection. Maybe somebody just gifted you some, or you just bought some, or you just gave somebody some earrings. Black Truck by Mariba. Mariba? I don't know how to say that artist's name. You might also have a black truck, or you might know that song. Stay sick 'cause I follow my gut. A Tribe Called Quest, iconic hip-hop musical group. They say I've been pushing my luck. I'ma get me a matte all black truck. The Boondocks, iconic TV show, animated TV show by Aaron McGruder. Such a little tiny guy. Keke Palmer. Baby, that's Keke Palmer. Gorgeous actress, host, spokesperson, Keke Keep a Job Palmer, as they call her. Sewing kit, so maybe you like to sew, maybe you recently mended something, something like that. Maybe you yourself are a designer or a seamstress. Rooftop pool, so you could have a rooftop pool, maybe you recently went to a rooftop pool or you have plans to go to a rooftop pool. Okay. We've got Silicon Valley, HBO. So that is a show on HBO. It's also just like a place in Northern California, Palo Alto area, San Francisco area. So yeah, I said 49ers earlier. That's the San Francisco football team. So like San Francisco Bay Area is coming through for sure. Yeah. So you could work in Silicon Valley. Maybe you just like the show. Maybe you work in tech or something. Cricket. So that is supposed to be the sport of cricket, but also maybe you're hearing crickets. Maybe you and this person that you're asking about might not be talking, like crickets, like silence coming through as well. You might know somebody named Cricket, I guess. I don't know. Ladybug, 2 bugs in a row. That's strange. That's very strange. That has never happened before to me. That's very weird. But Ladybug just came out, so maybe you saw Ladybug recently. Maybe a Ladybug landed on you. Maybe you used to like love ladybugs. They might have been like your favorite animal or something when you were a child. But this also two bugs coming out together makes me think of bugaboo, which I know is kind of different than what I said about crickets. Like maybe there was silence, but maybe like one person is being a bugaboo and the other person is like literally not responding to them, right? If you guys don't know what bugaboo is, that is a song by Destiny's Child. You make me want to throw my page out the window. Tell MCI to cut the phone poles, break my lease so I can move, 'cause you a bugaboo, a bugaboo. You bugging what you bugging, who you bugging me, and don't you see it ain't cool? Yeah, okay, BoJack Horseman. That is a show on Netflix. It's an animated TV show about a horseman named BoJack. You bugging what you bugging, who you bugging me, and don't you see it ain't cool? Ruby Woo by MAC. That's a lipstick color. And it's not hot that you be calling me, texting me, but something nonstop. When I first met you, you were cool, but it was game, you had me fooled. Now every time I something, you already have my mail. By the time I gave you my phone number, I don't know, you already have my mailbox full. So what? You bought a pair of shoes. What now? I guess you think I owe you. Yeah, Bugaboo is coming very strong. Go listen to that song, or it could just be like that energy is very strong here. When You're Good to Mama, Queen Latifah, Chicago. So yeah, Chicago, that is the Broadway musical that was turned into a movie. Queen Latifah was in the movie. So maybe you really like that movie, maybe you really like the musical, maybe you listen to the music often or something. Also, I'm thinking about Love is Blind Chicago right now, since we do have Love is Blind up here, and that was the second season of Chicago, was in Chicago. There is also, like I said, a little bit of new girl energy coming through here. So, like Nick Miller, Jessica's main love interest, we have Jessica right here. He was from Chicago. So was Winston Bishop, actually. I said Winston Bishop, the prankster. So Winston was from Chicago too. So there's a little Chicago energy here. Yeah. Anthony Kiedis, Remy Wolf. So Anthony Kiedis, he is the lead singer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, a band that was formed in the Los Angeles, California area. Remy Wolf is a solo artist. She's also based in the LA area, but she has a song called Anthony Kiedis, so it's a song that's named after him. You have my mailbox full. Yeah, Bugaboo coming through real strong right now. Strobe Light by Little Dragon. Little Dragon, that is a musical group, and they actually did a remix of a Remy Wolf song called Disco Man. So it's interesting that those two came out next to each other. I told you these were coming out in very specific orders today for some reason. So what? Said that she's a disco man. The Majesties by Tiffany Sao. That's a book. It's a book about sisters from Indonesia. It's a book about a lot of stuff, but it does also take place in large part in both the Bay Area and in LA, California. Lobster. That made me immediately think of Friends, the whole Friends lobster thing, like you're my lobster. But also maybe you just ate some lobster or something recently. Hi-Fi by Federation. I'm telling you, that Bay Area energy is coming through. Hi-Fi music is like a type of music originated in the Bay. So what? You got a pair of shoes. What now? I guess you think I owe you. Lil Sebastian from Parks and Recreation. He's a mini horse from Parks and Rec. The shoes thing is coming through really strongly, and there's the whole superstition about like if you buy somebody a pair of shoes, they'll walk out of your life. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. School of Rock. That is a movie. It's also a place in real life where people like go to get music lessons. Okay. Rockstar energy a little bit coming through. Patti LaBelle, speaking of rock star, she's not like rock music, but she is a rock star of like the soul R&B world. We love her. We have here No Frauds, Nicki Minaj, Drake, and Lil Wayne. That's a song. All right, I guess I'm gonna put it up here somewhere. Okay, dokie. So what? You got a pair of shoes. What now? I guess you think I owe you. Rules by Kill Humanity. That's a song. She's like, rule number 1, if it's about me, at me so I can see it. Yes. Haterade. Guys, I'm telling you, this shit, like, these things were coming out in such a specific order today. It's like very interesting. I don't know why. And that must have something to do with the message. Like maybe things in this connection are going in a very specific order. Maybe they're done in the wrong order or something like that. I don't know. But order is very, very important. I'm also hearing like order in the court. So maybe there's a court order involved. I don't really know. Ooh, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But haterade coming through. It's like I just said, by rules in the song Rules by Kill You Manti, like she's literally talking to her haters, right? She's like, rule number one, if it's about me, at me so I can see it. I'm gonna go read the lyrics to that song because I feel like you guys need to hear them. All right, so she goes, rule number one, if it's about me, at me so I can see it. Like put her at, like on Twitter or like Instagram, put her at, right? Rule number two, if you heard shit that didn't come from me, then don't believe it. Because I hate a bitch that like to post shit, then before you see it, she delete it. Or when you come to her, she get to switching up like, girl, I ain't even really mean it. So when I catch you lacking, don't say shit. Just prepare your ass for this beating. Because on site means on site, not in no counselor's office having meetings. Which I did say like order in the court, and counselor is another name for a lawyer. So interesting. So yeah, I'm not gonna read anymore, but yeah, that song definitely coming through strong. Some hater energy, somebody wanting to fight, something like that. Energy, I literally just said some hater energy. Energy by Drake, he literally says, I got enemies, got a lot of enemies, got a lot of people trying to drain me of my energy, trying to take away from a nigga, okay? Yeah, we have some very interesting energy in this pile. I'm excited to do this reading. Oh my god, I'm so excited to do this reading. Also in the lyrics for Rules by Kill You Manti, she says two different things that relate to some of our other things, our other identifiers. She says, watch me slap her shit like Serena. And I did mention tennis earlier. When I said swing, it made me think of tennis. And so yeah, there's definitely like some fight energy coming here because, you know, swing can mean like you swing on somebody, you want to punch them. And Serena referring to Serena Williams, right? Then in the song, Kill You Manti says, can't hang with the gang if you not the crew, right? Grand crew. Can't hang with the gang if you not the crew. So interesting. Definitely go and listen to the song Rules by Kill You Manti. I might even put the link in the description box for you guys if you want to listen to it. You can. Oh, also I'm noticing, like I said, some lawyer energy was coming through. I don't remember where I got that from. I do not remember where I got that from, but obviously Legally Blonde points to that as well. It's like as soon as I say something, as soon as it leaves my mouth, I forget about it. This annoying energy for sure. Yeah. For some of you guys, there could be something to do with like being in a lawyer's office or maybe even being like in a school counselor's office. These readings are 18 plus, so if you're in a school counselor's office, it's probably because you're a parent or you are like somebody's legal guardian or you yourself are the school counselor or you work at the school. At least that should be it. But something else that she says in this song is, because these foreign bundles came in here straight and they're not going to be left leaning, right? So like talking about being in the counselor's office, getting in a fight and somebody trying to like pull your hair, rip your hair out. So there could be some sort of like knockdown, drag out. Some of you guys definitely could have gotten into a fight recently. That's not going to be for everybody, but, yeah, there's like some fake energy coming around here, fighting words maybe exchanged or something like that. We've also got two mentions of Drake here with Company and No Frauds. We've also got two mentions of Amber here with Amber right here and then Amber Mark right here. Interesting. So some of you guys might have like a birthmark or something that's kind of like amber-ish in color. And then last but not least, I'm thinking now about potential gambling problems, especially since we do have Las Vegas here. And then we also have Barney Stinson, his character on the show, How I Met Your Mother, had a massive gambling issue. It was only brought up a few times, but it was nevertheless like a big part of his characterization. So, yeah. Interesting. For the 38/83, I guess the years 1938 and 1983 could also be important as well. All right, you guys, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. Whew, that is going to be a task. There are so many of them. Pile 1, make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. I love you all. And I'll see you in just a second at the reading. Also, I did create a tarot journal for you guys. So the link for that is going to be down below in the description box. I also made an abundance journal for y'all. Very cool. Definitely go check it out. And I will see you guys in a second for your actual card reading. Hey there, Pile 1. Welcome, welcome. We're going to do the cards part of your reading now. If you chose the first card, this is going to be the reading for you. Yay. The identifiers for this were like so interesting. So I'm very excited to get into this reading. And I do just want to say, like, these readings are timeless, but they also reflect a moment in time. Okay. So the future of this connection as things are right now. And also tarot typically can tell maybe about 6 months into the future. So this future that we're discussing, the maximum amount of time that it could go for would be 6 months. I'm not saying that it will last the entire 6 months. These are just the important things that you need to know for the future of your connection as it stands now up to the next 6 months. Alrighty then, let's get into it. So we're going to do a little bit of an energy check-in. I'm actually going to leave this here for now. And we're going to get out our archetypes cards so we can do a person A, person B type of situation. That way you can figure out if this is in fact the right reading for you. If you already did the identifiers, you found your confirmation there. That's totally fine. You may see yourself just in person A. You may see yourself just in person B. You could see a little bit of yourself in both. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Let's see, Spirit. Pile 1, we're finding out the future of the connection that Pile 1 is asking about. So we're going to get one card to represent Pile 1, and we're going to get one card to represent their person, okay? So let's get Pile 1. Okie dokie. We have here dilettante. So dilettante, the light attributes of this card are: delights in the arts without having to be a professional, alerts you to the danger of becoming superficial in your pursuits. And the shadow attributes of the dilettante are pretension to much deeper knowledge than you actually possess. All right, so person A, dilettante. And then let's get person B. Who's person B? I'm getting a little bit of like jack of all trades energy from the dilettante as well. So let's see, who's person B in this connection? Who's the other person in this connection? Ooh, child, nature. Okay, this did come out in the reverse, but I kind of have the cards like to the side, so I'm going to turn it upright. We will honor all of the attributes that we have. Light attributes here: friendships with animals, communication with nature spirits, and the shadow attribute: tendency to abuse the animals, people, and the environment. Interesting. So we are going to honor both of those there with that. And I am going to get the tarot out right now already. We're actually going to use the tarot twice in this reading, which I've actually never done before and I think is a little strange, but it's what I'm being called to do for this. So let's go ahead and get into it. The song Strobe Light by Little Dragon, that was on one of our identifiers and it's coming through very strongly right now. So if I can find it, I'll pull it up, but if not, then here it is. That was easy. Meant to be. All right, Strobe Light by Little Dragon. Interesting. So yeah, maybe you recently like had an encounter with a strobe light, or maybe you know that song. Regardless, let's go ahead and get the tarot out. And let's kind of see just like what is going on already in this connection, and then we'll move forward into the future of the connection. So, Spirit, what is the current state of this connection between the dilettante and the nature child? Nature Child also makes me think of the song Nature Boy by George Benson. There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy. And that makes me think of The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. I don't know how to say that name. I didn't make that up, but I made up the little French accent that I did, so whatever. What is the current status? What's going on currently in this connection? We want a little energy check-in between the person A and person B in pile 1. All right, let's see. What do we have here? So I feel like there's some maybe hidden feelings or things that maybe are not being said between you guys right now. Just because the first card that came out face down, and that usually means that there's like a secret or something, a secret of some kind. All right, let's see, what do we have? All right, we've got 5 of Swords here in reverse, which could be talking about getting over a like a conflict. You guys may have had some sort of conflict recently that you're getting over. We've got 2 of Pentacles here in the reverse. Somebody might have dropped the ball on something. Maybe you guys had plans and somebody forgot to show up, or they didn't plan very well. There's a lot of reversals here. So already a lot of blockages. Strength, that is about having your emotions kind of take over in a situation where you kind of need to remain logical, and also just like somebody not easily tamed, somebody not easily being tamed here. That is definitely coming through. I did mention The Little Prince. The concept of taming an animal is very strong in that book. There is a part where the little prince is on Earth and he meets this fox, and he and the fox become friends, and they talk about what it means to tame someone and to tame an animal. And so Can't Be Tamed by Miley Cyrus is also coming through here as well. 10 of Pentacles here in the reverse. So this is like a foundation that is, this could be issues with money. This could also just be a negative foundation or negative family interactions. Somebody's money may be tied up in their family or something like that. And the other person maybe is not included in that, doesn't have access to that. We have here 3 of Pentacles. You guys might possibly work together, or somebody might be a workaholic. The Empress in reverse. That is speaking to me to a lack of nurturing, and also possibly something about motherhood or parenthood. Warrior of Swords, that's the Knight of Swords in reverse. Somebody could be jumping to a lot of conclusions in this relationship, in this connection. So you could be jumping to a lot of conclusions that are not really helpful to kind of working things out or moving forward in the connection. Or maybe somebody wants to move too fast and the other person is like not really with it. We have 9 of Pentacles here. Yeah, somebody in this connection is very independent. Yeah. And also somebody in this connection is very like well off. Somebody in this connection is very secure in themselves as well. And that can be materially secure. It could also just be like secure in their lives. They have a good setup in their lives. 4 of Cups here in reverse. There's some sort of invitation coming through. And it could be an invitation that maybe you should take. Or somebody should take. Somebody might have like maybe even reached out an olive branch or something. If there was some sort of conflict, somebody might have reached out an olive branch and is like kind of waiting to hear back. Sorry, I'm trying to make a little bit more espacio, más espacio for the cards over here. Strobe light. Ultraviolet blue. So that song Strobe Light is coming through right now, and it makes me think about how strobe lights flash. They are consistent, but it's not like a steady stream of light. So there's something a little bit unsteady about this, even if it is a consistent connection. All right, we have here Spirit of Swords. That is the King of Swords, I believe, in these decks. Yeah, that's the King of Swords in this deck. So this is about having executive decision power. This is about having rational thinking, especially after an irrational situation. There could be a lot of lust in this relationship. There might be a lot of lusty emotions in this relationship. I kind of feel like the ball is in one person's court right now. Especially since we did have the game coming out as one of the identifiers. There could be some games being played in this scenario, even if maybe it wasn't always like that. And I get the sense of the ball being in somebody's court right now. Yeah, we got the game right here. Yeah, it seems like there's some sort of conflict coming up that you guys may have recently had, or it's been lingering. Even if you guys got over it, it's been kind of lingering in the energy of the connection. And it could even be affecting the sex life, could be affecting the intimacy between you guys. There may be the feeling that somebody here is a little bit irresponsible in some ways, especially possibly when it comes to finances and things around the home. So there could be some conflict around that, like even conflict around like washing the dishes or folding the clothes or something like that, tending to the garden or whatever, mowing the grass, doing the weeds, all that kind of thing. It kind of feels like there's some sort of neglect when it comes to the home life. And it kind of seems like one person is very in their head about that. And the home life could also be one person in this relationship's like primary domain. So that can mean two things. It could mean that like maybe one person owns the home where both people stay. It could also mean that one person is in the home a lot more often than the other person. And they see that home as like their primary domain, like that's their world, that's their universe. And there could be some conflict around that. There could be some authority issues as well, especially when it comes to decision making about the home. And I kind of get that maybe the person who has the primary domain of the home is the person who makes all the decisions about it, and it causes some conflict about that. Definitely getting like headstrong type of energy here. Made me think of that song Headstrong by Trapped. Headstrong to take you on, headstrong, I'll take on anyone. I know that you were wrong and this is not where you belong. I won't give everything away. Yeah, somebody's not wanting to give. Somebody's being a little stingy. Somebody's not wanting to give, and they're willing to fight in order to not have to do that. Willing to fight in order to not having to do that. It's like possibly they win the argument, or they lose the argument, because it's like even if you win, you lose, right? And I'm also thinking like at what cost? And I think that this person is trying to be a lot more level-headed than they maybe used to be in the past. And also maybe a lot, I won't even say fair or equitable, because I do not see the justice card here, but they are trying to be maybe fair in their own way. Not equitable, but fair in their own way for sure. And definitely trying to like pull some logic into the situation, because I am also getting that there may be a difference here in terms of class or in terms of financial stability. There definitely could be one person who is more working class and one person who is more leisure class here with the Three of Pentacles and then the Nine of Pentacles here, right? There could be one person who is more generous even though they may have less, and could be one person who has more but is, I mentioned earlier, stingy. They could be generous in their own way, I suppose, but it also could be that they make maybe bad decisions with their money, even though they have more. Maybe them having more allows them to make bad decisions with their money. And so there is kind of like this invitation for growth here, where I kind of feel like one person wants to see the other person grow up a little bit. And it's interesting that we have that because, well, first we have all these butterflies in the back of this King of Swords card. So it's like this idea of transformation. And maybe one person does want to change the other person a little bit or even quite a bit. There might be a lot of growing and changing that one person wants the other person to do, or even that one person actually does need to do, especially since we did get child nature here, right? Somebody might be quite childish. Somebody might be quite immature, okay? At least in their thinking. Doesn't necessarily have to be in terms of their age. There could be an age gap, I guess, technically. This also could definitely be between somebody maybe who's like retired and kind of, going back to learn a whole bunch of different things, has a lot of different hobbies. And then somebody maybe who's a lot younger, possibly. That's a possibility here, but that does not have to describe everybody by any means. I think that's just a message for some people. I think that the attitude that one person has in this relationship is that they want to try and make things right and move forward. They want to try and make things right, move forward. They want to try and communicate better. They want to, move forward from a logical standpoint and really grow into a new stage in this relationship. And I think that they have like a plan on how to do that. I wouldn't say necessarily that they are optimistic about doing that. I wouldn't say they're pessimistic about it either. But they feel like it's going to take a lot of work, and they feel like it's going to take a lot of maturity. It's going to take a plan, for sure. And the Spirit of Swords, aka the King of Swords, definitely can represent an older person. So somebody who's reached a lot of maturity and thinks very clearly. They like a lot of clarity in their world, and they like to know kind of what the plan is and what's going to happen. I do kind of feel like there's a little argument still, or there's like some sort of discord or something between these two people, because I'm just getting this idea of like, nobody's looking at each other in this reading. These two people are this one's kind of like looking down on the other one, and then this one is like in here ready to fight. Like, you think you're better than me? Like, this Warrior of Swords card is really over here with this Empress card. Like, you think you're better than me, bitch? Like, for real. So yes, ready to fight is coming through. And I did kind of get that in the Identifiers portion. For those of you guys who watched it, I picked up that there is some sort of fight going on. There could also be potential legal issues or a legal battle coming through, especially since we do have so many swords cards here. Possible legal issues having to do with a third party. Maybe money having to go to a third party or something, like maybe somebody has to pay alimony or something like that. I did say money could be tied up in like a family situation before as well. So, yeah. But yeah, like I kind of feel like I was about to say these two people might want different things, because it's just like taking this Nine of Pentacles and the Spirits of Swords person, like they're looking in totally different directions. And one of them has like this glowing eyes, like looking straight into the future, like real futuristic type shit, like years and years ahead, like strategy planning. And this other person, this Nine of Pentacles here, is just like looking backwards, looking behind. And like, I feel like they have a more realistic view of kind of like, it's like they're looking back at all this shit that happened up until this point, and they're like having a realistic view. And they also have this idea like, I'm gonna be just fine. Like, I'm going to be A-okay. No matter what happens with this, I almost just said, well, I guess I am going to say it. No matter what happens with this bullshit-ass relationship, I'm going to be just fine. And yeah, they're definitely like looking back on all the fights that you guys have had. They're looking back on like the work issues, the family issues, the differences in just your ways of life and your lifestyles. And they're looking back at it, and they are... I'll say they will not be moved, is how I'm feeling about it. They will not be moved. I feel like they're coming to a decision. A decision is being come to, and they will not be moved from that decision. And although like the King of Swords, Spirit of Swords is very, very rational, I do kind of feel like once they have assessed the situation and they've looked over all of the data, they've looked over all the information, it's like they realize what the best kind of plan of attack or the best strategy or the best decision is moving forward. And unless something significant changes, then, there's no reason to change their mind about it. So, interesting. If this sounds like your situation, then the reading is definitely going to be for you, and we can find out the future of the connection. Remember, this was just a check-in to see what is actually currently going on. So we're going to bring these tarot cards back out again later. Not these specific cards, but we are going to shuffle the deck again later, and we'll get some insight into the future. The future of the relationship, the future of the connection. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued, darling. So we're going to use 5 different decks to find out about this. Ooh. Crazy. All right, let's see what happens. Part of me, like, I didn't do any pre-pulls for this reading. And, like, part of me is like, maybe I should have. I know that I should not have, but I'm kind of like, I want to get all the cards out first before I start doing any interpretations. So I think I am going to do that. So I think we'll just pull a bunch of cards and then we will start interpreting. So yeah, let's get into it. We got the Truth's Oracle here. If you guys are interested in... Ooh. I accidentally blew the game right off the table, which, you know what? That could be a sign. Like, maybe somebody's like, I'm not trying to play games anymore. I don't play no games. What is that song? That's Neo, maybe? I don't play no games. I literally cannot remember the rest of the words. That's so funny. All right, so the future of this connection through the Truth's Oracle. What's the future of this connection between pile 1 and their person, Spirit? What's the future of this connection? Should I take these? All right, I am going to take them, and I'm actually going to leave them face down until it's time, until we have all of the cards. I've never done it like this before. This is so exciting. Oh my gosh, it's like a mystery. Ooh. All right, we're going to get the tarot back out. We're going to get some cards from the tarot. Spirit, what is the future of this connection between pile 1 and their person? What's the future of the connection between pile 1 and their person? I don't play no games. See what I mean? See what I mean? Oh. Okay. All right, cool. All right, and then is there anything? No. Okay. We're also going to get the Moonology deck. Get us a little bit of timing and just some extra info from here. Spirit, what is the future of the connection between pile 1 and their person? Okie dokie. I got a few cards there. And then, last but not least, we're going to get some Tea Leaf Oracle cards. We'll go with this card too, and then we'll get some Tea Leaf Oracle cards. Oh, this is just so exciting. I've literally never done it like this before. And as soon as I said that, it made me think of like introducing somebody to some new things in the bedroom. Ooh. Maybe you guys have some new things that you're going to try out. This deck is so big, I have to split it into 2. So let's see. Spirit, what's the future of this connection? That shuffle did not work. That was a bad shuffle, like a very bad shuffle. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see. I don't play no games. I'm kind of tempted to just do this like a different way. I'm going to spread these out like this, and I'm going to pick some, which is how I first started really reading tarot. This is like the method that I first used when I started first reading tarot. So what is the, okay, I guess I'm going to get all of them. All right, this is fun. This is fun, you guys. Spirit, what is the future of this connection between pile 1 and their person? Okay. Let's get that one. More. Which of these? Okay. All right, more. Okay. Is there any more? No, that's it. Okay, just those three. Well, I guess we have a lot of information already, so that's fine. I don't play no games. What song is that? I want to say it's Neo, but I don't remember what it is. So yeah, maybe somebody's sick of the games in this connection, and they're gonna be like, if you're gonna be playing games, then I'm sick of it, and I don't do that. Alrighty, let's do this, guys. What's the future of this connection, Spirit? Let me put this like this, give myself a little room to breathe. I don't play no games. If you guys know the name of that song, please put it in the comments, because it is driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy, I know, and I don't feel like going to look it up. Okay, so, all right, we have here Earth sign. So one of you guys can have Earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn in your Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, or maybe a stellium in that sign. And this is about grounding. I think that there is going to be some more grounding energy, especially when it comes to material things like around the home and money, food. I even didn't mention like gardening. I mentioned like lawn care and stuff. Sorry, y'all, my camera died. So the future of this connection. So we have here planning in the reverse. I am also kind of getting the vibe of like some issues with motherhood, whether that is one of you as a parent or maybe one of you has like actual mommy issues. We have planning here in the reverse. We also have proposal / marriage in the reverse. So for some of y'all, this could be maybe deciding against a commitment. Maybe some of you guys are in a commitment and you're supposed to be setting a date for something and you're having a hard time doing so. On this calendar, we also have mostly Fridays and Saturdays here. And it appears with it in the reverse that maybe somebody's like not spending their weekends well, or they won't commit to putting time together on the calendar. Maybe one of you guys is like trying to plan a date and the other one is, you know, not really having it. And when I say a date, I mean like going out on a date. I don't mean like planning a date for a wedding, although I suppose that could be topical as well. Earth sign could refer to you or your partner. It can also refer to what I was talking about earlier with the materials, the materialism, the material things, the differences in maybe your material worlds. Yeah, let's go ahead and see the future of this connection through the tarot. What do we have here? We've got Nine of Pentacles came right back out. Okay. We have the Ace of Swords. So somebody's going to open up and start a conversation. We have here the Spirit of Cups. That is the King of Cups. Somebody's going to start a conversation, possibly about parenthood or about wanting to embark on like a more emotionally mature pathway, more emotionally mature journey. This could have something to do with fathers as well, possibly Father's Day. We have here the Fool. In this deck, it's called Potential here in the reverse, which I'm not even gonna lie, that's kind of scary. It's actually mad scary. And I normally don't say like mad whatever, but I did spend some time in New York and it just came out, and somebody could actually get scary when they're mad. Somebody in this connection may have that trait. Somebody may open up and say something about they feel like the other person doesn't have potential to be a good parent. That is tough. That's tough to hear, actually. Or they may think that because they are more emotionally mature or something like that, the relationship is kind of reaching its potential at this point and may not have potential to go any further. And like this is an honest conversation. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the truth of the actual matter, but it could just be the truth of how somebody feels. We have here the Three of Cups in reverse. So that could be about something being kind of superficial. Maybe they feel that the connection is a little superficial. We have here the Eight of Pentacles. Them possibly feeling like they always have to do all the heavy lifting and they're tired of doing that. I also heard possibly somebody doesn't want to do the work. We've got the Temperance card here. The Temperance card here is about finding balance. So definitely it's like somebody feels like they're pulling more than their fair share of weight and they need to find balance. And it's like, this could be a situation in the future where after some time of trying to like get somebody to do something, like, okay, you know, you said you were going to do XYZ chore on Saturday morning, so let's pencil that in for Saturday morning. We can't go to brunch with the Joneses because you're going to be mowing the lawn, right? And then Saturday morning comes and so-and-so doesn't mow the lawn, and then the other partner is left having to like go pull all these weeds or call somebody to mow the lawn or whatever. And they just feel like they end up getting caught with all the brunt of the work. And so they're going to express their frustration. They're also going to express like, I wasn't born yesterday and you can't trick me into thinking that this is okay. I need more balance. And the moon here being in reverse as well is telling us that there's definitely some deep hidden feelings and possibly even some secrets that are going to come to the surface with this connection in the future. Now, let's say that you guys are not in a committed relationship and there is no, like, let's say chores or housework. Then that would be the work of actually trying to get together, the work of actually trying to maintain the relationship. So one person may feel like they're the one who's always planning the dates. They're the one who's always calling the other one first, always reaching out to the other one first or whatever. And they want some balance. And if that balance doesn't come, then they feel like this relationship is not really going to be of any potential. They're also feeling like things have gotten kind of superficial, or their feelings may even be superficial. If this is a friendship, they might be like, are we even really friends anymore? I don't even know if you actually want to hang out with me. Because you never call me, I'm always the one calling you. And I don't want to have to do all this, like it's very one-sided. Oh my gosh, before the camera cut off, I remember what I was going to say was the idea of like taking the ring back on this picture with this like proposal / marriage in the reverse. It's like wanting to have a deeper connection with somebody and then like the idea of taking that back. I don't know if you guys ever saw the movie ATL with Lauren London and T.I., but he had given her this necklace. Like, so they started dating and whatever, and he gave her this necklace, and like when they break up, he finds out some things about her that he doesn't like. And when they break up, he literally like reaches onto her neck and snatches the necklace off. And like that was the image that I was given earlier when I saw this, and it was just like, it was so funny, but it was also terrible. We had a lot of like Atlanta kind of energy in the identifiers as well. What else is here? Okay, we got new moon in Capricorn. Your hard work is paying off. So yeah, I was talking earlier about the idea of hard work. Somebody feeling like they're putting in more than the other and wanting to have a conversation about that. And I actually feel like with this card being here, I want to see what the other two cards have to say, but my initial feeling right now, let me just go ahead and see what they say. Conclusions are within reach. Full moon eclipse. This moon is gorgeous. This moon is so beautiful. I'm just gonna hold this up so you guys can see. Isn't that beautiful? It's so gorgeous. Okay. And then last but not least, we have here the answers you need are coming. Full moon in Gemini. So this could take place, like I said in the beginning, about a 6-month period between Capricorn season and Gemini season. That could be like, yeah, that's about 6 months. 5 or 6 months. And I actually feel like this conversation is going to be well received. I feel that the other partner is going to recognize how much work has been put in, even if they haven't been carrying the load. And the hard work that the hardworking partner put in, I don't know if it's person A or person B. You can definitely find that out. Oh my gosh, I forgot to say about the Ten of Wands here. Yeah, Ten of Wands is just about a burden. It's a burden. And also it's the idea of like, I'm feeling overwhelmed and I want to hold on to this because I've invested so much in here and I've put so much into this relationship. I want to hold on to it, but I'm burdened right now and this is not cool. And it's like actually weighing on my subconscious. And I don't want that because it is kind of changing the way that I feel about you. And that's not cool. Like, I don't want to change the way I feel about you. I really like you and I want something deeper, but the way that this dynamic is working is changing those feelings for me. And I feel that the other person is going to listen to them. I feel like the other person will be receptive to this and that you guys are going to be able to reach some conclusions and you guys will be able to get some answers and you guys will be able to come to an accord. I was going to say of one mind. I don't think that that's really the case, but you guys will be able to come to an accord here. For sure. And the communication, I think, also is going to increase for the better. It's going to get a lot better over time as well. Now, let's go ahead and see what we have to say here with this card. Free spirit. Interesting. Free spirit. And it's like I just heard like free my homie JT, right? Shout out to the City Girls. But yeah, it's like you want more freedom in this connection. And I say you, but it could be the other person. One of you guys wants more freedom in this connection, and it's difficult to get that when you're being bogged down with all the realities of day-to-day life, and one person is doing a lot more than the other person is doing. So this conversation that's going to be had over the next few months is going to allow both of these people to access their free-spirited nature, because I feel like one person, the child nature person, is much more in their free-spirited nature than the dilettante person. But the dilettante person has a truly free spirit. Like, they want to go out and try all these different things and they want to, experience different things in life. But they can't, probably. I would probably say that that's the case. They probably can't because they're the one who's having to do all this shit. They're the one who's doing a million things, right? Meanwhile, the other person, it's like only has one responsibility and they're just going to take care of that one responsibility. And do they even do it that well is the question. And it kind of leaves the load, I feel, to be on this dilettante person. And I think that this conversation that's going to be had is going to be around, like, you need to grow up. I love your childhood spirit and your childlike spirit, but you need to bring that with you into maturity and into adulthood. And that will allow us to balance things out here. It will allow us to have a deeper relationship and allow us both to embody our free-spiritedness that probably attracted you guys to each other in the first place. What do we have here? We have Lily, spiritual love. Ooh, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Because you guys, that's what I just said. It attracted you to each other in the first place, your free-spirited nature. So it's like you love each other's spirits. Lily, I love that. That could be somebody's name, or somebody might really love lilies or something like that. We have here boat. Money or property through an inheritance, wedding, or windfall. So somebody could be gaining more stability, more security over this next 6-month period. Or it could be kind of what I said earlier, that one person does already have more stability than the other one. And it may be that that person who has more stability gains even more stability. It's not necessarily saying that the person who was less stable will become more stable. But one of you guys definitely is going to be getting some sort of influx of abundance for sure. Influx of abundance for sure. Last but not least, we've got four-leaf clover. Ooh, great good fortune. I love that. So yeah, shmoney, honey, coming through for sure. That's pretty cool. And I also am wondering if one of the people, like let's say the person who's doing less, let's probably call it this child person, child nature person, they may feel like they don't have to do these chores or whatever, if it is chores, right? Or maybe they feel like they don't have to plan the dates or they don't have to put the effort in because the other person can just pay somebody to do that. Like going back to the whole like lawn care thing. Like they're like, I don't have to cut the grass because we can hire a gardener. Like, you know, you have enough money, hire a gardener. Why do I have to do this? Why is this on my plate? I don't need to be doing that. Everybody else in the neighborhood has a gardener. We have enough money to get a gardener. Just hire a gardener. Right? And then when it comes to the idea of planning the dates, they might be like, well, all the dates that I plan are going to be free things like a walk through the park or going to a museum or something like that, free, that like we've done a million times, or maybe you don't really like it, it's not to your taste because maybe you have expensive taste. So if you want all these expensive things, then you plan the dates and you pay for them, right? So there could be some tension around that for sure. Definitely around like who has what. And I feel that the dilettante person, they don't mind so much the differences in stability, the differences in finances. What they mind is the difference in effort. And it would be nice if the child nature person took some initiative to help lighten the dilettante person's load. And I do feel that this conversation will be well received for sure. For some of y'all, there may have been like discussions about marriage or a proposal or like taking things to the next level or maybe moving in together or whatever. But the dilettante person is like, as much as I love you, I cannot live like this for the rest of my life. So if you're going to keep acting like this in this childish way and not wanting to, you know, bear the brunt of the load. And I did say in the identifiers that song, The Weight by the band, was coming through. And that song has a very famous line. It's like, take a load off Annie, right? Take a load for free. Take a load off Annie and put the load right on me, right? So it's about sharing the weight, pulling your weight in a certain way. And so the dilettante person is going to be like, yo, child nature person, I love you, but if this is how it's going to be, then it's not going to be like that because I refuse to take us to the next level. I'm not going to, you know, commit myself to a life where it's like this. I just won't do it, can't do it. I'm literally overwhelmed and I just can't live like this. And so I think that the shock of that kind of revelation is going to be part of why this conversation that y'all are going to have is going to go so well, because the child nature person is going to be like, oh dang, I really didn't realize like it was that bad. I didn't really realize that like this was making them reconsider our relationship. Like I said earlier, it's like making them like you less, like the child nature person less. I didn't realize it was making them like me less. You know, I thought we were all good, or at least I thought it was okay. I didn't realize they were like seeing me now in a negative light because of it, right? And the shadow attribute on here does say tendency to abuse animals, people, and the environment. And it's like definitely the idea of taking advantage. And this did come out kind of in the reverse. I was telling you guys. So it's like definitely the idea of taking advantage of somebody in a way. And I think that they're going to come to realize that like not only that that's what they've been doing, but they cannot continue to do that. Some of you guys, there may actually even be like a postponement or a cancellation that I think probably could get back on track, right? I definitely think it could be back on track, or it might be like, we don't need to go through that. We don't need to actually, you know, make that really long time commitment right now. Maybe we can wait or just take that off the table for now until things kind of balance out a little bit more. But the concerns that the dilettante person has will be taken seriously, for sure. I will say, though, that eclipse energy can be very unpredictable. So with this card here, it could end up going in a way that neither one of you guys expect. I feel like the child nature person, not necessarily going to be like blindsided by this conversation, but I don't think that they'll be expecting to have this conversation at the very least. And since it does say child nature, there may be a little bit of immaturity in how they respond to it. We do have this King of Cups here, so I feel like they are going to rise up to the occasion. That is my personal opinion. However, with the eclipse energy, I do just want to say things can be very unpredictable and they don't always go according to plan. So, especially with the two twins on this card here, like one of them has their eyes closed, the other one has their eyes open, and they're looking opposite directions. And I mentioned earlier in like the kind of energy check-in of what's going on now that the two people were looking at opposite directions. Like one was looking forward and one was looking back at all of like the bullshit that had been going on, right? And I still kind of feel like it's a possibility that one of you could decide, you know, I've had enough of this. I don't really want to have to deal with this for the rest of my life. I don't want to have to deal with this anymore. And I want to be a free agent. And I'm going to, you know, go do what free agents do. I want to be single and I'm going to go do what single people do. I still love them. I still care about them. But I'm going to go find my luck and pursue my luck elsewhere. That is a possibility. So don't think that it's all Gucci. We got Gucci made a couple times. Don't think it's all Gucci. It's not necessarily like, this is a serious conversation that needs to be taken seriously. And if the child nature person doesn't take it as seriously as it needs to be taken, then, you know, things could end up going not in their favor. Make sure that you like this video. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that this video, this reading resonated with you. If so, feel free to leave a comment down below and tell me a little bit about what's going on. I always love to read y'all's comments. And I'm just so grateful for you. Thank you for watching. And I'll see y'all in the next one. Love you. Bye. Hey there, Pile 2. Welcome to your identifiers. This is the portion of the reading where we do a little gut check. You're supposed to choose your pile intuitively. This part will help you to figure out, hopefully, if you made a good choice. So I'm going to go ahead and put this card over here to the side. We're going to get our handy dandy lip bowl. And yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. Spirit, my pile 2 people. Who are my pile 2 people? They want to know the future of their connection. So who's in pile 2? Who's in pile 2? Thank you for connecting me to your guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, and higher self. I appreciate it. I just thought about the color pink, so you may be a big fan of the color pink. Let's see what else comes out. While I am doing this, make sure you go ahead and like the video. Hit the thumbs up button. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel because it makes you and I more connected. Spirit, who's my pile 2 people? Who's in 2? Who's in pile 2? My Tulians. I don't know why I say that, but I do. Anybody else in pile 2? Okay. 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 Oh, this one came out. It came out with the pen. Anybody else? Okay, cool. Alrighty, let's get into it. Alright, we've got all black everything. So I said pink earlier, so you could be wearing pink and black, or you might just really like to wear all black in general. We've got quarter. Maybe you have a quarter in your pocket. Maybe you are at the French Quarter. Maybe you spent a quarter today. Maybe you need quarters for your laundry. I don't know. Angus thongs and full frontal snogging. Speaking of laundry. That is a book. It is the Georgia Nicholson series by Louise Richardson. They turned it into a movie. The movie was called Angus Thong's Imperfect Stocking. Alrighty, let's see. Angus is the name of the girl's cat, Georgia's cat. Marlon Wayans, very handsome actor and comedian. Sexy Villain by Remy Wolf. Sexy villain, not the hero. I'm the West Coast Bob De Niro. Speaking of West Coast, we have Nick Miller from New Girl. He lives in LA in that show. He's played by Jake Johnson. The character is played by actor Jake Johnson. Substack. So you might be a Substack subscriber. You might be a Substack writer. That's a subscription service where people write stuff. The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. Gotta know when to hold 'em. Gotta know when to fold 'em. Big Rich Town by 50 Cent featuring Joe. That is the theme song to the TV show Power. Said this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part. Okay, we've got Breaking Free here. Zac Efron, Vanessa Hudgens, High School Musical. Soaring, flying. There's not a star in heaven that we can't reach. If we're trying, oh, we're breaking free. Oh, breaking free. You know the world can see us in a way that's different than who we are. Okay, yeah, go listen to that because I want to keep singing it. Famous last words. Creating space between us till we're separate hearts. We've got Nicki Minaj, Marilyn Monroe. So Nicki Minaj, of course we know, famous rapper. Marilyn Monroe, we know, famous actress. Nicki wrote a song and named it after Marilyn Monroe. So all three of those things, something in there. The way that these are supposed to work, I forgot to tell you guys. Okay, so we just got a double confirmation. I just want to say we had a little text message, as I was saying, about Nicki Minaj and Marilyn Monroe, and it happened at a very special time, and that special time is 818. That is a special time personally for me as well. Cheers, Drink to That by Rihanna. So I wasn't going to tell you guys, but August 18th is my birthday, so 818. I wasn't going to say that because I was like, oh, that's very personal. I don't need to say that. But cheers, drink to that. That's like a celebration. Like, you know, you drink to the birthday girl. So I am going to tell you. So 818, there was a little notification right then. So oh my God. Do you guys see this? Do you guys see this? The number 18 just came out. That's literally crazy. So I'm so glad that I told you. And it's wild, 818, and then we just had 18 here. So 18 definitely could have significance to you. I forgot to say, the way that these work is that one of the things that comes out on these slips should be very significant to you, just like exactly what I just said about my birthday being on the 18th, or it could have like shown up in your life in the past couple of days. It's like for you, maybe the 18th was yesterday, or maybe you read an article on Substack last week or a couple of weeks ago or something like that. So maybe you were really obsessed with High School Musical at one point, so that would be significant to you. Or maybe you went to karaoke and you heard somebody sing Breaking Free. Or maybe you heard it as you were like walking down the street or in a store or whatever, right? So that kind of thing. It should be significant to you somehow, or it should have shown up in your life recently. We have here This Lullaby by Sarah Dessen. That is a book. They were going to turn it into a movie. I don't know if they ever will, but they were going to at one point. We have Nana by Trey Songz. Oh, Nana, look what you done started. Oh, Nana, why you gotta act so naughty? Oh, Nana, I'm about to spend all this cash. Oh, Nana. If you keep shaking that, na na na. Yeah, that song really is on right now. Catfish, the TV show, Neve Schulman, Cammie Crawford. Okay, you could have seen Neve or Cammie on Catfish. You could have seen them off of Catfish, maybe on like Instagram or something. These are like really wanting to be opened in a specific order today, so I'm going to honor that. And let's get it. Let's go. Let's see. Evermore by Taylor Swift featuring Bon Iver. I had a feeling that one was going to come out because I was thinking about her probably about like right at the beginning of doing this. So I find it interesting that that actually did come out. Na, na, na. I like made a prediction about her in one of my other videos. Girlfriends. My girlfriends. That's a TV show. Joan, Tony, Maya, and Lynn. Joan played by our girl Tracy Ellis Ross. Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy, Big and Rich. Hand in My Pocket by Alanis Morissette. One hand in my pocket, the other one is throwing a peace sign, flicking a cigarette. We have here Drew Barrymore by SZA. So that's our second song that is named after a celebrity. We have over here Marilyn Monroe by Nicki Minaj, and now we have here Drew Barrymore by SZA. Both of those are songs that are named after celebrities, interestingly enough. Is it warm enough for you outside, baby? Is it warm enough for you inside me, me, me? American Horror Story, Season 1, Murder House. So, yeah. Season 1 specifically, I suppose. Maybe not, we'll see. Diamond, here's another Season 1, Love is Blind, but this could also mean Gemstone or Engagement. I do have this, like, big-ass fake diamond over here. But yeah, if you know, you know. We have here Maya Angelou. Prolific poet, writer, actress, and beyond. All around phenomenal woman. If you know, you know. If you get it, you get it. The girls who get it, get it. The girls who don't, don't. Voice. That makes me think of The Voice, like the TV show, but you could work with your voice. You could be a writer yourself. Singer, poet, somebody who speaks, teacher, that kind of thing. Cheesy snacks, you could be into those. You might be even eating one right now. Is it warm enough for you? Blueberries. So 2 foods in a row. Interesting. Those could be your favorite fruit. You might be eating them right now. I don't know, something like that. Maybe you're like allergic to blueberries, I don't know. The number 7. So 718 could be important. And you know what's so funny is that the person who texted me earlier has a 718 area code. So that's weird. But anyway, as one of their numbers. I don't know that it actually works anymore, but in my phone it is listed. Anyway, 7 is the month of July. That could be Cancer or Leo placements. July 18th could be significant somehow. Could live on the 7th floor. You could have 7 people in your family. You could live on 7th Street, 7th Avenue. Apartment number 7. So you could be seeing 777, something like that. $100. Ooh. Maybe you got paid $100. Or maybe you paid somebody $100. Maybe you won $100. That we did get the gambler, so something like that. Doctor by Remy Wolf. So we have 2 Remy Wolf songs here. Doctor and Sexy Villain. That made me think of like a villain who is a doctor. Or like the doctor to like gangsters. You know how like they have a special doctor or whatever. Tina Belcher. She is the eldest daughter on Bob's Burgers. We have Picture by Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock. I put your picture away. So we've got a couple duets here. We have Breaking Free as a duet. We also have Picture here as a duet. Is Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy a duet? I don't really know. It's by Big and Rich, but like I don't... Does that count? Maybe. Oh, and Evermore by Bon Iver and Taylor Swift is also a duet. So I guess technically 4 duets. That's kind of weird. The Climb by Miley Cyrus. It's the climb. So yeah, that is also a theme song. So we got 3 kind of like theme songs here. We've got The Climb, which was for the Hannah Montana movie. We have Big Rich Town, which is the theme song for Power. And then we also have Breaking Free, which was like the breakout song from High School Musical. So that's kind of cool. Oh my God, you guys. See, I told you, these wanted to come out in a specific order. This is crazy. We Used to Be Friends by the Dandy Warhols is the theme song for Veronica Mars. I was just talking about theme songs. Like, come on. I cannot make this shit up. I could. Why would I? I wouldn't. That's literally crazy. That's insane. Okay, let's go. Said this is a big rich town. Privacy. Maybe you upped your privacy recently. You could have changed your passwords or gotten new keys or installed like a camera somewhere or something. Maybe you've had privacy concerns. You had to talk to somebody about invading your privacy or having more privacy. Annie Mac. Annie Mac. She is a radio DJ in the UK. Or was. I don't know if she still is. And I don't know if you guys knew this, but I used to be a radio DJ and I really liked it, particularly because of the privacy. So like I love DJing, but I don't like telling people where I'm going to be at certain times because of reasons. So I really enjoyed being in the radio station because like people didn't know where I was, but I was still live. So that was cool. It's part of the reason why I like having a faceless YouTube channel. Summertime in Paris. Summertime, we're meant to fall in love. That's a cute song by Jaden and Willow Smith. Jason and Kira by Dana Davidson. That is like a teen romance novel. Very cute. We've got here Mississippi. The Crooked Letter State. Permission by Ro James. Double S's right here. So double S's in Mississippi and double S's in Permission. With your permission, I just want to spend a little time with you. Your permission. So give me that green light. 'Cause I need you to give me that green light. Okay. What's next? We have peanut butter and jelly, PB&J. Sometimes people say like peanut butter and jealous or use the word jelly to mean jealous. But you might have just like eaten a PB&J recently. That could be your favorite kind of sandwich. Ted Mosby, main character on How I Met Your Mother, played by Josh Radnor. I did see something about Josh Radnor recently, how he recently got married to like a psychologist or something that he met while they were on like a trip in the desert or some shit like that doing shrooms or ayahuasca or some shit. I don't know. I just want to spend a little time with you. Splinter by Spilltab. I'm not gonna brave the winter and wear us then to say we did. We did. We did. Okay, that's a song. In case you guys couldn't tell. Digging My Grave. A Star is Born, Lady Gaga, Bradley Cooper. I'm telling you, the movie songs, the soundtrack songs, the theme songs, they are coming. They're coming through, hunty. We have Digging My Grave. That was one of my favorite songs from that movie. Yes, of course everybody knows Shallow, but if you know Digging My Grave, you're in a different league. You're on a different level, okay, baby? Digging my. Oh, wow. This is sad. Linkin Park, the band, R.I.P. Chester. We love you. in the end, definitely coming through. That song by Linkin Park, Along for the Ride, movie by Sarah Dessen, Netflix by Sarah Dessen. So Sarah Dessen fans, stand up, because we had this Lullaby by Sarah Dessen right here, and now we have Along for the Ride by Sarah Dessen. So that's a book that was turned into a movie by Netflix. I did hear that Netflix also bought the rights to this lullaby, but I don't think that they've started production on a movie, and I don't know that they ever will. So we'll see. Vietnam. We've got here Sweet Love by Anita Baker. Cute. Sweet love. Got me calling out your name. I feel no shame from my bow. Satsuma. Little citrus fruit action. Sweet love. Do 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 do. Pink Velvet. That makes me think of Velvet Tacos in Austin. It also makes me think of some other thing that I'm not going to say because it's dirty. It's like raunchy. If you know what raunchy means, you probably know what I'm talking about. Tea Ceremony. Of course, Pink Velvet is like a fabric as well. Duh. Tea Ceremony, you might have like a tea ritual that you do, or that's also supposed to be like a Chinese tea ceremony. Clumsy by Fergie. Clumsy 'cause I'm falling in love. I don't know why I just slowed that down like that, but I did. So you could be like slowly falling in love with somebody, or clumsy but like in a slow way. I don't know. Clumsy 'cause I'm falling in love. Ballet Slippers. That could be actual ballet, or that is a pale pink nail polish color by OPI. We've only got 3 left, you guys. Chad Michael Murray. He was like a teen heartthrob actor. You might know him from like Cinderella Story, or I want to say One Tree Hill, which I never watched, but sure. Randall Park. So we got 2 park things coming through here. We've got Linkin Park and Randall Park. Randall Park is an actor, Korean actor. You may know him from Fresh Off the Boat. Always Be My Maybe, that kind of thing. He's very handsome. And then also, since we have Linkin Park and Randall Park, maybe like you went to the park, or the park could be important to you. I don't know. Something like that. Last but not least, pecan pie. Pecan pie, as some people like to say. So we do have like privacy and permission here. That makes me think that you may have to like ask permission to access something, or you might have recently put a passcode on something that didn't used to have a passcode on it. Maybe it's like voice access or something like that. Tea ceremony also does make me think of just like you and your friend getting together to spill the tea. Just to gossip. So I did mention Randall Park was the dad on Fresh Off the Boat, and his character managed a restaurant, or owned a restaurant rather, called Cattleman's Ranch. And the official title of it was Kenny Rogers Cattleman's Ranch. Kenny Rogers Cattleman's Ranch. Wait. So, okay, on the show, Kenny Rogers and Michael Bolton had like a feud. And for some reason, Michael Bolton bought the restaurant as like a partner to the dad, Mr. Wong, played by Randall Park. And then Kenny Rogers bought the restaurant from, I don't know how that transaction happened, but it became Kenny Rogers, Michael Bolton's Cattleman's Ranch Steakhouse. So there's some little lore. Fresh Off the Boat may be significant to you here somehow. Oh, also there is like a significant amount of teen romance novels here. We've got Angus Thongs and Full Frontal Snogging. We've got this Lullaby. We have Jason and Kira. We've also got Along for the Ride. So you may have been a big fan of those when you were younger. Those types of stories. I guess also High School Musical could count as that as well. It's not a book, but it is like a teen romance story. And then I mentioned we have Chad Michael Murray here, who's like a teen romance heartthrob. So you might have been into that kind of thing at a certain point, or you may be revisiting those. This channel is an 18 plus channel, so there should not be any, anybody younger than 18 watching this, but you yourself could be, I guess, 18 or 19 and into that whole like teen romance situation. All right, guys, I'm gonna go write these down in my tarot journal. I did actually make a tarot journal for y'all as well, so if you're interested in that, if you like to watch readings, if you do readings for yourself, it is important to, you know, record your findings because they helps to integrate the knowledge. So go ahead and check that out if you feel so called, and I will see you guys in a second for the actual reading with the part with the cards. What's up, what I do, pile 2. If you are here with me, you chose the second card. This is going to be your reading. We're going to get some other cards out first. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to get into the archetypes deck to do a little energy check-in just to see who are we talking about. So this should act as extra confirmation for you. I'm going to describe like the current state of your relationship, and then we'll get into the future of the connection. So let's do the current state right now, which should resonate with you if you chose the right pile. And if this is not the right pile for you, go back to the beginning, take a minute to meditate and choose another pile. And if none of them resonate for you, then I do have other videos on my page, on my channel. All right, Spirit, let's get into it. The people of pile 2. Who is pile 2? Let's ask, who's pile 2? And then we'll ask about your person, the connection you're asking about. All right, pile 2, we've got detective, and it did come out in the reverse. I'm going to honor that. It says, light attributes, great powers of observation and intuition, desires to seek out the truth. Shadow attributes, voyeurism, falsifying information. I am going to put it in the upright, but I'm going to honor it as the reverse. So we'll talk about that. No need to worry on that front. I'm going to put this here in the middle. We'll get into that a little bit later. And then let's find out about person B, the person that they're in the connection with. Who is the person they're in the connection with? So you could resonate with person A or person B. You might resonate with both. Just because I pulled out detective, that does not mean that has to be you. It could be the other person. All right, so who is the other person in this connection, Spirit? Okay, let's go. Whoa, that did not go very clean. I'm actually going to shuffle this again. I was feeling like I should, and then I didn't. So here we go. All right, who's the other person in this connection with pile 2? Much better. You got healer. Interesting. Healer, light attributes, passion to serve others by repairing the body, mind, and spirit, ability to help transform pain into healing. Shadow attributes here are taking advantage of those who need help, failing to care for oneself. All right, so definitely somebody could be spying. Somebody could be spying on the other one. Somebody could be watching the other person, maybe through social media, maybe through other means, could be asking around about them. I get the sense that one person also could even be like kind of obsessed with the other one, and the other one person is just kind of like living their life. One person here could be doing getting a lot of readings done about the connection. Okay. Meanwhile, the other person is just kind of doing what they do, living their life. All right, we're going to use the tarot. We're actually going to use the tarot twice in this reading. Right now, we're going to get kind of the current state of things using the Intuitive Night Goddess Tarot. So, yeah. Pile 2. What? Oh, there we go. All right, we have Awakening, which is the Judgment card here. We've got the Moon, and then we have the Spirit of Wands. That's the King of Wands. Okay, interessante. I actually kind of want to get the rest of the cards out before I make an interpretation. We have the Justice card here in the reverse. We've got the Warrior of Swords, which is the Knight of Swords in the reverse. Interesting. So things seemed like they were, you know, at least on track at first, and then we have this double reversal here. We've got the Temperance card. Okay. So at a certain point, things kind of could have gotten out of whack and then back into balance. Okay, we got the Strength card, and then we have all the rest of these cards. Let's see what they say. Let's see what they say. I'm gonna scoot this over, give us a little bit of extra space, más espacio. You gotta know when to hold up. So The Gambler by Kenny Rogers did come out in the Identifiers. It's a little bit stuck in my head right now, mi cabeza. Queen of Pentacles here in the reverse. Oh, I guess Spirit kind of wants me to put these down this way. That's annoying, but I will oblige. I will oblige. Okay, sorry guys, I'm gonna go ahead and rearrange these just a bit. You're gonna see a little bit of editing magic as I do this. All right, so the current state of this relationship, let me just read these cards out again since we did have a little editing magic just there. We've got the Awakening card, which is the Justice card. We got the Moon, King of Wands. We've got the Justice card in reverse, Warrior of Swords in reverse, which is the Knight of Swords. We have here Temperance, Strength. We've got Queen of Pentacles in reverse, Nymph of Cups, which is the Page of Cups in reverse, Six of Cups, the Wayfarer, that is the Lovers card. Interesting. I've never seen a Lovers card depicted like that before. We have the Seven of Wands, the Ace of Cups, and the Ten of Wands. Okay, so what I'm getting point blank, like the bottom line of this connection right now is that somebody's feeling overwhelmed. Somebody is feeling overwhelmed, and also somebody might be moving. That is another potential situation. Somebody might be moving as well. Somebody could be carrying a lot of baggage. Take that however you want to take it. Somebody could be carrying a lot of baggage. I feel that there was some sort of awakening or call in this connection. Somebody was open to it. Somebody was open to it. Somebody said yes. Also, something could have been resurrected. This could have been a connection that was dead at one point and got resurrected. And in doing so, some secrets came out. And I feel like maybe there was a lot of passion or a lot of plans made, goals made and accomplished in this connection with this King of Wands here, okay? You guys also could have shared like a fiery, passionate night together as well. However, I am also seeing that there is some sort of imbalance in this connection with the Justice card in reverse. Possibly somebody feels that they were treated unfairly in this connection. I don't think that's going to resonate for everybody, but it is a message that I'm getting for some people. And I also feel like if somebody does feel that way, they might be kind of jumping to conclusions about certain things. They may be rushing without all the information that they kind of need in order to come to that conclusion. We have here a sense of fatedness for some of you, but I feel the idea about pouring into each other is coming through with the Temperance card. Maybe giving each other strength in some sense, some way, shape, or form. There's definitely a lot of sexual passion here. There's a lot of creative passion here. If it's not a sexual relationship, there's a lot of creative passion here as well. I feel like you guys believe the same things for the most part. I wouldn't say you have the same values since the Hierophant didn't come out of here, but I think you guys do kind of have a similar passion, especially when it could come to like political issues. You guys might have kind of like the same ideas when it comes to political issues or things like that. I think you guys could also be evenly matched when it comes to kind of like dominance and submission or ideas about dominance and submission. You guys may have a good match there. However, somebody acted selfishly and refuses to apologize for it. Somebody acted selfishly with this Queen of Pentacles here. And the Nymph of Cups, also known as the Page of Cups, is showing that they are not practicing emotional caring towards the other person. And I say emotional caring, like I'm not saying that they don't care about the other person, but they're not, it's like those basic lessons that you learn like in kindergarten about how to make friends, how to be friends, and how to, you know, be nice to people. It's like this person is being really selfish and they're not doing those basic things that would be expected of somebody in society, right? Like maybe they owe somebody an apology and they're not apologizing, or maybe they aren't sharing or something like that, right? I'm getting the sense here also that any friendship or potential for friendship is not being realized in this scenario, okay? Whether you guys are friends or more than friends, I was about to say friends or lovers. We do have the lover card right here. Whether you guys are friends or more than friends, that friendship aspect is not being practiced here. And somebody's very unhappy in this connection. Somebody is very unhappy and they're acting out of their unhappiness. And they're holding back, but it's like a hoarding. It's like more than they need to. Holding back more than they need to in a very like unhealthy way is what I'm getting right now. With the Six of Cups here, this is definitely like, this makes me feel like it's a past connection, or it makes you very nostalgic. If you just met this person, I feel like they remind you of another time. They definitely make you very nostalgic. If you have known this person before, then like it's like a past connection coming back up. And I do feel that there is this like childlike feeling of fun kind of coming through here, but a choice needs to be made. I don't know if I'm going to go back to that Six of Cups or not. We'll see. A choice needs to be made. The Six of Cups is calling me back, mostly with this Nymph of Cups here. It's like, I think you guys have fun together, but there is like a childishness that is very off-putting. And there's a lack of like emotional introspection also that somebody has here. A lack of emotional introspection, and also a, how do I say this? A distortion of the divine feminine. Somebody has a distortion of the divine feminine where it shouldn't be. Whoever that may be in this connection. Somebody has a distorted divine feminine and a distorted view of particularly like money. Somebody's very materialistic here in a way that is like distorted. Okay? And I personally am all for being materialistic in certain senses. You know, it's like, why, if you think I'm materialistic, why would you come over here with no materials? But that's not the sense that I'm getting with this. I'm getting that somebody who needs to take care of themselves and has the means of taking care of themselves kind of expects other people to take care of them. That's what I'm getting right now. And they don't refuse to take care of themselves, but they are borderline lazy, for sure. Borderline lazy is how I'm going to put this. A choice needs to be made here to stand up for oneself. One of these people needs to stand up for themselves. The other person, I feel like, also needs to learn how to stand up for themselves. And that choice is not necessarily, like, it is towards independence in a way. That doesn't mean independence from the connection per se, but it does mean being able to stand on your own 2 feet. So one of these people in this connection needs to be able to stand on their own 2 feet, okay? I'm going to say it's probably the detective person. It could be the healer person to an extent. Remember, you can find yourself in the detective or the healer, whichever archetype speaks to you. They might both speak to you at a certain point in this reading, but I'm going to say it's probably the detective person needs to find a way to stand on their own 2 feet. But it could be both of them, honestly. It could be both people. And I feel like there is love here. There is an opportunity for love here. There is also an opportunity for self-love through standing on one's own 2 feet is a good way to practice self-love. And it is going to be hard. Some of you guys or the other person may find out they're in the wrong environment and they may have to move. I feel that this person whoever it is that needs to stand on their own 2 feet, they may end up carrying a larger load than they were expecting to, but I don't feel like they're going to hate it. I don't feel like they're going to be upset about it, actually. Well, they might be upset about it, but they're going to find out that it's kind of manageable. This Ten of Wands is actually feeling a little bit more triumphant to me than it normally does. It normally feels like overbearing, a burden, as I kind of mentioned at the beginning of this reading when the card came out. But after reading through all of these, it feels kind of like, it almost looks like she's like whistling while she's working or whistling and singing. Like, she's like, yes, you know, I got this shit. I got it. This is lightweight. This is easy. Lightweight. Like, it's not as hard as they thought it was going to be. And I say she, could also be a he. It doesn't have to be a she. Someone in this connection may have, like, actually recently got on a wake-up call. And I don't mean, like, a literal wake-up call. Although I guess that could technically have happened. Where they kind of realized that they were, I don't want to say on a quick path to nowhere, but that is what's coming through right now. And that they were either like living two separate lives or had two very like dissonant beliefs and were kind of suffering from maybe cognitive dissonance, where it's like you're living in one reality, or like your brain is trying to accept two where your brain refuses to acknowledge something that is like very big part of your reality, and like you keep on living despite that. So it's like you're trying to ignore something that is really, really important to your own survival. And I think through this journey, and even through possibly this relationship or just even on their own, they've come to integrate these two parts of themselves. So they may have been like running away from something at a certain point. So it's like this idea of getting contradictory information, which could also be like opposing values as well, which I did talk about values and beliefs and things like that. And trying to like move forward despite having this contradictory information, which really affects the way that you see, think, and feel about a person or about the world or about yourself or about something. And I feel like throughout this process between here and here, this person has found a way to integrate it or to understand that there are layers to certain things. Like there are layers to this. And I think that they may have even tried looking at it from a different perspective. It's like, I'm looking at the red and green outfits, just so you guys know. We've got 3 red and green outfits here. On the Awakening card, we've got it on this Justice card here in the reverse. And then we've got it here on the Wayfarer or the Lovers card. Okay? So I feel like at first they were kind of living side by side with their differences. And it was like things were kind of okay, but there was a wake-up call that it couldn't really survive like that. And so they tried to maybe change their perspective and switch some things around, and it still wasn't really working. It felt very unfair in that way. Because it's like when you have it side by side here on this dress, they're both going vertical. It's like everybody has one of something. Everybody has one full length, everybody has one arm, right? On this one, when it was top and bottom, the top had 2 arms, the bottom had 2 legs, but like those have very different functions. And the top actually holds all of, you know, your vital organs and all this stuff. So it's like an unequal kind of division of certain things. And then here in the Lovers, it's like they figured out a way to integrate it where they both get to cover fully the entire body, just in different ways. So there's been a transition from seeing things one way to seeing them a second way, which was worse, and then now seeing them a third way, which feels fair and is feeling not even necessarily whole, but feels, I wanted to say lucrative, feels good, feels like it's going somewhere. And now that they've been able to see things from this space that is the good feeling space, it's like they still have a choice to make about which path they're going to go down. I know that was so convoluted. I'm going to see if... Okay, so I feel like in this connection, things have gotten a lot simpler. I feel like things were pretty complicated at one point, and they've gotten a lot simpler. And that to me means this idea of ownership, of use, of equity. Okay, and I feel like at the beginning, things were, and it's also like this idea, I talked about politics a little bit earlier, but like separate but equal. Like you look at this outfit she's wearing, it's like perfectly divided, but they don't touch. There's like like this yellow strip going down the middle. So it's like this idea of like separate but equal. And then we have here in this justice card, it's like things changed, but it's no longer equal anymore, like in the way that it was divided. And then we have here in the bottom in the Wayfarer card, and I also want to mention this is number 20, this is number 10, and this is number 6. It's like they finally found a way to be more equal where both the green and the red are covering the full body in layers. And it's like they found a different way to see and solve the problem. And now that they have a different way to see and solve the problem, they have to make a choice on, are they going to move forward, how and how. I feel like you guys reached like a new level in this relationship. Whereas before, not only were things really complicated, but they were also very like basic in a way. You guys could have been like living side by side, not really integrated into each other's lives. And now I feel like you guys are integrated in a way that makes sense and that is healthier. But now that you've managed to integrate in that way that makes sense and that is healthier, you also have a choice to make. And I find it interesting that we have Jupiter here in the back of this Lovers card, because Jupiter is this planet of like abundance and fortune, and it's the biggest planet. And so it's like the decision that you guys have to make to move forward, maybe it's to move forward or not, could be like the biggest decision of your lives. It could be a really big decision to make. But yeah, a lot of things have changed in this relationship. A lot of things have changed in this relationship, and a lot of things have come to light that were not here before, that weren't seen before. And I kind of feel like the passion and the secrets that have been part of this relationship did make things a bit unequal, whether both parties are willing to see that or not. And yes, there may not be like enough information on both sides in order to truly make that determination, but the facts are the facts. Like thinking about this justice card here, also somebody might not have been telling the truth. Somebody might have been lying about something. There could have been some lies involved, or like lies of omission, not telling the whole truth. Thinking about like when somebody gets sworn in court, they say, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Right? You have to tell the whole truth. And I feel like there's something that's left out here. And it caused a upset of, I don't want to say the natural order, an upset of the way things were in a negative sense. And that could have caused fighting for sure between the two of you. And I feel like you were able to come back to balance, but it took the recognition that there is a dominant party here. It took the recognition that there is a dominant party here. One person does have more power than the other, and that kind of just had to be acknowledged in order for the two of you guys to come back into balance. But when that happened, it was almost like one person got like infantilized or became kind of like a servant to the other person, and the dynamic was so negative and toxic that it could not, like, there's just no way for it to continue like that. And with that being said, the toxicity being there, you guys have fun together and you guys genuinely like each other as people. So it's like, it's hard because, yeah, it did become a toxic situation. It did become a negative situation where one person was taking a lot more and the other person was not being treated well. And then being mean in return because they weren't being treated well, but I feel like you guys were able to come to, like, to remember how much you guys liked each other and to remember how much fun you had and go back to basics in a way. Go back to basics in a way where both parties feel full and complete. But there is a choice here still. And I think some growing up had to happen. So this could be like a very old connection for some of you. And some growing up had to happen. We have 2 6s here next to each other. The Lovers is a 6 card. And then a 7 is right here. But these 2 6s, like this one is a minor arcana, this one's major arcana. So it's like you had to grow up in a major way and both kind of like become your own people. Instead of 2 halves of a whole, it's like you're 2 whole people, you're just like layered on top of each other now. And so you're integrating your 2 whole lives, and a choice has to be made. And the choice typically with the Lovers is like, is there a traditional way that we're going to do this, or that I'm going to do this, or am I going to follow this other path that maybe is not as traditional but is kind of what my heart wants me to do? I feel like one person was like overly stubborn in this scenario, and the other person was forced to be overly flexible in a way that they really didn't want to be. And it's almost like their free will was like kind of taken from them in a sense, because they maybe didn't have a choice because the other person was so dominant. And, you know, there are a lot of scenarios in which that could be, but like one that I'm thinking of right now is like, let's say that somebody is in a place where they literally like, they can't leave because the other person drove them and like their phone died, so they can't call an Uber, and everybody there is like drunk, and so nobody can drive them back to their house. And so there's like literally no way for them to leave, right? And the other person who has the keys is the one with the power in that scenario, right? So I feel like this Nymph of Cups person was really like infantilized in a way in this scenario, and maybe their free will was kind of taken from them, or they had to be more flexible in a way that was like maybe even harmful to them because of this Queen of Pentacles person's stubbornness. And I want to say, I almost said the word abstinence, but I really wanted to say obstinance with an O, O-B, obstinence. And so this idea of like 2 equal people, 2 whole people, both of whom have the same amount of say in the scenario. In order to get to that place, it took a lot of growing up on both parts for them to get to that place where both people have the same amount of say in the scenario and in the relationship. I feel like somebody might end up moving, or like taking their shit and deciding to get out of Dodge or whatever it is. Possibly turning their back on the other person. Or that could be what happened at this point, right? Because this is the current situation. So maybe turning their back on the other person. And I think that one person is still so let's say that one person did turn their back on the other. The person who they turned their back on is like, I'm gonna come and get you. Like, I'm coming after you because I love you and I want you. And they finally, I think, have realized that after all of this drama, and for some of you guys after all of this time. And I think that they're going to be like, oh no, I almost wanted to say crusade. They're going to be like on a quest or a crusade to come and get this other person. And the other person may have fully moved on already, to be honest. Which, that would not surprise me if we have like this detective and this healer, where like the detective is the person who's like, I'm coming back for you. Or like, I'm coming to find you, and I want you, and I love you. I would not be surprised if that was a detective person. Meanwhile, the healer person probably has already moved on a little bit. So if that sounds familiar to you, if that current state of the relationship or of life sounds familiar to you, then I would definitely say that this is your pile. And if not, then go choose another pile. Do a little meditation and go choose another pile. All right, we're going to move on to the next part of our reading. which is actually the future of the connection. That was a much longer energy check-in than pile 1, but that's fine. All right, I'm going to use a few different oracle decks, and I did not pre-pull, so we're going to be doing live shuffles. All right, so we're going to use the Truth's Oracle. We're finding out the future of this connection. The Truth's Oracle. All right, what's the future of this connection? Pile 2. Not again. That's crazy. That's literally crazy. This was the very first card that came out in the same deck at the same time for pile 1. That's so weird. Earth sign. So this is like grounding the relationship in reality to me. We have here committed in reverse. So grounding the relationship in reality, but not committing to each other. Which is weird because that's kind of the same. It's not really the same. The message for the earth sign, this tree, the message for pile 1 was very different. I guess it's just using the same sign, but I mean the same card, but no contact. So the future of you guys, it seems like we have attraction here in the reverse, and we have someone new here in the reverse. So if this relationship, let's say that like somebody did walk away, I feel like the person who I said was going to come after them is going to come after them, but is not going to be ready to be in a commitment, which is like weird considering all of the stuff that happened and all the things that you guys have gone through, and the lack of commitment is going to kind of force a no contact situation here. There could be some like stonewalling in the scenario. I'm gonna get the tarot back out. And the person who walked away, I feel like, is going to be like, they might not answer the phone. They might not even want to pick up. If they do pick up, I feel like they're going to be kind of cold because they're not really attracted to that person anymore. And they also maybe have somebody new. Let's see, the future of this connection for pile 2. Future of this connection for pile 2. Okay, anything else? We've got the 6 of Cups in reverse. Getting over the past. Anything else? Okay. Anything else? Alright. So yeah, I feel like the person who decided to walk away, like, is going to just make it known, like, I've truly moved on. Like, the past is not going to be holding me back, weighing me back anymore, and I kind of don't care. We have the Warrior of Wands in reverse. There might even be some anger here for some of you guys. I'm going to move these over. There might even be an argument. And I kind of get the sense of like not wanting to drudge up old shit from the past. Ace of Wands here in the upright. We've got the 5 of Wands. So yeah, going back to conflict. And then we have the 10 of Wands again in the reverse. 10 of Wands again. Deciding to drop the baggage. So yeah, to be honest, the future of this connection, I really don't see it going super well. I'm sorry to laugh. I just like sometimes I just find it funny. I can't even lie about that. I just find it funny sometimes. Okay, the future of this connection, pile 2. Pile 2, okay. Is that right? Okay. Okay, so we have here, you are good enough, full moon in Virgo. Which goes with that earth sign energy. And then we have a win-win outcome is forecast. So I know that seems contradictory. And then that says full moon in Libra. Virgo season and Libra season are right next to each other in September. So Virgo season starts late August and Libra season is immediately afterwards and goes until mid-October. We have here your commitment is being tested. We've got here expect powerful change. And then we also have work through your fears. Scorpio season. So new moon in Scorpio. So Scorpio season is immediately after Libra season. So yeah, August through mid-November, like mid-August through mid-November could be significant for you somehow in the future of this connection. And I did say, I don't know if I said this in the in the intro, but these readings are timeless, but they also reflect a moment in time. You obviously have free will and things can change if you want them to. But also tarot is good at predicting like the future up to around 6 months out. Because after that, the energy just has like so many potential changes. So 6 months is around that time. But right now we're looking at what I would say is probably a 7-ish month window here. And so like I said, I do feel like the relationship is going to end up grounded in reality, where like the person, maybe the detective person, is going to reach out and they're going to be like, you know what? Like, I really do want to go after this person, and things could be good for a little while, but then commitment, and then this committed card here being in the reverse, like your commitment is being tested. And I think that the healer person is going to want a deeper commitment from the detective person. And we have an eclipse here, which also an eclipse card, not this eclipse card, but a different eclipse card came out in the first pile. And I said this in pile 1. Eclipses are very volatile. It is very difficult to predict what is going to happen around an eclipse. So I do feel like with this commitment being tested, the response, the actions and the response are going to be unpredictable. Like, the commitment's being tested. Is the person going to rise up to the challenge? Unclear. The commitment's being tested. Is the person going to accept? So let's say that the test is passed. Will that be enough? Or is it going to be another test after that? You know? Regardless, there is going to be very powerful change in this relationship at some point, and something unpredictable could definitely happen. Even if it seems like things are going well, things are starting off great, something unpredictable could happen here. And also, an eclipse is about, you know, either the sun or the moon blocking out the other. So there could even be a blockage here, like somebody gets blocked, especially since we have no contact here. Work through your fears. New moon in Scorpio. Scorpio is like a very deep water sign, but it's also a fixed water sign. And so it gives me this idea that somebody doesn't want to change. Okay, we got 2 more cards here. Or 3, excuse me. We have a new start is coming, new moon, which also somebody new right there. Put this up here. And then we've got a time for healing, balsamic moon, which makes me think of balsamic vinaigrette. So somebody could be on like a health kick after this whole situation goes down. And then, especially with healing and healer, we have show the world the real you, full moon in Aquarius. That could be an idea of like dropping the baggage, dropping the facade. I do think that like this volatile situation that I was talking about, it seems like there could be a fight. And I don't mean like a physical fight. I mean like, you know, an exchange of words. And I think that the fight happens because you guys both care about each other. You do. But the Ten of Swords is here, and the Ten of Swords talks about an ending, and then immediately after it we have the Ten of Wands. It's like, that's not the best. That's not the best sequence. I feel like the argument could feel like beating a dead horse. Like, it's like, we've argued about this so many times. Like, are we really going to keep arguing about this forever? No, I have no desire to do that, so I'm just going to drop it. Like, I'm just going to drop this whole thing and move on with my life like I was doing before. Even if it doesn't work out like in the way that you would want to or expect it to, especially since it kind of seems like things will start off positively once you guys like pick back up. It does say like a win-win outcome is forecast and a time for healing, show the world the real you. And I think that may be part of the reason why this relationship, and I hate to say like is not going to work out, because again, this is a moment in time and it's going up to 6 months out. That's not to say you guys can't ever come back together again in the future or something like that. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying for this time period of the future, things are not necessarily going to go the best. And I think it's because somebody might be a little inauthentic here. Somebody might be kind of cold towards the other one. Somebody might be dodging commitment because it requires you to show your vulnerability. Like, look at these two people. They are naked. You can't see anything, important, but nevertheless, they are being vulnerable with each other. They're bearing it all for each other and to each other. And I feel like somebody is maybe not willing to do that. And that's kind of what's causing the issue here. And like somebody might be kind of like competitive as well too, and it's not cool. It's interesting how much purple there is in this sequence of these moons. And purple can be for the crown chakra, it can be for the third eye chakra. And it just kind of makes me think that at this time of this reading and this time period of the future, it doesn't quite make sense. And more healing needs to be done because somebody is fearful, I think, especially of being vulnerable. They're fearful of starting over. They're fearful of something new. And they don't want to be real with the world, with themselves, with this other person. Which is part of the reason why they're over there hiding in the detective card. Like, literally, you see like this person is hiding behind this book. I'm going to get out the messages from... Oh, we're going to finally look at this card, finally. Trust. There we go. I was just talking about vulnerability. Trust requires vulnerability. And I feel like the trust here is not the best. Especially since we have like these two stone birds here. There's like this coolness towards each other, not wanting to open up, not wanting to let the other one in. There's a lack of trust and it is affecting the connection. And I feel like it also is making one person, maybe the healer person, less attracted to the other person. Somebody definitely has trust issues and they have to work through them. All right, so I have these like tea leaf oracle cards here in this bag, and I'm just going to reach in and blindly choose however many cards I need to choose. Spirit, the future of this connection for pile 2. I like don't really want to do it that way though, because in the first one I did like, I spread them out and I got them. I'm just gonna just go like this. Okay, wish will not be granted, broken wishbone. Yeah, that sucks. The future of this connection for pile 2. June. So something may happen in June. It could be in June when you guys like maybe pick back up, and then maybe something happens in the fall. Anything else from here? We've got like a second pile of these too. Fire, strong emotion, passionate love or hate. I did say it's a very passionate connection, especially with this Ace of Wands here, but I said that also earlier, that the connection was very passionate. We have Turkey. Someone is behaving stupidly. That's what I said too. All right, let's get this other half of this deck out. Spirit, let's see. Let me shuffle this one a little bit. All right, Spirit, tell us about pile 2, the future of this connection for pile 2. Jug. Lighthearted, carefree time. So I do think like when you guys start talking again, it will be a lighthearted, carefree time until you have that like argument. And the argument could seem like it comes out of nowhere, honestly. January. Interesting. We got 3 J's in a row. June, January, Jug. I don't know if the June was in a row, but anything else. And then again, oh my gosh, look, it's another cold bird. That's like a cold bird frozen to stone. That's crazy, actually. Oh, it's like a person maybe with like, that could be a person with like a Pinocchio nose, which goes again with the idea of lying. I said somebody, or somebody might be a liar. Might have been lying about something. Candle. You will be shown the way. So yeah, something definitely is going to come to light. We did have the moon earlier as well. And then vase, secret admirer. No kidding with the detective here, secret admirer. What's the future of this connection? This could, I guess, be somebody maybe that you're not expecting to hear from. You have flag here. Do not be tempted to lower your standards. Do not be tempted to lower your standards. All right. I'm not going to get any more from this deck. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and say, like, the healer person is the one who may or may not be tempted to lower their standards at some point. And this reading is telling you don't. Because if you keep your standards high, maybe the detective person eventually will rise up to meet them. But until they're willing to rise up to meet them and to grow up, like we talked about earlier, they have some emotional maturing to do. Until they're willing to grow up, then it's like you guys are going to be having the same argument and the same conversation over and over and over again. And it's not going to work. And it's just not going to work. And this argument could be around honesty. It could be around, you really, like, it could be around anything because it's just so unpredictable with this eclipse energy. So, I wanted to just say, like, enjoy it while it lasts because I do see you guys having a lot of fun together. And I think you guys have had a lot of fun together. But at a certain point, something unfun is going to happen. Something unfun is going to happen and it's going to cause an argument. But, you know, life is about having fun. So have fun while you can. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you, like, you don't need to talk to this person or hang out with this person because it's not going to end well. Most relationships don't end well. Like, point blank period. You know, like most relationships don't end well. You don't end up with every single person that you date. You only end up usually with one of them. So something has to happen in all the other ones, but that doesn't mean the other ones weren't worthwhile. It doesn't mean the other ones weren't worth having. You know? Even if this is only like a 6 or 7 month, and from June to January is 7 months too. And I mentioned 7 months earlier. So even if this ends up only being like a 7-month situation or whatever, you could have fun. You could have fun for that time. Why not? I don't see anything wrong with that as long as you're being safe, you know? With January being here, definitely I do see, and we also have full moon in Aquarius here as well. January is part of Aquarius season. That could be really significant. Or somebody could have Aquarius placements or something like that. June is Gemini and Cancer. So those placements could be significant as well. Yeah, I think it's okay to have fun, you guys. And like fights happen and sometimes they might seem like the end of the world. They might seem like the end of everything, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the end. You know what I mean? Got a little confirmation from my dog Milo over there. So, doesn't mean it's the end of the end. It might be for some of you guys, but for some of you others, it might not be. So, yeah. But somebody definitely has some growing up to do. And some healing to do as well. For some of y'all, there could be like a third party involved, possibly towards the end. It might be that the person who decides to move on, who's like, fuck this, I don't need all these arguments and all this bullshit, ends up finding somebody else. That somebody else could be another secret admirer, or it could just be somebody else. But I am seeing a possibility, like some things that the argument could be about, or the conflict, I guess, rather, could be about. With this Warrior of Wands here in the reverse, that can indicate somebody who has like a wandering eye, somebody who's very flirtatious with other people, somebody who is still kind of putting themselves out on the market. I don't necessarily want to say somebody out here cheating because I don't really get that. I think in order to be a cheater, you have to be in a committed relationship. And I don't feel like this is a committed relationship, so they may just be a little bit in their hoe era. And because they're not committed, it's like the other person has to be okay with that. And I think that the other person just is not going to be okay with that. And is probably going to go off and try and find somebody else who is ready for a commitment. And I feel like the person who is represented by the Warrior of Wands here, they are going to realize that what they were doing was stupid, and that, you know, like, they chased after this other person, they really want them, but they also like to have fun. And I think that they're wanting to have fun because when a jug came out, I immediately thought of like jugs, like boobs, and they want to have fun. And I think that their desire to have fun is going to overpower the situation. And I think that they probably will be remorseful, but the other person is going to be like, I'm going to go ahead and make this decision for us to move on. So, yeah. Flag also makes me think of like flag on the play, like foul, like somebody does something foul, or there is a foul in the relationship, you know, something like not kosher, something unfair a little bit happens. So, yeah. All right, pile 2. Thank you so much for watching. Please, please, please subscribe to the channel. I love you so much. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey there, pile 3. What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. We're going to get into your identifiers. If you chose the 3rd card on the home screen on the intro, then this is for you. Let's go ahead and push that off to the side just a little bit. We're going to get our handy dandy lip bowl right here. These are our identifiers. The way that these work is that at least one of the things that comes out of here should be really familiar to you, really significant to you somehow, or it could have shown up in your life in like the last few days. I would say like maybe like the last 2 or 3 days. I feel like I give different time frames on those, just kind of like based on what Spirit is telling me. Sometimes I'll even be like the last couple of months, but for you guys, I'm getting more like the last 2 or 3 days specifically. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, let's go ahead and see. Spirit, my pile 3 people were finding out the future of their connection. So they have a specific person on their mind, but we want to know who pile 3 is. I guess we could, you know, I guess these could also be significant to your person as well. So for example, if a band comes out and it's like your person who you're asking about, it's their favorite band. Not your favorite band, but it's their favorite band. Then I guess, you know, that could also work as well. Spirit, is there anybody else in pile 3? While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit the like button for me. Make sure that you do thumbs up this video. It really helps it to spread a little farther on YouTube with the algorithm. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. It makes you and I more connected so that we can have more accuracy for you in the readings. All right, anybody else? Spirit in pile 3. Anybody else in pile 3? I don't know about this last one. Okay, sure, why not? I never like to force or manipulate anything, which that may be kind of how you feel about this particular connection. We'll see. So that's funny. We've got corny. So maybe you like to tell corny jokes. Maybe somebody called you corny. Maybe you called somebody else corny. Maybe you ate something with a lot of corn in it, which like technically most things in the United States have a lot of corn in them. Look it up. I almost wanted to say, look it up, bitches. Familiar. So that could be like a witch's familiar. But it's also funny, just like how I said, you know, that something here should be familiar to you. But a witch's familiar is like their animal companion who helps them with their spells and stuff. Work from home. Fifth Harmony. That is a song. We can work from home. Oh, oh. You also might just work from home. Usman from 90 Day Fiancé, he is a musician from Nigeria. He's been on 90 Day Fiancé a few times with different people. Morris Chestnut, very handsome actor. Love that for us. You might know him from, what was that show called? Like Rose something. He was like a detective, I want to say. Or he's also in The Best Man and a lot of other things. Young Dolph. He is RIP. He was a Memphis rapper. He was really wonderful. Hometown hero. We love him. Real Love by Mary J. Blige. Real love. I'm searching for a real love. Someone to set my heart free. Real love. I'm searching for a real love. Sorry guys, my voice is like not at its peak today, but whatever. Carnival. So that could be like the cruise ship. It could be like Carnival, like how they do prior to Lent. There will be a carnival season where people let loose and they go crazy. There's parades. That's part of what Mardi Gras, that's what Mardi Gras is part of, I guess I should say. So yeah, carnival. Maybe you went to a carnival, like a fair, or you have plans to go. The Bachelorette. Interesting. Some of you guys might have like gone on a date to the carnival, possibly even in Memphis, since I did mention Memphis, but Real Love makes me think, so yeah, like, you know, obviously we're here in like a love reading, so I'm not surprised if you're out here looking for love, but some of you guys might have been single for a while, or some of you guys might just be like really looking like pretty hard. Like you might be actively dating around, trying to find that real love. We've got here Mike's Mike from YouTube. He's another YouTuber. Love him. He likes to do recaps of TV shows. And you know what's so funny is that I said Rosewood or whatever for Morris Chestnut. I don't think that's the name of the show, but that was the name of another show that was a spin-off of Pretty Little Liars. And Mike covered Pretty Little Liars on his channel, and he talked about Rosewood. So it's funny that that came out. But I do want to know what that show was with Morris Chestnut on it, though. Oh, I guess it was called Rosewood. So they canceled the Pretty Little Liars spinoff Rosewood and made a totally different Rosewood with Morris Chestnut in it. But Pretty Little Liars could be significant here for sure. We have here Congratulations, Smack and Katie by Reggie in the Full Effect. Yes, this is giving me like wedding vibes. So maybe you recently attended a wedding, or you got invited to a wedding, or maybe you recently had a wedding or something. I don't know. Wedding vibes. I'm getting like vibes to pick these up in a very specific order. Normally I literally would just be like boop, 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 but for some reason they're coming out and like I'm getting them in a very specific order. Hidden Figures came out here. That is a movie starring Taraji P. Henson, Octavia Spencer, and Janelle Monáe, where they play women of NASA who helped land the United States astronauts on the moon. Bless the Hearts, that is a TV show. It was an animated TV show. They canceled it. Starring Maya Rudolph, Kristen Wiig, Ike Barinholtz, and some other people. It was in the same universe as King of the Hill, but in, I want to say like North or South Carolina, whereas King of the Hill is based in Texas. International. Okay, so you might be planning an international trip. You might have just gotten back from an international trip. You maybe have international parents. Ooh, I told you these are supposed to come out in a very specific order. Addis Ababa, that is the capital of Ethiopia. So maybe you guys are hoping to go to Ethiopia, planning to go to Ethiopia. You could be Ethiopian. But like I was saying before, your parents could be from either a different country or from two different countries, and you would be like the international mix between them. Honey by Kuka, the Medicine remix. That got torn, and I really like, I kind of have this thing where I'm thinking if it gets torn, I want to take it out of the pot, but I didn't want to take this one out because I like that song, and so I decided not to, and I'm glad that it came out again. I have not seen it in a while though, I won't lie. Water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. The first thing that I thought of when I saw this was like going on like a water ride. So you might have gone on a water ride like at a carnival or something like that, or like Disney World or something. And now I'm thinking about like Disney World Paris. Pirates. Speaking of water signs, pirates, they stay on the water. That's what they do. Now I'm thinking of that one movie, is it Captain Phillips, where that guy is like, I'm the captain now. I've actually never seen that movie. I've only seen the meme. But yeah, okay. All right, let's see. The song Get Well Soon by Reggie and the Full Effect is also coming through. Funnily enough, I was like listening to that today and I kind of got into like a little wormhole and like listened to it several times. So yeah, definitely. Philadelphia, Philly. Okay, Philadelphia. Now I'm also thinking about the cream cheese. And I just mentioned Tom Hanks. Wasn't he in a movie called Philadelphia? Okay, oh my goodness, you guys. Tom Hanks coming through. That's so funny. I never think about him. That's hilarious to me. Lemongrass. That could be like a flavor, could be a smell, incense, the name of a restaurant or something. I don't know. Monstera. That's a plant. Lemongrass is also a plant, technically. We have here Gimme Something Real by Ashford and Simpson. So yeah, real love, give me something real. The wanting, the longing for something real is coming through. That's real shit is what I was about to say, which is funny. Waterbenders. I knew this was coming through too. Waterbenders. So we have water signs and waterbenders. If you don't know, now you know. Waterbenders is from Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra. And the pirate scene where they stole the waterbending scroll from Avatar: The Last Airbender, Aang, Katara, and Sokka stole a waterbending scroll from the pirates in that show. So maybe something important was recently stolen from you or you stole something. We've got here Taste by Tyga featuring Offset. Interestingly enough, the last song that we had was Honey. And now we have Taste, so. We also had Work From Home. That makes me think you could be working on cooking or something. Like you might be working on learning a new dish or something like that. Nicole Byer. She is a comedian extraordinaire. She hosts one of those shows on Netflix. What is that show called? I don't remember. I don't know what it is, but she also was on Girl Code and Grand Crew. Okay. What Would You Do by City High. What would you do if your son was at home, crying all alone on the bedroom floor because he's hungry? And the only way to feed him is to sleep with a man for a little bit of money, and his dad is gone somewhere smoking rocks now, in and out of lockdown. I ain't got a job now. So for you, this is just a good time, but for me, this is what I call life. Yeah, that song. We've got like some sad kind of situations coming through with Philadelphia. What would you do? Yeah. Okay, I was about to say, even with Hidden Figures, there was, some struggles in there. Suitcase. Maybe somebody was packed up. Maybe somebody, like, instead of staying for a fight, they decided to leave. Maybe somebody's moving. Maybe you just got a new suitcase. Maybe you're packing right now to go on a trip, an international trip or something like that. God Must Have Spent a Little More Time on You by NSYNC. Okay. We have here Oklahoma. That could be the state. It could also be the I don't know why I just did that. The Broadway play. Animal print. Okay, maybe you like to wear animal print. Maybe you're packing something that's animal printed right now. Right now. You always talk too much, too little, too late, too much, too little, too late for me to figure out. I just can't figure out. Is it getting better? All right. That's from Get Well Soon by Reggie and the Full Effect. So yeah, definitely coming through. We have here Elliot Page, actor. You may know Elliot from The Umbrella Academy, from Juno, from Inception. Lots of things. Lemon Breland from Heart of Dixie. Lemon's coming through strong here. We have lemongrass. We have lemon Breland. Heart of Dixie's a TV show. Lemon Breland was played by Jamie King on that show. Very cute show. But also, Hannah Brown is coming through right now, The Bachelorette, Hannah Brown. Lemon Breland and The Heart of Dixie, that whole show is set in Alabama. And Hannah Brown is an Alabamian who was The Bachelorette. She was, I believe, like Miss Alabama or something like that. But yeah, she's coming through here as well. Chemical Hearts, the movie on Netflix. I don't know if it's actually on Netflix. It might be on some totally different streaming service. But Lily Reinhardt is in that. Is her name Lily Reinhardt or Lily Reinhardt? I looked this up last time this shit came out and I still cannot fucking remember. Oh, well, whatever. She is that girl from, whatever that shit is. The Archie shit. I don't know. Riverdale. That's what it's called. Okay. Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's a band. But also maybe you're eating Red Hot Chili Peppers or something. I don't know. Anniversary by Tony. So yeah, like the love is coming through really strong here. Or like the search for love, the desire for real love, something real, something strong, something that you can go multiple years with, is at least a year, but a while. They want something timeful. I was trying to say timely, but like I didn't feel like that was right, so I said timeful, which is not a word. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. 500 Days of Summer. Speaking of longing, and 500 days is a long time. Bruh. I'm telling you, these things, they come out in the right order. Everything in divine timing is definitely a message that we're getting right now. But 500 Days of Summer starring Zooey Deschanel and Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Talk about longing for someone and doing it for a long time, wanting to have a real relationship with them. Roller coaster. That relationship definitely was a roller coaster in that movie, okay? So yeah, ooh, intense. We have here The Players Club. If you know, you know. That's a movie. It's a very good movie. Shout out to all my scripper friends. What do we have here? Outstanding by the Gap Band. Outstanding. Girl, you knocked me out. I wanted to say girl, you knocked me up. Exciting. So outstanding. Makes me want to shout. So yeah, in the Players Club, Lisa Ray McCoy plays a woman named Diana. Her stripper name is Diamond, and she's trying to put herself through school. So interesting. Something else I'm also getting is Pittsburgh Pirates. Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania, so is Philadelphia, and we have pirates here, so Pittsburgh Pirates coming through. I'm also getting, I mentioned Hannah Brown from The Bachelorette. I'm also getting Gabby and Rachel from The Bachelorette. This is a timeless reading, but as I am making this was semi-recent, probably a few Bachelorettes ago, where they had Gabby and Rachel both be the Bachelorette at the same time, and then they took all of the guys plus the two girls on like a cruise around the world. So we have like International Carnival here, Carnival being a cruise ship. Their cruise ship was actually, I believe, Virgin Atlantic or just Virgin, whatever. But it just made me think of that. And then also we have here What Would You Do by City High and the Players Club. So like not just strippers, but strip clubs specifically are coming through. Strip clubs, maybe somebody spent some money at a strip club recently. Maybe somebody is T-Pain, I'm in love with the stripper, right? Possibly. So yeah, there's a few things coming through here. Also, like with God Must Have Spent a Little More Time on You, that makes me think about spending money. Okay, cool. I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. I did actually make a tarot journal for y'all if you guys are interested. I definitely think it's very helpful to write things down because it helps you to integrate the lessons that you're learning, especially those of you who really like to watch a lot of videos, or if you do your own readings. part of the point of tarot is for self-development. So it's not just about mindlessly consuming media. It's about trying to learn something new and integrate it into your life, into your spirit, into your psyche. So I really wanted to make a tarot journal for y'all, and I did it. I did it. I did that shit. So yes, go ahead, check the link in the description box below. There will also be a link actually for an abundance journal that I made for you guys too. If anybody's on their financial literacy journey, you might find that interesting as well. So yeah, go take a look, and I'll see you guys in just a second for the reading. Hey there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading. We're about to get into it. I am actually going to get to this card a little bit later. We're going to get out some archetype cards. We're going to do like an energy check-in so that you can have more certainty that this pile is your pile. Whether you watched the identifiers or not, we do just want to kind of get the energy of both people in this connection. So let's see, Spirit. Pile 3 is wondering about the future of the connection. They have somebody on their mind. So we're going to get out a card for pile 3, and then we'll get out a card for the person. And I just want to say, pile 3, you may identify with either of these cards. You may identify with both of them. Okay? It's not necessarily meaning that the one that comes out first is going to be you. We have Trickster there. It just is that this is representing the two people in the connection that we'll be talking about today. All right, let's see. Who's the second person in this connection, Spirit? For pile 3. Hero, heroine. Okay, I know I was just like being cryptic with my So for those of you who didn't watch the identifiers, there was this one song that came out called Congratulations, Smack and Katie by Reggie and the Full Effect. And it actually made me think about another one of their songs because I heard it today quite often actually, called Get Well Soon. And that song is really coming through. Like it's still really, really coming through right now. Not like it's stuck in my head, but like it's definitely coming through here. So I feel like something is coming to my mind right now at this time, and I'm going to go through a few different scenarios. Take what resonates and leave the rest, okay? So the first one is, I remember that I was like at this little party, and this girl was telling me how she met her husband, and she had met him like when we were all in college, and this was like years later that I heard this story, but she said that she was like walking down the hall in one of the buildings, like the art building or whatever, and she had noticed him and thought he was so cute, but she didn't want to like be the one to, you know, like introduce herself and stuff. So she decided to sneeze like really, really loud, really, really loudly, so that he would say, "Bless you." And then she would be like, "Thank you." And then, you know, they could get the conversation started. And it's definitely giving like Bend and Snap from Legally Blonde. It's definitely giving like, you know, dropping your handkerchief or dropping your books so that he'll pick it up or she will pick it up. Somebody will pick it up, right? Trying to kind of like trick somebody into being your hero. And now I'm also thinking about that song Hero by Enrique Iglesias. I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away your pain. Oh yeah. I will stand by you forever, 'cause you can't take my breath away. Sorry guys, my voice is like not at its best right now, but it is what it is. And that also is actually reminding me of another time in college. There was this one fraternity that they would always, not always, but like that was one of the songs that they would sing, Hero by Enrique Iglesias, like on a special occasion, they would like sing that song in front of their fraternity house. It was very, very silly. But yeah, okay. I don't know if that has meanings to anybody, but it's just coming through and I felt like I had to say it. I'm also thinking about that movie, or I guess the two movies, Now You See Me. Jesse Eisenberg is in there. The first one, Isla Fisher is in there, Woody Harrelson. Who else? Mark Ruffalo is definitely in the second one. And so is Lizzie Kaplan. I'm trying to remember who the other person is. Dave Franco is in there. So is Morgan Freeman and Michael Caine. So I don't know why, but that's a movie like about magicians. And so yeah, it's definitely just like coming through. Also, I'm thinking about now Howard Wolowitz on Big Bang Theory, because he always would try to use his little like magic tricks to impress people and like And now I'm also thinking about Phil Dunphy from Modern Family. All right. Those associations, I think, are done at this point. Let's go ahead and read the attributes here. So we've got light attribute for the trickster. It says transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. And the shadow attribute says manipulating others through duplicity. For the hero heroine, we've got light attribute, passion for a journey of personal empowerment. And the shadow attribute is escapism and a false sense of heroism. They're wearing white in here. That's making me think of like white saviorism. So, interesting. We did have international come out in our identifiers. So I'm wondering if we have like, you know, somebody maybe, we also had Addis Ababa, which is the capital of Ethiopia. I'm wondering if like maybe somebody went on one of those like white savior journeys, you know, where they're like, I'm going to Africa to feed the orphans or whatever. You know how people be doing. So yeah. Let's see if I can find those identifiers. Maybe like, I'm going to Africa to dig wells, to build potable water systems. Here we have Addis Ababa right there. We have international right here as well. Somebody could be like a mountain climber, like literally going around climbing mountains over here. Somebody might be really into their physical health or even like their outdoor activities. Whereas maybe one other person is kind of more of an indoor person and they like to, you know, stay inside and not necessarily keep to themselves, but they have a lot of secrets, maybe. Okay. I'm going to put this one out here, What Would You Do by City High as well, because that is a song. One of the very famous lyrics is like, what would you do if your son was at home crying all alone on the bedroom floor because he's hungry? And I mentioned the whole thing about, you know, white saviorism and trying to like feed orphans and stuff. Not saying you shouldn't feed orphans. I'm not saying that. I'm obviously not saying that. But what I am saying is that that energy is coming through of somebody who does it also like for show, with the trickster thing, doing things for show, right? So yeah. Okay, interesting. I definitely feel like these two people have a lot of influence on each other, whether they know it or not. And they probably do have a lot of things in common, so I would not be surprised if you saw yourself in both of these archetypes here. Okay, let's get the tarot out. We're going to discuss the current state of this relationship. Remember, this is still the energy check-in, okay? We're going to discuss the current state of this relationship. And if this energy check-in does not resonate with you, then there are 4 other piles. You can meditate a little bit and go see if another pile calls to you. You may just need to wait a little bit because we're still at the beginning. So, you know, maybe give it some time. But also there are other readings on my channel that could be more accurate to your particular situation if this particular one is not. Anyway, we will use the tarot twice during this reading actually, so that's fun. I've never done that before in a different reading. All right, let's see. What is the current state of the connection between pile 3 and their person? Definitely some secrets or some unsaid, or I wanted to even say unresolved feelings. What is the current state? Okay, we have here potential. Ooh, you guys might be at the very beginning of your connection. I did say that you guys might have influences on each other. That doesn't not mean that you have to know each other. Okay, it does not mean you have to know each other. I'm hearing you guys might even know each other very little, or maybe even just know each other on social media is possible. That may not resonate for everybody. But regardless, I think that there's a feeling that this connection has a lot of potential. Warrior of Pentacles here in the reverse. That's the Knight of Pentacles. We got the 6 of Cups. Warrior of Swords here in the reverse. And then we have the 6 of Pentacles in the reverse as well. Interesting. What is the current state of this connection between pile 3 and the person that they're asking about, Spirit? Oh, okay. I'm not going to take these. They all came out face down. So let's reshuffle a little bit and let's see what happens. Is there more information about the current state of this situation? I just wanted to say situationship. So for some of you guys, that might be the case. We have the moon here. I did say secrets. The moon is about secrets. 2 of Pentacles in the reverse. Okay. All right, we're going to leave it at that for now. Let me rearrange a little bit. I don't know why I just said that like that. A little bit of a country accent, a little bit. I did get Memphis energy during the identifiers, so maybe that's why. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so what I'm seeing is that it's interesting also that we have the Fool here. This is the Fool card, the potential card, and we also have the Trickster card. And I don't know if you guys ever heard this song by, what's that woman's name? I don't know how to say her last name. Michelle DiGiacello? Michelle I don't know how to say her name. I'm going to just show you guys this lady right here. Can y'all see that? Her. She has this song. It's called Fool of Me, okay? And she's like, you made a fool of me. Tell me why. Tell me why. Yes, that song coming through right now here too. So it's interesting because like at first I was slightly optimistic about this with the potential, and now it's like, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Okay, we have with the Warrior of Pentacles in reverse and also the Warrior of Swords in reverse. That's not my favorite combination. I'll just say it that way. But with this Warrior of Pentacles in reverse, it's like somebody's not putting the time in. Somebody's not putting the effort in. They might even be kind of like planting or sowing their seeds elsewhere. They might be spending their time doing like their hobbies or something like that, and or even I guess possibly working instead of investing in this connection. Somebody could also be acting pretty stubborn as well too. And I'm getting the idea that like one person in this I won't say partnership. I was about to say partnership, but that, I don't know if that's true. One person in this connection really feels like the two of you guys could like move mountains together. Whereas the other person in this connection is kind of really just like focused on themselves and focused on maybe like if perfecting their craft or just kind of like doing their own thing, or even just like could be making an illusion. Oh my gosh, you know what? It's also like that idea of when maybe people get into a relationship and one person pretends to like all the stuff that the other person likes, you know? Like, let's say that one person in this connection really likes hiking and the other person fucking hates hiking, but they're like, well, I really want so-and-so to think that like I'm cool and that I'm fit and that I'm fun to hang out with, so I'm going to pretend to like hiking too. Did you guys ever see that movie Love Hard with Nina Dobrev and that other guy? What's that guy's name? Jimmy O. Yang. Did you guys ever see that movie? Because that is part of the plot line of that movie. Okay, where Nina Dobrev matches with this dude and she pretends to like all the shit that he likes because she's just like looking for, you know, a serious relationship, and she feels like in order to get one she can't be herself, so she has to pretend to like fit into his life, and she's like making this illusion. Okay, so there could be, it's not like a catfish, but it's like a personality catfish. You know what I mean? That could be happening here as well too. Anyway, current energy of the situation. I do think that you guys have fun together, and I do think that there is potential here. However, things could be moving too fast and not necessarily in a good way. And I think that one person definitely has some secrets. Somebody may have dropped the ball in some scenario. Somebody may have even asked to go Dutch on a date, and the other person maybe didn't take it that well. Is something that I'm getting here. That's not for everybody, but it might be for a lot of you. I don't know. I feel like there is, if you guys, there's like some slightly bad blood going on here, and it might be just under the surface. It might not be known. It might not, there might not be have been a discussion about it. If there was a discussion about it, maybe some mean words were exchanged. Some hurtful words could have been exchanged, okay? But yeah, I am getting that there is just some sort of situation here that like just didn't sit well, whether it was not sitting well with one person or with both people. And I don't know if it's been discussed, but like I said, if it has been discussed, then there were some choice words were exchanged. That's how I'll say that. I'm also kind of getting that like one person, as I said, may really see that this or feel that this relationship could potentially go the distance. This heroine person, I feel like feels like the relationship could go the distance. And the trickster person is kind of like, you know, some shit went down already that I'm not really fucking with, but I'm going to keep this going as long as it benefits me. I'm going to keep this going as long as it benefits me. All right, I'm about to give you guys like a very specific scenario. I do feel like it could be used as a metaphor. So if you want to use it as a metaphor, if something, you know, similar to this scenario happened to you, then that is also fine. But I brought out What Would You Do by City High for a reason. Not only because I was talking about the whole like white savior situation, but I didn't realize it at the time. And I did mention in the identifiers that like strip clubs and strippers were coming through pretty strongly. Okay, so I'm definitely getting like Captain Save-A-Ho type of vibes here, where somebody thinks that they're about to like scoop somebody up out of like a bad situation or a situation that maybe they don't think is ideal. But okay, did you guys ever watch The White Lotus in season 2? There was a perfect example of this where the son, so there was like a hooker who was going all around the hotel, and this really rich guy had like brought her there, not like with him on vacation, but he got there to the town and was like looking for a sex worker. So he asked her to come and meet him at the hotel, and she brings her friend. And his son ends up getting hooked by the hooker, and she kind of tricks him with this whole like heart of gold scenario where she's telling him that she doesn't really want to be a sex worker, but like her pimp is really mean to her, and if she doesn't, you know, get this money, then he's gonna like beat her up and he'll beat him up, and they're all in danger and blah blah blah. And she just like wishes that she could get out of that life, and she's always dreamed about going to Los Angeles, which is where he's from, right? So he ends up finding a way to give her like $50,000 so that she can get out of sex work, because he thinks that maybe someday she'll come to Los Angeles. So he thinks that they have possibility of like going the distance. Meanwhile, the entire time she's treating him like a mark. Okay? So there's like, yeah, like a sense here of, I'm not even gonna say fake equality going on. That does not feel right to me. Maybe for one or two people or something like that, fake equality going on. But what it really feels like is that somebody gave a lot more to the situation, and I think both people were okay with that at first. And then, not saying that it became unokay, I don't think that that changed, but I think just like the person who was giving more wanted to switch things up when they thought that the relationship was turning more serious or more real. Like, okay, so let's say for another example, a very similar example, that like a patron or a customer goes to a strip club a lot, and he really likes this one stripper, and he has given her a ton of money, you know, over the years. He's given her thousands of dollars or whatever. And then like one day he sees her somewhere, and you know, he recognizes her and he asks her out on a real date, and she's over here thinking like, okay, well, you know, this trick, he giving me a whole bunch of money. Maybe I can, get him to be like a sugar daddy or whatever. We can hang out outside the club because he's like a nice guy. He's not, horrible and creepy or anything. He's not a nice guy. He's obviously got some money. So yeah, sure, whatever. I'll go out with him. And so then he goes out on the date with her and he wants to split the check. But like, he knows that she's a stripper. He knows that she likes money. But I guess because he wants to like have a real relationship, quote unquote, real relationship, he is asking her to split the check so that it's not kind of the same dynamic that it would have been if they were in the club. I hope that this makes sense to you guys. And I think that like in that scenario, I obviously am not speaking for strippers or all women or anything like that, or men can be strippers too. But it's kind of like when you get used to something and then somebody switches up on you, and also like when it's just not really what you want or what you were going into the situation looking for, you're kind of like, this ain't it. This isn't what I want, but let me see what I can do. Let me see if I can make something shake. But this is not what I was expecting. And I said earlier that there could have been like a scenario where somebody was not really comfortable or was not happy with, and they might not have said anything about it. But also, like, if they did say something about it, like I said, choice words were exchanged. And in that scenario, it would be like the customer who asked her out kind of like dropped the ball because she might have really liked him. He might have been able to turn a hoe into a housewife if he had just paid for the dinner instead of asking her to split the check. You know what I mean? He might have been able to get what he wanted really deep down, but for some reason did some dumb shit, and now the dynamic is kind of like messed up. You know what I mean? That's the vibe that I'm getting right now. And you can take that in any way you want. I know that not every person watching this is a sex worker or a hooker. I know, or a stripper. I know that that's not the case, but we're just using that as the example because it feels right to do. Okay? And you know what else? Sometimes people, like sugar babies, will call potential sugar daddies, they'll call them potentials, right? Like maybe he's not a sugar daddy yet, but he's a potential sugar daddy. And I feel like the effort that was supposed to be there is not there. And this could be also, obviously this could be a whole scenario, people with two people who don't have any money. Obviously, that could be the scenario as well. But regardless, I feel like there's some sort of situation where something's expected. Something's expected in this scenario. And the effort and the potential that should have been there based on that expectation, which I feel like was a solid expectation. I feel like the expectation had fair grounds, okay? But the effort that should have been put in based upon that fairly grounded expectation was not there for whatever reason. But due to you guys having possibly some kind of past together, or maybe even just having fun conversations, or, feeling like you could have fun together, that's where that potential came from. And that might be why the situation is still kind of ongoing, even if it's not in the best of places at this moment. Okay. But yeah, somebody definitely dropped the ball here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and leave the energy check-in like that. So if that sounds familiar to you guys, then this is definitely your pile, and we're going to find out the future. The future of the connection. Yay. This energy is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah. All right, so we're going to go with a deck called the Truth's Oracle. I got this deck from Etsy. Alrighty. Spirit, what is the future of this connection between Belfry and their person? We have emotional intelligence in the reverse. Somebody might be lacking on that front. What is the future of the connection between pile 3 and their person? Okay. Well, that's a lot of cards. We have here family in reverse. Him. So this could be a family man, a married man, focused on money in the reverse. This could also be a very single man, okay? A very single man. And I say that in the way that, like, very single, meaning they don't have a lot of family around them either. Like, not only that they don't have their own family, but maybe they don't have a lot of family around them either. They're pretty immature. They're not focused on their money. They don't care how they spend it. We have here scared in the reverse. Her, ooh, that has not happened in a long time. That has not happened in a long time where him and her come out. Yo. We have here codependency. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm laughing at myself. I'm laughing at how much I'm going, And because I think it's because it feels like it's like gossip. Like, I feel like I'm gossiping a little bit right now. I don't know. That's just so silly. It's so silly to me. We have here solitude, self-love. So somebody, this lady in this connection is a little bit insecure for sure. And we have sneaky here, possibly a sneaky link. We've got determined. And then we have proposal, marriage here in the reverse. So the only cards that we have in the upright literally are him. And then this card here, determined. Okay, so the feminine energy in this connection is very distorted. In this connection, the masculine energy, and that does not have to mean the woman or the man, right? When I say feminine and masculine, because lots of men can have feminine energy. They can be operating in their feminine energy. A lot of women can be operating in their masculine energy. So I'm going to be going like that. The masculine energy in this connection is more stable. I think physically more stable. And they might want to be vulnerable. They might not really know how to do it, which would make a lot of sense. Like why I kept coming up with like the strip club and stripper analogies, because I feel like people go there because they want some sort of connection, but they don't really want to put in the work that it takes to actually form a connection in the real world. And so it's not that they don't want it, but they're not willing to do it. And we did get, like I said, that Knight of Pentacles in reverse about not being willing to put in the work, okay? So that is definitely reflected in this scenario as well. And I think that the feminine energy, even though they're out of balance, they are more mentally strong and focused when it comes to what they want. And they may also have like a very strong resistance toward commitment. Very strong resistance toward commitment. Like even possibly saying stuff like, I would never get married, or just, you know, I really do not want to ever be in a position, as specifically with this guy, but I don't want to be in a position where somebody thinks that I'm committing to them or I can't move freely, okay? They are so against codependency that they also don't want to ever be interdependent. So what interdependence means is when two independent people come together and they're able to be independent and like work in a flow of their independence together, and their independence complements each other. It's not like they're leaning on each other so hard that they can't do anything or function without the other person, which would be like codependency, okay? So this feminine energy is so against codependency that she doesn't even, or the feminine energy person does not even want to, they don't even want to ever be interdependent. And they're determined to keep it that way. They really do not want to be vulnerable. They may also have issues being alone and also with insecurity. This is making me think about somebody who is going to do things that they know that the other person doesn't like, but they're going to like put it out in the open. Like, I'm not sneaking around. You knew I was like this. You know, like, it's not like I'm keeping it a secret. Like, I told you from the beginning that it was going to be like this, you know? And I feel that for the future of this connection, it is going to kind of be like a little bit of a mind fuck for the masculine energy person, because I think that they're not really used to that and they didn't expect it. And I think also this person considers themselves to be pretty attractive. I don't know if they consider themselves to be like a great catch necessarily, but I do think they consider themselves to be like a good catch. They may have like also kind of a distorted view of themselves, especially based upon like the physical. They might be like, you know, based on what people can see, I'm a good catch, but really on the inside, there's a lot of issues there. Like they have their shit together to an extent, but they're afraid. They're afraid of a lot of things, and it's causing them to lack emotional intelligence. And that is going to be a glaring hole in the future. And they're also just like not really willing to support somebody the way that they may have presented that they were in the beginning of the connection. Okay? They may have like said things about how they could or would support the other person, or they may have even made gestures that would indicate that they could or would support the other person. And they really don't want to do that. They really don't have the desire to do that. And possibly not even, they might have the ability to do it, they just might not want to. And so it could even just be like, it's not about the money. It could just be about them lacking that emotional intelligence, that emotional IQ, okay? And I think that is going to cause more fears in this connection moving forward. We do still have the tarot. We do still have a few other oracle cards to come out. And then, of course, our mermaid card here. So there's a lot more coming through to this reading. But, yeah, definitely it's looking a little rocky. It definitely is looking like somebody might feel a little trapped as well, too. And now that I'm saying trapped, I am thinking like literally trapped, like, well, maybe not literally trapped. Not like you're, you know, behind a door or in a hole or something somewhere. But like, you know how people will say like, oh, she trapped me with a baby, right? I'm feeling like that kind of energy as well, where somebody is afraid of being trapped in that way. And they don't want to be a parent, you know, they don't want to get somebody pregnant or whatever, be pregnant or whatever. And the lack of desire leads to a lack of support for that kind of development in the connection. All right, I'm going to get the tarot back out to add to this to get some additional information. Spirit, can you tell us more about the future of this connection between Pile 3 and the person on their mind? Okay. Interesting. The Warrior of Pentacles came back out, but this time it's in the upright. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We have here Temperance. I'm going to move these cards up a little bit, give us a little bit more space. We've got Temperance here in the upright. We've also got the Eight of Wands in the reverse, the Star in the reverse, and the Warrior of Pentacles. Okay, see, that's why I said don't give up quite yet, because there's a lot more to come in this reading. And I think there's a lot more to come in this connection as well too, because I feel like things will balance out in a way that feels more comfortable for both people. And it could be partially because the feminine energy person is so honest about what they're doing with this connection, and also because they are determined to reach their goal, whatever their goal may be, okay? And I don't think that goal is necessarily commitment, but I think it is something, right? Possibly something material. But the Eight of Wands here in the reverse tells me that it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen like super duper quickly. I think it will things will kind of get into shape maybe quickly-ish, but not as quick as you expect them to, okay? And it's not going to be all harmoniously either. But yes, things will become harmoniously balanced eventually. However, I think it's also a little farther off, and there may be like a little period of hopelessness with this connection. However, somebody is going to, and I think probably this masculine energy, is going to want to put the work in eventually. Eventually they will want to put the work in. So something I wanted to say, I don't remember if I said this in the beginning, like in the intro of the reading. These are timeless readings, and tarot does reflect the energy of the moment. So this reading will be reflecting the energy of the moment when you're watching this. And as for the future, tarot is good at predicting usually about 6 to 7 months out in advance. So this is really like things that can happen over the next 6 to 7 months of your connection. So when I say that like it might not happen as quickly as you want it to happen, it will happen within 6 months time, 6 or 7 months time. Okay. All right. Speaking of timing, let's go ahead and get some Moonology cards. They can give us a little bit more information. Okay. That song, Get Well Soon by Reggie and the Full Effect that I was talking about earlier, it is definitely coming through. And the lines that are coming through are, you always talk too much, too little, too late, too much, too little, too late for me to figure out. I still can't figure out. And then they go on to this whole thing about like, is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Was it ever worth it? Was it just a curse? That part, I don't know if that's super important, but I said it for a reason. The whole thing about like, I still can't figure out, like, that's what this trickster person wants in this scenario. They definitely want the hero heroine person to be confused. They want them to be buying into or to believe in an illusion, you know? And to do it with like a naturalness to it. Like I had to change my wording just now. I was like, they want them to buy into it. No, they don't want that. They would just want them to straight up believe it. Because when somebody is buying into something, it's like you have to convince them a little bit, you know? When somebody believes it, like they just do. So the trickster person just wants this hero heroine person to believe something about them. And the hero heroine person, like, they're going to be wondering about whatever it is for a while. Because it's like in that song that's like, I still can't figure out, right? Like still implies that there is, it's been some time. And I did mention in the identifiers as well that like a kind of long-term scenario could be important here. What do we have? We have here, the energy is gaining momentum, waxing moon, balance, spirituality, and practicality. Full moon in Pisces. And then, last but not least, you and your loved ones are safe. New moon in Cancer. So that definitely, it's so funny that we got Cancer and Pisces because water signs did come out. Here we go. Water signs came out in our identifiers. So I do feel like there's a lot of emotion here, even if it's not necessarily expressed. But this does feel like a safe space to be able to express certain emotions. And it's like almost in a way that is unexpectedly safe. And I think that that's why this feminine energy person is like, I don't really have to be sneaky with the masculine energy person the way that I maybe normally would. I can just be forthright out front about saying shit because, you know, it is what it is. So like, I want to go back to my stripper analogy. You know, a lot of the reason why men like strippers, and maybe women like strippers too, but I think women like strippers for different reasons. But a lot of the reasons why men like strippers is because they feel like they don't have to put on any fronts when they go there. You know, like they can just say whatever they want. They can be whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. They can talk to their boys however they want. And it's because, you know, they're paying the women to hang out with them, right? So it's like they're not going to be paying to pretend that there's somebody that they're not. Yeah, they're paying to pretend that the relationship is like deeper than it is, or that she wants to be there. Like she's pretending she wants to be there, right? But they're not pretending about who they are or what they're saying when they're there. And so there is like a certain level of honesty that is here in this connection. And I feel like that example kind of translates to whatever the connection is here. That there's some sort of like possibly taboo situation, but also just like a very honest situation where people are able to be very upfront about who they are or what they want or whatever it is. And there is, I'm not gonna lie, like I said, there is some sort of, obviously there's some sort of trickster energy here where somebody is trying to get something out of the other person, for sure. But there is still also a level of honesty. Part of the reason why a trickster can be so good at something is because there is like a level of honesty to the things that they're doing. It's not 100% a lie. And I'm also now thinking about like trickster tales, and how it's like, you know, maybe like the trickster spirit will come to you and they'll be like, okay, I'll grant you some wishes or whatever. And then the person wishes for stuff and the trickster gives them the thing, but then takes away something else. And it's like, everything has a cost. Everything has a cost, you know? And they did give like the requester the thing that they asked for. They just didn't tell them that they were going to be taking away something else or giving it to them in a very inconvenient manner. It might be like somebody asks for like, oh, I want $3 million. And then the trickster gives it to them, but it's all in like pennies or nickels or quarters, right? So there is something like kind of inconvenient about it, but there's some sort of like safe feeling here, or at least like that will be growing over the next few months of this connection. That next few months will definitely be growing. We also have Sagittarius energy here and Aquarius energy as well. But this full moon in Pisces, balance, spirituality, and practicality is like really echoing the Temperance sentiment. So in order to find the balance in this connection, that's what you have to do, is the spiritual aspect and like how you guys connect on a spiritual level, and then also the practicality, how you all connect on a practical level. Because there may be something that somebody in this connection needs that the other person will have to be willing to provide on a practical level in order for it to work out. And we also have here like the energy is gaining momentum. So things are going to speed up. Things are going to speed up, and the effort that's required will be put in. It may not speed up as fast as you would like it to, or as you're expecting it to, or whatever. But with this Eight of Wands here, especially in the reverse, like it is going to speed up at some point. Okay, let's see. We're going to finally turn over this card. And we have here Miracles. And that song by Whitney Houston. What is that song called? It was from The Preacher's Wife. What song is that? The one where she's like, I believe in miracles. I believe in you and me. Yes. I believe in you and me. That song is coming through, baby. Okay. And I feel like the hero, heroine person is going to feel like this scenario possibly is a miracle for them. I also feel like the trickster person is going to make it kind of appear that way. I'm going to read you guys some of the lyrics from that song, I Believe in You and Me by Whitney Houston, because I said earlier that there needs to be a believing, right? I said the trickster person wants the hero heroine to truly believe in what they're showing them, okay? And I also talked about fools and foolishness because we have the Fool card, or we had the Fool card here, okay? So let me read you these lyrics. Bear with me for a second. I believe in you and me. I believe that we will be in love eternally. Well, as far as I can see, you will always be the one for me. Oh, yes, you will. I believe in dreams again. I believe that love will never end. And like the river finds the sea, I was lost, now I'm free, 'cause I believe in you and me. I will never leave your side. I will never hurt your pride. When all the chips are down, I will always be around, just to be right where you are, my love. Oh, you know I love you, baby. I will never leave you out. I will always let you in, to places no one's ever been, deep inside. Can't you see that I believe in you and me? But maybe I'm a fool to feel the way I do. But I will play the fool forever, just to be with you forever. I believe in miracles. And love's the miracle, and yes, baby, you're my dream come true. All right, so I feel like that sort of dynamic is going to come to pass in this connection. And I'm not trying to paint it in a negative light, okay? We all do things for love that maybe other people would not understand. And I feel like this is the type of relationship that probably a lot of people are not going to understand. okay? That doesn't mean it's a bad relationship. It doesn't mean it's a bad connection. I'm not here to judge anybody, and you all have free will, okay? What I will say is that this hero-heroine person, I really think they're going to be proving themselves to be very valuable in this connection. This trickster did come up in the upright. So we don't need to think about this shadow attribute here where it says manipulating others through duplicity. I don't feel like that's the intention. I think the light attribute is the intention here, where it says transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. And that's what I was just talking about, how like this may be an unconventional connection. It may be a connection that a lot of people do not understand. It may be one that like you guys have a lot of fun together, and I think that that will continue. But just other people are not going to get it. Other people are not going to understand it at all, you know? And I think that the hero-heroine person really likes like the silliness and the silly side that the trickster person has. And that trickster person has the ability to like bring a really fun aspect into the hero-heroine's life, which the hero-heroine's life might be kind of like serious most of the time. Might be quite serious, or, you know, they might take themselves very seriously, and the trickster person kind of helps them to move beyond that and go beyond that. And that is very valuable to the hero-heroine person. So they're definitely finding lots of value in each other over the next 6 months in the future of this connection, you know? And that's why the work is going to be put in to try and make something shake, okay? You and your loved ones are safe. This is going to be a very safe place. Both people will act as safe spaces for the other. And that in itself is very valuable. Very, very valuable. There is like a sense of home here. Feeling like something or someone is home. I don't necessarily want to say like people are going to like move in together or anything like that, but just a sense, like an emotional feeling of home. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm going to get our last little deck out. This is from the Tea Leaf Oracle. Let me shuffle these cards, and then we'll get through it. Let's see what happens. All right, so there are actually two of, like, these decks. It's really large, and so I should do it in twos. So far we've got two cards that came out. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, two more. All right, let me get the other half. So far, we've got dogs getting together with friends, and that also speaks about loyalty. We have ear, good news. So maybe hearing some good news somewhere. Uh-oh. We have staff. You will be taken care of in difficult times. That's exactly what I was saying before. Exactly what I was saying before. And then we have here bird flying. News is on the way. Oh, interesting. News twice. And then this Eight of Wands can also talk about news. In this case, in the reverse, it could be bad news. But I feel that if it's bad news, then the hero-heroine person will want to find a way to fix it. Which is where that staff, like you will be taken care of in difficult times, is coming through. Staff is also making me think of, what's that movie? Superbad, where I guess it's like Seth's car or Evan's car gets towed from the parking lot because they had parked in a staff parking space. And McLovin's like, why would you do that? You're not staff, right? And that also makes me think about like the whole idea of like being off work. You know what's coming through right now? That song by Alicia Keys, You Don't Know My Name, where she like, in the music video, I guess in the song too, she calls that guy, his name is Michael, and she's like, yeah, it's me, the waitress from that restaurant over on, 53rd Street or whatever. I just think you're really cute, and I just wanted to call you and see if you wanted to go out sometime. And like, I look real different outside my work clothes, That's what I'm getting. It's like outside of work, something outside of work. Bridge, successfully overcoming a problem. Yes, key, successful outcome to your problems. Oh my God. I love that I decided to shuffle these on camera. I love that I decided to shuffle this shit on camera. It feels so good. It feels so good when that comes out. It feels so good when I'm validated like that. It's like I just feel so connected. I feel so connected to spirit. Hallelujah. Oh, that preacher's wife is coming through real hard. And you know what's so funny? I never noticed this before, but like this yellow circle on the middle of each of these cards, like all the cards look like this, where they have this yellow circle, and it's like very much like these yellow circles. Wow, that's pretty crazy. I never noticed that before. So I think it's like you two are going to realize you have a lot more similarities than you thought that you did. You two are going to realize over time that you have a lot more things in common than you thought that you did. And there's going to be a sense of loyalty that comes through. And I think for a certain period of time, there might be the front of like, oh, we're just friends. Like, oh, you know, it's not a romantic scenario. We're just friends for now. Especially on the feminine energy side, they might be, like I said, like they're not really trying to be in a commitment or anything like that. And so they might just be like, oh yeah, that's my friend. Just a Friend by Biz Markie coming through as well. And you say he's just a friend. And you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. And you say he's just a friend. You say he's just a friend, 'cause I can be your fantasy. Trickster, fantasy. Like they're creating a fantasy for the hero heroine person that allows them to play out their hero and heroine dreams and fantasies. Okay. I did say earlier, like somebody could be trying, like a Captain Save-A-Ho at heart, and the trickster person is allowing them to put that side of themselves not only to the test, but like to really do it. We have V here for victory. V could be somebody's initial as well. And then we have Pin, new job, career. Y'all, I can't make this shit up. Captain Save-A-Ho, always wanting to try and get somebody out of the game and put them in a new game, right? Trying to make a hoe into a housewife, trying to take a stripper out the club and get them to do something else, right? It's like somebody who dates a stripper, a lot of the time they always want them to like eventually get a new job. And it's like, did you not know who they were when you met them? Like, come on, bro. But yeah, victory is like very promising. I think that this connection has a lot more promise than it may initially seem at first. I think it will have a lot more promise than it may initially seem at first. And I know I talked a lot about strippers and stuff. Not every person watching this is going to be a stripper. Not every person who watches this is going to be a sex worker. It is a metaphor. For some of you guys, it could be literal. For some of you guys, you might be sex workers of some kind, like on OnlyFans or whatever. But for a lot of you, that's a metaphor. So use your brains and figure it out. Sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. It just reminds me of this like idea of like the no nuance Nellies, right? Like there's nuance to things. You need to like look a little deeper, figure it out. Yeah. And with this pin here, it makes me think of like Stuck on You. Uh-oh, stuck like glue. You and me, baby, I'm stuck on you. Who's that? That's Sugarland? Stuck like glue or something like that? That's a song. It's like a little country song. Yeah, Stuck Like Glue by Sugarland is coming through right now as well too. It's also possible that the hero or heroine person could help the trickster person by connecting them maybe to quote unquote the right people or to different people or something like that. They could help them build connections in the community at large, and that could potentially get them a new job or a new career if they wanted one. You know? I did say also about something feeling like home, and then we have key here. I did not want to rush into the idea of people moving in together, but with the key here, it could be a possibility for some of y'all. That's not for everybody, but possibly for some of you guys. Okay. If you haven't heard from this person in a while, I would not be surprised if you did get a message from them. You know, I wanted to say fairly soon, but it may not be as soon as you're expecting. Okay. But they definitely do see you guys as like two peas in a pod. They definitely do feel connected to you. Some of them are already stuck on you. Okay. And they definitely have high hopes for this scenario. Now I'm thinking about that song High Hopes by Panic at the Disco. Got to have high hopes for a living. Shooting for the stars, but you know, I gotta feel it. I don't fucking know the lyrics to that song. Hold on. Oh yeah, had to have high, high hopes for a living, shooting for the stars when I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a dime, but I always had a vision, always had high, high hopes. And I think that the hero heroine person is going to like see that in the trickster person. That the trickster person is like not only talented, not only are they, you know, all of these wonderful things, but they also have a vision for what they want for their life, even if they've had to do hard things or things that other people would not necessarily approve of or things that are unconventional in order to get to where they want to go. The hero heroine person is definitely going to appreciate that about the trickster person, and they're going to want to help them to get to where they want to go. So yeah, positivity comes through. Okay, we love it. And like I said, things may not always start off on like the best foot. Things could start off a little bit rocky. That does not mean that they have to continue to be rocky. And as I said, rocky, we did get Philadelphia in the identifiers, so the Rocky movies could have some sort of connection or significance here. Specifically, I'm thinking Rocky 4. I don't know why. I don't know that I've ever even seen Rocky 4. But possibly. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, y'all, and to like this video. It really does help me out. It helps other people out as well who may need to see this message. It helps to spread a little farther on YouTube. And when you subscribe, it makes you and I more connected so that my readings are more pinpointed to you and I can come up with more exact examples and I don't have to use as many metaphors. So yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. What's up and what it do, pile 4? Hey there. Hey y'all. Hey. Welcome, welcome. This is going to be the identifiers portion of your reading. So if you chose the 4th card and you want to make sure that you have a connection to this pile, like you have a connection to your person, then go ahead and stick around. If you want to skip to the part with the cards already, like get to it already. There is another timestamp down below that says pile 4 reading. So yeah, all right, let's see. The way that these are supposed to work is that at least one of the things on these slips that comes out of the bowl should be familiar to you, should be really significant to you, or it could have shown up in your life in like the past couple of days or weeks, maybe even past couple of months for some of you. All right, let's get into it. Spirit, pile 4, my pile 4 people. Who's in pile 4? And since this is about a connection, these things could be significant to your person as well, like if you know about them. So for example, if your person that you're asking about has like a favorite movie and an actor comes out who is in that favorite movie, or the movie itself comes out, right? Then that would be an indication here as well. So anybody else in pile 4, Spirit? Anybody else in pile 4? While I'm doing this, go ahead and like this video, give it a thumbs up, and subscribe to my channel, please. It makes us more connected and it makes my readings more pinpointed to your energy. All right. All right. See, I never force anything. So if that one wanted to go back in the bowl, then it is allowed to go back in the bowl. Alrighty, let's see. Who do we have here? Thank you for liking my video, you guys. We have Zach Brown Band, Colder Weather. Thanks for subscribing to my channel too. Love you. Love you. Shout out to my subscribers. So Colder Weather, that is a country song by Zach Brown Band. It's about like a guy who is always on the road. I Don't Want to Be by Gavin DeGraw. I don't want to be anything other than what I've been trying to be lately. My voice is not on its tippy-top shape today, so excusez-moi. But anyway, that song, Gavin DeGraw, I Don't Want to Be, I think it was also the theme song for One Tree Hill. I never watched One Tree Hill, but I'm pretty sure it was the theme song for that show. Good by Better Than Ezra. You know what's so funny is that when Colder Weather came out and I was talking about like, it's about a guy who's always on the road, I was like, oh, like a touring musician. And then we have 2 additional touring musicians come out after that, you know? I think that's kind of funny. Okie dokie, let's do this. We have bimbo, and himbos, both accepted. All right, we've got bacon. So maybe somebody ate some bacon, maybe somebody's making some bacon, maybe that's your favorite food or your person's favorite food. That also makes me think of Kevin Bacon. Like 6 Degrees of Separation from Kevin Bacon is like a little game that people like to play. Avenged Sevenfold. That is a band. I believe that they have like heavy metal music. I don't really know. I never listened to them. But they're in there for some reason anyway. Who knows? We have here Jamaica. Jamaica. I always want to say it like that. Okay, what else? End of Time by Beyonce. That's that one where she's like, I will love you till the end of time. I'll be your baby. Promise not to let you go. Love you like crazy. Now say you'll never let me go. 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 I'll say you'll never let me go. Yeah, that song is coming through pretty strongly, so if you don't know it, go listen to it. Sassafras, Cypress, and Indigo by Intozaki Shanjay. That's a book. Beverly Hills, so that could be like the actual location of Beverly Hills, out by LA, / in LA, and then also that song by Weezer, or just the band Weezer in general. Beverly Hills, that's where I wanna be. Gimme, 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 living in Beverly Hills. We've got piano here, so maybe you play the piano, maybe your person plays the piano, maybe you just recently got a piano or saw somebody play the piano or something. Watched a movie about a pianist, I don't know. Boys in the Hood. So that's like the very opposite side of LA. That's a movie by John Singleton. Say you'll never let me go. Cinna, The Hunger Games. So Cinna is Katniss's stylist in The Hunger Games, in the movie played by Lenny Kravitz. Yeah, End of Time by Beyonce is coming through pretty strongly here. We have the Postal Service. That is supposed to be the band, but it could also just literally be like the post office. Like maybe you went to the post office, maybe you have to go to the post office or something. Maybe you're planning to go to the post office. Say you'll never let me go. Asami from The Legend of Korra. Asami's an engineer. She's also like an heiress. Say you'll never let me go. Bear Claw from New Girl / Bear Claw the Pastry. So there is some LA energy coming out here. But yeah, Bear Claw played by Josh Gad on New Girl. Cairo, Egypt. Say you'll never let me go. Baby Mother. That is a rapper from Chattanooga, Tennessee. We have here Afternoon by Max Biencon. That's a song. In the Afternoon. Uninvited by Mallrat. That's another song. Smiles are always toothless 'cause I run out of excuses, but I have to play excited 'cause I wish that I was uninvited. Helena by My Chemical Romance. It's a song. Baby Girl Lisa. So yeah, babies are coming through pretty strongly right now. Baby Girl Lisa is not an actual baby. That is the nickname for a much older lady on 90 Day Fiancé. Build-A-Bear. Yeah, babies coming through pretty strongly right now. Build-A-Bear is like where people take their kids to make stuffed animals, like customized stuffed animals. So those are like good baby gifts. Send Me On My Way by Rusted Root. I would like to reach out my hand. Always say, or tell you to run. What would I say, Bobby? You know what's interesting is like this song, Send Me On My Way, has some like kind of scatting, like the Bobby say, Bobby, right? Or whatever it is that they're saying there, but it sounds kind of like scatting-ish, and so does End of Time by Beyonce, so that is like a jazz technique that people back in the day would use. We have McDonald's here. We have here I Don't Want to Wait by Paula Cole. That's another theme song for like another teen drama. That's the theme song for Dawson's Creek, which I also didn't watch, but you know, theme songs coming through. I Don't Want to Wait and I Don't Want to Be. Interesting themes here. We have De La Soul, hip hop group from Long Island, New York. Brushing teeth. Maybe you like just brush your teeth. Maybe you're about to brush your teeth. Maybe you've been having trouble brushing your teeth because of depression, you know? It happens. Maybe you had a teeth brushing accident. I don't know what that would look like, but you know. Insecure, iconic HBO TV series by Issa Rae, starring Issa Rae, Yvonne Orji, Amanda Seales, Natasha Rothwell, and Jay Ellis. Gloria Delgado Pritchett from Modern Family, played by Sofia Vergara. Lavender. I was getting Matilda vibes. Earlier. I don't remember why. Why did I get Matilda? Oh, from Send Me On My Way. And Lavender is the name of Matilda's best friend in that book/movie. Carrie. Speaking of iconic HBO shows, Carrie could be from Sex and the City, but this is supposed to be Carrie by Stephen King. So we have here Casino by Houndmouth. Dealers in their bootlegs got me hooked on freebasing. Teen Girl Squad. So yeah, like the whole idea of like teen love, teen friendship is coming through right now. But Teen Girl Squad is a little animated series that was on Homestar Runner and is now on like YouTube and stuff. Honey Dijon. That could be the mustard. There's also a DJ who goes by the name of Honey Dijon. Famous DJ. Flight 99 by Taku, Matt McWaters, and Masego. Chucks. So Chucks, those are supposed to be Chuck Taylors, like the shoes, Converse shoes. That could also be like somebody named Chuck. A lot of people named Chuck. Chuck is short for Charlie or Charles. Maybe also like chucking something, like throwing it. People say that to talk about throwing something. And now also makes me think of like Chuckle or even Chucky Finster from Rugrats. Peggy Hill from King of the Hill. If you know, you know. We have here A Fine Romance by Judith Sills, PhD. That is a book all about courting from meeting to marriage. It's our second to last one here. We've got Portions for Foxes by Rilo Kiley. The lead singer, Jenny Lewis, she also collaborated with the Postal Service on a few different songs, so that's coming through as well. And finally, last but not least, we have Hole in the Bottle by Kelsey Ballerini. It's a little country song. There's also another song by Kelsey Ballerini, literally called A Country Song. So you might be familiar with either of those. All right, y'all, I am going to go and write down all of these identifiers in my tarot journal for safekeeping. If you're interested, I did actually make you guys a tarot journal as well to help you along your self-actualization and growth journeys. So go check that out. The link is down below in the description box. I also made an abundance journal for you guys. Anybody who's interested in financial literacy and learning more about financial literacy, that is down below as well. So yeah, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal, and I'll see you guys for the reading in just a second. Hey there, what's up, pile 4? Welcome, welcome to your reading. We are going to find out the future of the connection that's on your mind. Spirit, I ask that you help me to connect to pile 4 and to their guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, and higher self. And to the guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, higher self, and the people who are on their mind, pile 4. We're going to find out first who the two of you guys actually are. We're going to do a little relationship check-in to find out the current energy of the relationship, and then we'll go later on to the future. So yeah, let's see. You may see yourself, I'm going to get two archetype cards out. You may see yourself in either one of them. You may see yourself in both of them, okay? Spirit, tell us about pile 4. Storyteller. Okay, hey. That says light attribute, ability to experience and express life through stories and symbols. Shadow attribute, making up tales that harm others. And right away, we did have Sassafras, Cypress, and Indigo by Ntozake Shange come out. So I want to bring that up just as like giving energy here. That is a book about 3 sisters. It's a fictional story. All right, Spirit, tell us about Pile 4's person. Who's Pile 4's person in their connection? We have here Warrior, and that comes out in the reverse. I will honor that, but I am going to turn it up and see what it says. So it says strength. Light attributes will be strength, skill, discipline, and toughness of will, heroism, stoicism, and self-sacrifice in conquering the ego. The shadow attributes would be trading ethical principles for victory at any cost, indifference to the suffering inflicted on others. I'm going to keep it upright, but like I said, I will be honoring the reversal, so fear not. Interessante. All right, so we're going to use the tarot first to get the current energy of... We're going to use the tarot first to get the current energy of this connection. So this will be like a little check-in. If this does not sound, you know, like your connection, then you may want to choose another pile, but give it some time. I feel like pile 3 specifically was like a winding road. It was a bit of a roller coaster, and it's funny because now I think about it, roller coaster came out in their identifiers, did not come out in yours. It came out in pile 3's, but you may want to, you know, chillax for a minute. We'll see where it goes. All right, Spirit, can you tell me about pile 4 and the connection currently as it is with the person that they're asking about? What is the connection currently like with the person that they're asking about? Okay, cool. Let's go. I got money everywhere, falling off the trees. That's from Chloe and Hallie. We have here 2 of Wands, 3 of Swords in the reverse, 4 of Wands in reverse. What is the current situation in this connection between... Whoa! No. Flat out just no. You guys see how many cards this is? This is 1,000,000 cards. We're not doing that. We're not taking it. This is a long story. And with the Page of Pentacles being here on this top card, I'm just going to say both y'all got a lot of learning to do. Okay? I'm not going to take that. We'll see. Somebody's looking back. Somebody didn't want to wait, which makes sense because we did have I Don't Want to Wait by Paula Cole come out. That song literally came out. So this could be a long and storied history between the 2 of you. And if it's not a long history, then it's a storied history, okay? We had I Don't Want to Wait by Paula Cole come out in our identifiers. Yeah, there's a long or storied or both history between you guys. And both of y'all have had a lot to learn. Currently have a lot to learn. I think your current relationship is at a crossroads right now, and some kind of decision has to be made. There's definitely some sort of heartbreak or sadness that one or both of you is trying to get over with regards to this connection. The song Split Screen Sadness by John Mayer just came to mind. So I feel that it's possible that the two of you are not really talking right now, or there's some sort of rift between you. There could be some type of hard feelings, hurt feelings. And it may be that that is like kind of an old situation. I don't know if it's still fresh or not. It could be fresh for some of you guys, or fresh-ish. I don't think, when I say fresh, I mean like within like the last few days or whatever. I don't think it's that fresh. I could see it being like weeks or months though. We have here the Wheel of Fortune, the Chance card. Things seem to be turning for the better. You guys might have set a time to meet up, possibly for some of you, or somebody might have reached out and asked to meet up. Some of you guys. It seems like at least one person is definitely willing to make the effort. With this Four of Wands here in the reverse, this hand is like reaching out. And if they haven't reached out yet, they're thinking about it. We have here the Ten of Swords in reverse, and I'm hearing let bygones be bygones. Anything else for the current state of this relationship or this connection between Pile 4 and their person? We've got Reclamation in reverse, which is the Devil card. This is letting go of toxic behaviors. And then we have Nine of Wands here, also in the reverse. And learning not to be so defensive, learning not to be so, I wanted to say ride or die, but I don't think it's ride or die necessarily for each other. I feel like it's ride or die for like the wrong things. Like learning to be like, I'll ride, but I won't die, you know? And then also like not being so staunch in your stances about things. I feel like there's a level of flexibility that is being learned right now. It might not be being practiced or exercised, but it's being learned. Look at all these cards. I said it earlier, like, I was like, I'm not going to take all these cards that came out, and now here I have like a billion cards. I feel like still this is fewer cards than the cards that came out earlier, but it's still a lot. It's okay. You guys have, there's a lot of story to tell. Queen of Pentacles here in the reverse. Somebody was definitely being selfish or accused of being selfish. Ace of Pentacles in reverse as well. And then we have the Death card in reverse and the Strength card in reverse and the Spirit of Wands in reverse. The Judgment card did not come out, but the word judgment is sticking out to me right now. So somebody might feel judged. There might have been some kind of judgment here, even if it was on the low. But yeah, I feel like this connection maybe kind of died, and there's a possibility of resuscitating it if somebody is willing to reach out, okay? It's possible that somebody did reach out with the hopes of resuscitating the connection. And even though the two of you might kind of stand on opposite sides here, you're not on opposite sides of the fence. I feel like you're still on the same side of the fence, you're just not standing together anymore. And we have a lot of cards here talking about hurt, pain, and endings. But all of those are in reverse, which makes me think that those things, not only are they blockages to the connection, but I do feel like they're also being healed. Again, I'm not getting that this is like a fresh wound. I do think that there is some immaturity here, and at least one person is going to maybe say no. out of selfishness or out of stubbornness, and also just like letting their emotions control them. Or when I say is going to say no, this is the current energy. I feel like one person maybe is in denial of something, and that could be like denying the other person. Okay. Somebody could also be having some financial issues in this connection as well. There could be somebody here who's like potentially facing homelessness of some kind, whether that's true homelessness or not. Somebody also could be fighting with their mom in this connection. There is a little bit of like Peter Pan energy. Somebody doesn't want to grow up. And with the warrior having come out in the reverse, it kind of makes me think that this warrior person maybe isn't willing to fight for the connection. The storyteller person, I think that there's two things that I'm getting here. I think that they are reminiscing about the memories, and they may be a writer, they may be a good writer, they may be very persuasive as well. But also I'm kind of getting, there's a possibility, and I don't think that this is true. Like, I'm just saying it because it came to mind. But then I'm like thinking logically about it, right? And I'm about to go off on like a whole thing here, so bear with me. I'm here thinking logically about it, like, this was the card that came out in reverse, so why am I over here saying negative stuff about the storyteller card? Because the storyteller card came out face right side up. So I feel like the storyteller person really does have good intentions, but something that I thought was that the storyteller person was out here spreading lies and telling stories, right? Like it says in the shadow attribute, making up tales that harm others. But this came up in the upright. So I don't think they're really doing that. I think that the warrior person thinks the storyteller person is doing that. And the warrior person, I feel, is like not thinking logically because they're caught up in their emotions with this strength card here in the reverse. And logically, they would probably look and see that the storyteller person does have good intentions. Maybe they're a little kooky, maybe they're a little, creative or different or whatever. Not necessarily different. Like I said, they're on the same side of the fence, but, a little kooky or whatever. But overall, like, the storyteller person is giving off this like fun and kind of eccentric energy. And the warrior person seems like they are paranoid a little bit, and they're ready to fight, and they kind of want to fight. Not that they want to fight. They are ready to fight if they have to. It does say here on the shadow attributes, trading ethical principles for victory at any cost, indifference to the suffering inflicted on others. Which, that part is not coming through quite yet, but it may. But I do feel like they are being a little delusional and might be quick to jump the gun, a little quick at the hip. If they needed to shoot, they would, I also find it interesting that like this person on the warrior card has a lightning bolt. And then like all of these cards here, especially with the wands and the swords, like they have like little lightning bolts, basically, like little beams of light, here in the reverse. This card and this card are very similar. They have a lot of similarities. This card, it seems like they are in like the waves, which is why I say caught up in the emotions. Well, I just noticed that they're in the waves and I said the emotions part first, but maybe subconsciously I noticed it. Who knows? This person here is in like a bed of plants and stuff, which is supposed to be like a safe place to land, right? I feel like they don't feel totally safe in this connection. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so quick to fight if they needed to. Meanwhile, the storyteller person, I feel like they're kind of chilling. Like, they are kind of chilling over here. They might be really into music. They might really like to like lay down. It's giving bedspread. This red polka dot thing is giving bedspread to me. It makes me think like they really like to like lay in bed. I'm not going to say they're lazy. I don't feel like they're lazy, but they just definitely really like to rest. They might have a lot more leisure time than the warrior person, and the warrior person might actually resent that a little bit. And also this hat that this person is wearing, I know it's not a bonnet, but it's giving bonnet. It makes me think of a bonnet. So I feel like this person is much more relaxed than this person is. And the storyteller is much more relaxed than the warrior is. The warrior, I feel, resents them a little bit for it and tries not to even think about that aspect of the storyteller's life. And the warrior may also think that the storyteller is a little bit lazy. But the storyteller is not giving lazy, they're giving creative. And they're also giving happy. Whereas the warrior is not giving happy. So I feel that there is one happy person in this connection and one kind of unhappy person in this connection. So yeah, as it stands right now, I feel that things are a little prickly between these two people. You see that there's like a cactus in the back on this card here. I think things are a little prickly between these people. They're up in the air. They're up in the ether, you know, in outer space. And there is some immaturity going on here. And I can't say who it's on the side of fully, although I want to say it's on the side of the warrior. But Spirit of Wands, you know what's so funny is that I was reading the Spirit of Wands, that's the King of Wands. And I was reading it like it was the page. And that, I think, is exactly what I was talking about here when the warrior has these kind of like negative opinions of the storyteller, like they're lazy or whatever. And jealous, definitely the King of Wands in reverse is jealous as hell, okay? Jealous. There's some jealousy here for sure in this connection. And it may be under the covers. It may be not totally out in the open. But I think that the warrior person views the storyteller person as being immature, being childish, when really the storyteller is actually very mature and has their shit together a lot more than the warrior may be aware of. But yeah, I am getting bad blood here, especially now that I'm realizing that this is the King of Wands in the reverse. It's giving tyranny, it's giving bad blood, it's giving emotional decisions, it's giving like, this is war. Okay? It's giving questioning loyalties. I don't know why I keep wanting to say it's giving, but you know what? It is giving. There's a question of loyalties here, especially with this Nine of Wands in the reverse. Like, as I was mentioning earlier about the whole ride or die situation, where somebody feels like the other one is not a ride or die for them. If they wish it was, like ride till the wheels fall off kind of situation, but they feel like it's not. I think they do wonder if it could be. There is a question about whether or not they could reclaim what they had before, but what they had before was toxic. And so if they're moving forward, it would have to be reclaiming it without those toxic things. So we are going to find out in a little bit when we get to the future of this connection if that's possible. But definitely with this, like this Devil card here in the reverse, it was a toxic scenario and they're learning to loosen those chains. They're learning to loosen those chains. And there is some anxiety in this scenario as well, in this connection. There are some sleepless nights. There's definitely a lot of thoughts of the other person, you know. One person here is like sending the other one good vibes. I'm getting that for sure. And I feel like the person who is supposed to be receiving the good vibes is kind of like, no. There could be some unopened messages. There could just be straight up denials, like access denied. Somebody may also just like not be at home, or maybe they like don't have a phone right now or something like that, and so they can't respond, can't pick up or something. Or it could just be pure plain stubbornness and they're kind of like refusing to read the message or look at the message or something like that. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get into the future of this connection. If that did not resonate with you, then you may want to go choose a different pile. Go ahead and do a little meditation on the intro and see if there's another pile that resonates with you more. And if not, then maybe another one of my videos would be the right one for you. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel, because it does make you and I more connected and it makes it easier for me to pinpoint your energy so that you will definitely be included in the reading. All right, so we're going to get out the Truths Oracle first. And let's find out the future of this connection. I did just see on the bottom we have here someone wants to talk. which goes with what I was saying earlier. So interesting. We'll see if that pops back out later. Spirit, what's the connection between Pile 4 and the person that they're asking about? What's the connection? What's the future? What's the future of the connection between Pile 4 and the person that they are asking about? The future of the connection. What? You guys see that shit? You fucking see that shit? You see that? This is why I love my job. That's why I love my job. It's so validating. Oh, I love it. Someone wants to talk, but then we also have no contact. So it could definitely, I would say it's probably been a while since you spoke to this person. The other person may be stonewalling you, and they may continue to stonewall you for a while. Oh, there's another card here. Empty-handed. This makes me think of like approaching someone empty-handed. Like it's like you have nothing to offer. Like you want to talk, but why? Like you have nothing to offer. You have nothing to offer in my life. Fire sign here, so Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, or also fire sign season could be significant. So something that I'll say for this reading is that this is the future of the connection. Tarot is good about telling the future of things like maybe 6 months from now. And this is a timeless reading, so whenever you're watching it, like 6 months from that time, maybe 7 months at a stretch. So you can expect this to be like the next 6 months of the connection. We have here emotionally unavailable in the reverse. We have Earth sign, so that's Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. Either of these, the fire sign or earth sign, could be like sun, moon, rising, or Venus signs as well, or stellium. We have energy here, and then we have proposal, marriage here in the reverse. Person. The person that you're asking about doesn't have to have fire sign placements. You don't have to have fire sign placements. This is going to be about here, I'm going to say like anger, passion, intention. The earth sign is going to be more about stability, groundedness, growth. Okay? We have third party here in the reverse. That makes me think that there could be some gossip, especially also with this phone here. I feel like there is some possible gossip going on. So the future of this connection, it kind of looks like there is going to be a period of time where things are closed off. So if somebody did reach out wanting to speak, I don't think that the other person is going to respond maybe for a while. They may get over it. I feel like there's anger here. And I think that they will get over that anger at some point. And kind of realize that they can transmute the situation. I changed my mind about how I'm going to do this. And it's so funny that I just said that because like I really feel like the other person, so you know, there's a person who reached out, right, and there's a person who is ignoring, and I feel like the person who's ignoring is going to change their mind about it. They're mad at first, or they feel like the person who reached out is coming empty-handed, like they don't have anything to offer, and after a little while they're going to come to the recognition that this anger is not serving them, and that especially if this is a long-standing and storied connection, like I assumed it was in the beginning, they're going to realize that this connection actually has deep roots, a strong foundation, and good energy, okay? And it doesn't have to be a commitment of any kind. There doesn't have to be a commitment. You know, agreeing to talk to somebody doesn't mean you're going to agree to like be their best friend or marry them or whatever, right? I'm saying this could be any type of relationship. I have been reading it like it was friends, but it could be any type of relationship. And I think that the person who has been stonewalling is going to feel a little bit more comfortable once they realize that there is not so much pressure on it. Something else that I'm getting here is that the person who's stonewalling, they might be in a relationship at some point in the future, or even right now. I have pride here. This could also be with like something to do with family. It might not be that they're in a relationship, but it might be that they have like family obligations. And so I'm going to say two things. The first one, if they were in a relationship, that relationship might end. It might end. And if it ends, I feel like they're going to want to talk to this person. Like they're going to want to talk to like, so okay, I'll say person A and person B. Let's say that person A wanted to reach out and they reached out, but person B was not really responding. Person B could be in a relationship, and then when person B's relationship ends, they're going to realize they want to talk to person A because person A has good energy, because person A might be able to, you know, help them out because they have a connection, like a long-standing connection with person A, and I think that they're going to want to talk to them. They're also going to be very focused on building something. So I think that they also believe that the two of them together could build something. Especially since we just got hustle. Like it does say distractions, but the cup says hustle here. And so I think that person B is going to come to want to build something with person A. That could be a relationship, or it could be like a business or something like that. All right, some of the things we got here, we're missing you in the reverse, walking away, higher purpose in the reverse, distractions, and then spiritual lesson. So all of that being said, I do feel that pride is going to get in the way of this connection. Person B is going to recognize that person A is actually good for them, but they're going to run away. They're going to run away from the connection. They're going to walk and then they're going to run. And it's because they're in their runner energy. They want to be chased. And I think that person A is too secure to chase them. I think person A is too secure and too happy with where they are in their life to chase person B, and person B wants to be chased. Person B is not about to learn the spiritual lesson that they could be learning at this time. And their pride is keeping them from admitting. They miss person A. Person B misses person A. But their pride is keeping them from admitting it. And they would rather walk away than to acknowledge that this connection could serve a higher purpose. They're going to claim that it's a distraction from the things that they really have to do. And they're going to remain in their runner energy. There was an opportunity to heal this connection, and they're going to run away from it. And you know what? Again, this is a 6 month to 7 month prediction. This tree here on this Earth Signs card is so sturdy. And like, I'm not seeing anybody coming out with a chainsaw, you know? In fact, something that I'm seeing is I'm seeing a lot of chains. Here we've got a chain, here we've got a chain. And those chains, they remind me of like when activists, like environmental activists, will go and like chain themselves to trees when there's about to be construction happening. And they'll be like, you can't take this tree down. Like, if you have to get through me first, right? And they're protecting the tree. And I actually do feel like this relationship is protected. It's just not being honored or understood right now. And that is probably not going to change very much in the near future. In like the next 6 months of this connection. Yeah, we have here insecurities in reverse. Person B is letting their insecurities get in the way. So I'm going to call person B the warrior person. And I'm going to call person A the storyteller person. Person B, the warrior person, it feels like they're using a lot of excuses. Excuses could be like their health. It could be something to do with their family. It could be work. But they're going to be using all of those excuses to say like why they can't link up with or talk to the storyteller person. And you know what else I'm thinking right now? I'm thinking that the warrior person kind of feels like the storyteller person. It's not even that they don't have anything to offer, and it's not what's the point of being friends with them. They know what the point of being friends with person A / storyteller person is. They know. It's more that they do not see the storyteller person as being valuable enough right now. And it's like in kind of a really shitty way, actually. Like the way that I want to explain this is like, it's like there's a classism situation going on. There is, for some people, especially the ladies, like a pretty privileged situation going on. If this is a friendship, I think that the warrior is a little bit trying to do revenge right now in this. And revenge feels like a strong word, but I did mention before that there is a lot of past hurt and pain. And the warrior person sees that the storyteller is in this good energy, and they kind of almost like want to knock them down a peg in some ways. They're walking away from this connection as a way of saying like, I'm better than you and I'm better than this. And you're not, almost like trying to say like, you're like gum on the bottom of my shoe. It's not like you're the scum of the earth, but it's like they deign, DEIGN, to hang out with you. And they wouldn't even deign to hang out with you. They wouldn't lower themselves that much to hang out with the storyteller. Not that you are the storyteller. You could be. They might think the storyteller like looks old or dirty or frumpy or something like that. But really it's their own insecurities that's causing them to leave this connection for the time being. Because they really do see, they know that the storyteller person is valuable. The warrior knows the storyteller person is valuable. But they're trying to inflict some pain in this scenario. I don't know if the storyteller is going to actually be that hurt though, to be honest. I don't know that they will. I really don't know that they will be that hurt. And something else that I'm getting here, like, let's say that this is a friendship, right? It doesn't have to be, but let's say that it is. You know, you might want to be friends with somebody because like you just enjoy hanging out with them. You know, you enjoy spending time with them. They make you laugh. It's not, you know, they support you. You guys grew up together, or you can grow together, right? It's not necessarily, there are a lot of people out there who go around making friends because of what somebody can do for them. And I'm getting the sense that the warrior person does not think that the storyteller person can do anything for them. And therefore, they're not willing to be friends right now. They want their friends to have some sort of status or something. And maybe the storyteller person doesn't have that status. And so that insecurity is going to keep the warrior from engaging, even though they know deep in their heart that this friendship has been and could be and could continue to be strong. And that the storyteller does bring good energy, and that they could get money together, they could hustle together, they could build a business together or do whatever. They could build themselves up together. And you know what's interesting? Insecure came out in the Identifiers. And Issa Rae, not in the show, but like just something that she said, was when you're starting out, especially as a creative, you need to like look around and see who's on the same level as you, and you guys can like work together to work your way up. And the warrior person knows that, and they know that the storyteller could be that person with them and for them. But it's insecurities that are going to keep them from admitting, and their pride are going to keep them from this connection. So yeah, let's see. Whoop, there we go. We have the Warrior of Swords. That could be communication coming in. The Death card here in reverse. we have the Seven of Wands as well. So I do kind of see like an argument where somebody stands up for themselves, you know, as they should. But I also see like possibly like jumping to conclusions during that argument, and a lot of victimizing and blaming during that argument as well. I kind of feel like whatever the issue was between these two people, I feel like I want to say like it should be like dead and gone, and somebody's still holding on to it. And I'm not saying that, you know, if somebody hurt you, you can't remember that they hurt you. I'm not saying that at all. But this rebirth can and only will happen when both people are secure. The Star here in reverse. There's a loss of hope. We have the Page of Cups here. Yeah. A loss of hope, like a loss of kindness, a loss of friendliness. And somebody's unapologetic. Maybe somebody needs to make an apology and they won't do it. It's like this energy of like castigating, like just keep on whipping. And that's why I said earlier, like the idea of beating a dead horse. The way that this warrior is holding her sword and this antelope is like jumping in front of her, it makes me feel like if the scene were continued, she would like come down like onto the antelope, you know? Where there could be grace, it seems like grace will not be given. That's what I'm getting. And remember, this is only for like the next 6 or 7 months. Things can definitely change after that, but for this time, it seems like that's the energy that's coming through right now. I'm going to get some Moonology cards to give us a little bit of information about timing and just some additional messages. All right, Spirit, tell us the future of this connection. Anything else? Okay. And you know what? I love that this card came out because it says nothing is yet set in stone. And that's what I'm saying is like, this is only the next like 6 months of this situation. It's not forever. And with the depth of the roots of this scenario, I feel like that can't be forever. And it does say adjustments are required, 3rd quarter moon. Nothing is yet set in stone. So like I said, in order for this to come back together, you know, both people are going to have to feel comfortable standing in their power. And one of these people, I think it's the warrior probably, is not comfortable standing in their power yet. Adjustments are required. Things have to change in this friendship, this relationship, this connection in order for it to work out. Is there anything else that wants to come out? Any last? There we go. I knew it. I felt it. All right. We have surrender to the divine, full moon. We've got your hard work is paying off, new moon in Capricorn. Okay. And confidence is your key to success, new moon in Leo. So I feel like the idea of working together on something could bring the two people in this connection back together. And if they do decide to work together on something eventually, I'm not saying that that's going to happen in the next like 6 or 7 months. It could, I guess, for some people. If that does happen, both of you have to be confident. That's what the 7 of Wands is. Like I said, standing in your power, being confident. And it will take hard work to get this relationship, this connection back on track. But surrender to divine timing. If it turns out that you're the person who reached out and the other person, you know, doesn't want to respond or is being, I wanted to say being difficult, but like, you know, in their mind, maybe they're doing what's necessary or whatever. It could be what's necessary for them, you know, isn't having it. That's what I'll say. Maybe you're the person who wanted to reach out and the other person isn't having it. You have to just surrender the connection and be like, okay, well, you know what? If they're meant to be back in my life, God will bring them back to me. The universe will bring them back to me. And let it go for now. And if you're the person who isn't having it and somebody reached out to you and you're not ready, that's your truth. And, you know, you've got some spiritual lessons that you need to learn, and apparently that person is not meant to be with you while you learn them. And that's okay. So yeah, let's read the, finally we'll get to this card here, Messages from the Mermaids. What do we have here? We've got love. See, underneath it all, we had love the whole time. And I've been saying that, like this Earth sign card here, I knew it. Like, there's love and there's good energy here. Y'all have, there's history, there's good energy, there's roots. There's a strong foundation. And love is underneath it all. I will also say, and this, take it as it resonates. That's how I'll say it. Because as I said before, I have been reading this as a friendship. It doesn't have to be a friendship. It could be a romantic situation, or something like that. But if it was a friendship, there might have been like somebody's had secret feelings, like secret love feelings the whole time. Maybe not the whole time, but they could have had secret love feelings at one point. You never know. I said earlier in the current energies, I said these two people are on the same side of the fence. So that could be a same-sex connection. And maybe one person in the connection was like secretly in love with the other one. That's possible. That's not going to resonate for everybody, obviously. So take what resonates and leave the rest. But regardless, like there is a deep love here, and it doesn't have to be a romantic love, but there is a deep love here underneath it all. You know, sometimes you just have to give people time. All right, last but not least, we're going to go to this tea leaf oracle here. We're going to get some cards out to see more about the future of this connection. This deck is really big, so I have to split it into two. And so we're going to do that. Spirit, what can you tell us about the future of Power 4's connection with the person that they're asking about? We have here, wow, that's crazy. I told you the bolts of lightning were coming out. They're coming out electric and also like anger. Bird, perched, waiting for news, package, letter. So yeah, that fits very perfectly. Like somebody wants to reach out. They might be waiting to hear back from the other person. We've got here, bear, danger, especially in money matters. So somebody could be having a hard time of it financially. And we have lightning, control your anger or you will be sorry. Yeah. And it's funny because these tea leaf cards in the other readings, I really felt like they added some nuance and some like new information. But so far right now, like those three things are nothing new. Like we haven't learned anything new from these three cards. So I feel like this connection and like what you will experience in this connection over the next 6 months or so is going to be nothing new. And I don't think you'll be surprised by it, is what I'm going to say. There might be some surprising things that happen in terms of especially like the anger or things that are said with this lightning here and the warrior of swords here and just a warrior in general in the reverse. I think you might be surprised, or the other person, if you're the one saying them, somebody will be surprised at some of the things that are said. But like, it's nothing new. It's nothing new. Let's see what else we have here. Money path. A path with money is waiting for you to find it. I'm telling you, these two people are meant to make some money together. For sure. At some point. Maybe not now, but at some point. Camel, persevere and you will overcome problems. There we go. Got to keep at it. Okay, so as I was filming the end of this, I didn't realize that my camera had cut off. I'm at 9% right now, so let me go ahead and get through it. But yeah, your hard work will pay off, and confidence is the key to your success. You just have to persevere and like understand that if now is not the right time, that doesn't mean it's never going to be the right time. And maybe you both just have some spiritual lessons still that you have to learn, and you two are not supposed to be there for each other during that time when you're trying to learn them. Okay? Sometimes trees branch off. Well, trees always branch off, right? They have a core, but they always branch off. So you guys might be in your branch period, okay? Some other things that we had were April. So April could be significant in this relationship, or it could be somebody's name. Eagle, triumph over troubles and obstacles. That was one of the last ones that came out, actually. We have Turkey, someone is behaving stupidly. Frying pan, trouble and accusations. So yeah, there's definitely some heat and some anger here. We've got broken bridge, unsuccessful outcome to a problem. So all of that goes together. And then we have unicorn here. Use your intuition to make beneficial changes. Despite all of this BS, it's recognized and it's acknowledged that this is a special connection. So that will be one of the things that prevails through here. Tulip here, great passion. And finally, like I said, eagle, triumph over troubles and obstacles. So give it time, persevere, maybe give it some more time. You know, if this person or you, like if you're person B, if you're the angry person, then you just need more time. And I think that person A will understand that. If you're person A, just, you know, keep going about your life. Like, if you've done all that you could do for now, then let it be. Surrender to the divine. Let it be what it is. And move forward. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And please like this video, give it a thumbs up. I love you all so much. And I'm so, so grateful for you for being here with me, spending some time with me today. I love you. Don't forget to subscribe. And I'll see you all in the next one. Bye. Hey there, Pile 5. Welcome, welcome. I'm so excited that you're here with me today. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to hit the like button, give this video a thumbs up, and to subscribe to my channel. If this is your first time here with me, welcome in. If you are a return viewer or subscriber, I thank you so very much for rocking with me all this time. We're going to be doing our identifiers first, so if you're interested in skipping this portion and you want to just go straight to the part with the cards, there is another timestamp down below that will say Pile 5 reading. And you can click that timestamp and it will take you straight to the part with the cards. But for now, let's go ahead and get our identifiers out. These are to help people who are not entirely sure, people who maybe are still working on their intuition, to ensure that this pile is in fact for them. I'm sure you guys can hear my dog giving me a little growl in the background. He really wants me to play with him right now. We just got done playing outside, but he is just such a playful little guy that he wants to keep playing now, even though he knows mommy has to work. Anyway, the way that these work is that there's all kinds of things on these little slips in the bowl. And I'm going to swirl my pen around the bowl, and whatever comes out, at least one of those things should be really familiar to you, really significant to you, or it could have shown up in your life like in the past couple of days. So for example, if there's like a movie that comes out, maybe you watched that movie a few days ago. Maybe it's your favorite movie. Maybe it's a movie that is not your favorite, but you know a lot about it, or it's like your best friend's movie and so you've seen it a whole bunch of times or something, right? Since we're talking also about a connection, this could be the other person's favorite movie, right? Whoever it is that you're asking about, like maybe it's their favorite movie or maybe something like that, right? So that's how these work. Spirit, we want to connect with my people in Pile 5. We already had one come out. Eager, exciting. We want to connect with the people in Pile 5. Who are my Pile 5 people? They're wondering about the future of the connection that they have on their mind. Here are my Pile 5 people. Who are they? Who's in Pile 5? While I'm doing this, this would be a perfect time for you to hit that thumbs up button, to give the video a like, and to subscribe to my channel. When you like the video, it helps it to spread farther on the algorithm so that other people who may need to see it can find it. And when you subscribe to my channel, it makes you and I more connected so that my readings can pinpoint your energy a bit more. And I can be more precise for you. Is there anybody else in Pile 5? Any other Pile 5 people? All right, let's go. Let's see. These readings have been very interesting so far. I am excited to see what we have in store here. Who's Pile 5? Which one? Okay, let's see. We have here Bantu knots. That is a hairstyle. Maybe you like to rock Bantu knots. Maybe you just learned how to do Bantu knots. Maybe you just took your hair down from Bantu knots. Maybe you're wearing them right now. S'mores. That's a snack that's like, I want to say peanut butter. I guess people could put peanut butter on them, but it's not really peanut butter. It's chocolate, marshmallow, and graham crackers that people will like roast on the fireplace or whatever, or like over a fire. Bad, Bad, or Baddest by Cynthia Voigt. That's a book. I would say it's like a book for probably like middle schoolers. Janis Joplin. Speaking of bad girls, we have here Pull Up by Abra. Interesting. So Pull Up, that song, it's not about fighting, but like the words pull up make me think about fighting. You know, like, okay, pull up then, right? But that song is not about fighting, but it makes me think about fighting. And especially since we have like Bad, Bad, or Baddest here, it makes me think about bad girls. That's a song by Donna Summer, but it makes me think about bad girls wanting to fight. Maybe like Bad Girls Club. Endings, Beginnings, the movie. That movie stars Shailene Woodley. All right, we've got here Hey Arnold. That is a classic Nicktoon with the kid who's got the football-shaped head. Hey Arnold. Jill Zarin, iconic Real Housewife of New York. She's definitely my favorite one. I didn't really watch it for that long. I think I only watched like up until season 4. But Jill was my favorite when I was watching it. Karaoke. So maybe you are really into karaoke. Maybe you just did karaoke the other day, or you're planning to go to karaoke tonight. Driving at Night. Could be your favorite time to drive. Maybe you regularly drive at night. Like that could be part of your job to drive at night or something, like Uber driver or Lyft driver. Something like that. Gardenias, the flowers. Pineapple. That makes me think of SpongeBob. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. Absorbent in yellow and porous is he. SpongeBob SquarePants. If nautical nonsense be something you wish, then drop on the deck and flop like a fish. You ready, kids? All right, we've got Burn here by Usher. I think that you should let it burn. If you're feeling me the same in your body, don't want to, but you know, gotta let it go, 'cause the party jumping like it used to. Think about this my roof, let it burn, gotta let it burn. Okay, that song wants to keep playing, so definitely come through. Go listen to it if you don't know it. Lights by Journey. That's a song too. Okay, what else do we have here? All right, we've got Ruffles here. Chips and Fabric. I'm thinking now about like Ruffles and Feathers. But yeah. Burn still wants to come through pretty bad. We've got here Adinkra. Shout out to my Ghanaians in the building. Adinkra symbols, Adinkra cloth, that kind of thing. Sex and the City. Iconic HBO TV show. Starring Sarah Jessica Parker as Carrie Bradshaw. We've got Carrie, Samantha, Miranda, and Charlotte. Nice by Beyonce and Jay-Z. Because I'm nice. Up all night. Oh, up all night. Driving at night. Interesting. Maybe you like to stay out late, just in general. Self-date here. Maybe you have plans to take yourself on a date. Maybe you are known to take yourself out on a date. You could be really into doing things alone, like going to the movies, going to dinner, that kind of thing. Costa Rica. So you could be Costa Rican, Your family could be Costa Rican. You might have spent a lot of time in Costa Rica. You might be planning on going there. Maybe you recently visited there, or maybe that was like the best vacation of your life. I don't know, something like that. Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist. This connection could be with somebody like based around music for you. Maybe you guys like have gone to karaoke together or done karaoke together or something like that. Bad Girls by Donna Summer, definitely coming through here too. Juggernaut. That word was just like following me around for a little while, so I put it in here, but I think that's also like a Marvel character. I would not know because I don't watch Marvel, but that's what I found out when I Googled it, so I guess. Matthew McConaughey. He is a very handsome actor. You might know him for like Dallas Buyers Club or Dazed and Confused or a lot of different things. Failure to Launch, speaking of Sarah Jessica Parker, she and Matthew McConaughey were in that movie Failure to Launch together. Misfits. That is a TV show from E4 in the UK about juvenile offenders who get superpowers after like an electric storm or some shit like that. It was good, but also as soon as I opened it, I thought about, again, Failure to Launch and how it's like the idea of misfit people who are not able to like get past a certain point in their life. Like they're kind of in like arrested development and they're misfit in their age group. And then also now I'm thinking about like the Land of Misfit Toys, which, is that a movie? Is that a book? I don't know what that is, but I know it exists. Strawberry ice cream. Ooh, that could be your favorite flavor. Maybe you recently had some or something like that. Or it could be your person's favorite flavor, I guess, right? Love, Simon. That is a movie. I don't know who stars in it. I don't know his name, but it's a really cute movie that I personally think is cute. About a young man in the Atlanta area who is gay but is afraid to come out, and then he like finds love online, and then there's like blackmail involved. It's like a whole thing. But I liked the movie. Anyway, what was I gonna say about strawberry ice cream? Oh, in Love, Simon, like one of the emails that he writes to his online love interest mentions like a very specific flavor of Oreos. I think it's like the orange Halloween ones, but I'm not entirely sure. But like when I said you or your person could like strawberry ice cream and then Love, Simon came out, it made me think of those specifically flavored Oreos that they talk about. Honeybee by The Head and the Heart. That's a song. Honeybee, could you imagine where your life would lead? That silly ring, it wasn't meant to be. Throat chakra. I've been wanting to say that like my voice is not in tip-top shape, but I decided not to. But throat chakra here coming through to talk about vocals, voices, and again, karaoke is definitely, it's here, but you and this person, you could sing together. You might like to sing together at home, or you could just both be really into music or something like that. Courtney B. Vance, very handsome actor, married to Angela Bassett. We've also lastly got, what's our last one? It's right here. Misa. Okay, so Misa, she is a character from Death Note. She plays, well, I guess she doesn't play, she's just the character. She is the main character's girlfriend. He's reluctant to have her as his girlfriend, but he does. So he doesn't really like her, even though she's perfectly likable. But yeah, if you know Death Note, you know exactly who Misa is. She's a model, she's an actress, she's a singer. She's very famous in her own right in that show. Meanwhile, she's dating like just a random normal guy. Well, he's not random and he's not normal if you know the context of the show. But to the outside world, he would seem random and normal. Anyway, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal, you guys. I'm over here petting my doggy. He's sitting in my lap. My little bestie. I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal, and I will come back in a second for the reading. I did make a tarot journal for y'all, so the link for that is in the description box below if you're interested in purchasing one. I love tarot, and I think it's a great tool for self-discovery and self-actualization, but one of the best ways to actually incorporate and to internalize the messages that you get from a tarot reading is to write it down. So my personal belief in that led me to creating a tarot journal for y'all. And if you are interested in getting deeper into your tarot journey, whether you like to watch readings or whether you do readings for yourself or both, the journal could be a great resource for you. I actually also made you guys an abundance journal linked down below as well. So if you're on a financial literacy journey, that could be really cool for you too. All right, let me go write these down and I'll see you guys in a second. Hey there, Pile 5. Welcome, welcome. We're back. We're here. It's time for the cards. It's time for the reading. Let's get into it. Okay, so we're going to do a little relationship check-in to see kind of like the current energy of the relationship, and then we'll get into oh, excuse me, throat chakra already acting up. We did get the throat chakra in our identifiers. So I get the feeling that this message is going to be pretty important. I have no idea what it's going to be, what it's going to say. We're doing all live shuffles today, so we'll see. The only card that was pre-pulled was this one, and I haven't seen what it says. So yeah, let's see. But yeah, we're going to do the current energy of the relationship, and that can help you to determine if this pile is truly for you. And then we'll get into the future of the connection. If you don't resonate with the current energy of the relationship, one, there might be things going on that you just don't know about. I haven't said that to any other pile, so I feel that it's important for me for some reason to say that to you guys. But two, you definitely can go back to the intro, meditate, and pick another pile if you want. And if none of the piles resonate with you, then I do have other readings on my page, so go check those out. Anyway, we're going to start off by doing a little archetype work, a little archetype action. So one of these can represent you, and the other one can represent the other person in your connection. You may see yourself in both of these, or you may see the other person in both of these as well. So yeah, let's see. Spirit, please connect me. Not again. There may be something that somebody's like struggling to tell you that they don't really want to tell you. Throat chakra has been blowing away every time that I do a shuffle. So yeah, let's see. Spirit, can you connect me to pile 5, and who's pile 5 in this connection? I just had like a big gut feeling, like it's just like deep in my gut. And when you are a singer, which I am, you are supposed to sing from your diaphragm, pull energy from your diaphragm. And that's like your greatest source of power. And I just kind of felt a pull from there. And I'm not entirely sure yet how to interpret that, but I'm sure it will become clear in a little bit. So we're going to just keep that in mind. All right. We also had during the identifiers like indications that karaoke or like being musical together somehow could be relevant to this connection. It doesn't have to be, but even if it's just like in a fun and casual way, even if it's just like you guys have like a mutual playlist or you both like the same artist or something like that, that is kind of coming through. It does not have to resonate with you, but it is coming through for a lot of people. All right, who's the person that pile 5 is in connection with? I almost wanted to say, oh, here we go. All right, Messiah. Interesting. All right, so let's read both of these. And remember, you could actually be either of these, or you may see yourself in both of them. And again, you may see your other person in both of them, or either of them as well. So we have your servant, did come out in the reverse. I am going to honor that. In the reverse already, it's making me think of like spilling the tea. So gossip could be an important part of your relationship with this person. But we have here the light attributes would be delight in serving others with a free and loving heart. And the shadow attribute would be using the lack of money as an excuse not to move forward with life. In our identifiers, we did get Matthew McConaughey, and we also got Sex and the City, which stars Sarah Jessica Parker. And that together made me think of that movie Failure to Launch. In that movie, Sarah Jessica Parker has this business where she gets hired by parents who are like really fed up with their adult sons, I guess children. I don't know if they ever showed her doing this with a woman, but their adult children, they're fed up with their adult children living at home. And so they hire Sarah Jessica Parker to come in and like date them in order to kind of motivate them to move out, right? And she doesn't like, get serious or anything with any of them, but it is supposed to be like her influence and her attention that motivates the adult child to like get their shit together. So I'm kind of getting that kind of energy where somebody might be having like a lack mindset, whether that lack is money, opportunities, friendships, relationships, or whatever, but there's like a self-esteem problem and a lack mindset here that's coming through for sure on this servant person. The Messiah, it says, the light attribute is serving humanity with humility. The shadow attribute is an exaggerated belief that you are the only means through which a cause can succeed. Okay. So maybe somebody with like a little bit of a God complex, but not so much so, because it's not here in the reverse, not so much so that they have like narcissism, but just like they really want to help people. So interestingly enough, both of these are servants, right? Because the light attribute here says serving humanity with humility. So both of these people are servants. You guys could both work in the service industry. You could both have met in the service industry or something like that. But there is one person here who has, I think, like a better attitude about their place, their mission, their purpose in life, their station than the other person does. All right. There could also potentially be a racial difference here between the two of you. All right, so I'm going to get the tarot out. We're actually going to use tarot twice in this reading, which I have never done for another reading on this channel yet before, which I think is funny. But yeah, we're still in the current energies of the connection, like what's currently going on, whether that is obvious or behind the scenes. All right, let's see the current energy of this connection. Spirit, please help me to tap into Pile 5, their guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, and higher self, as well as the other person that they're thinking of in this connection, their guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, and higher self, so that we may get an accurate read, an in-depth read of the current energy of the connection between these two people. Let's see what else comes out. So far, we've got the Seven of Cups. We have the Nymph of Cups here in reverse. The first thing that I'm getting is like you and this person may not even really have a friendship. You could be connected to this person, like you might have met them, you might know them, but as it stands right now, it kind of seems like there's not a real friendship here. Either that's because somebody did the other one wrong, or like you guys just really don't know each other that well. It seems more like this could be like a fantasy than something real. We have here Temperance in the reverse, Queen of Cups, Two of Swords, and the Page of Pentacles. Yeah, I'm getting that there's just not a lot of action happening here. You guys may have like something in common with this Two of Swords here. You guys could like think alike, or maybe you like the same things, but neither of you has like made a move towards the other one in order of like establishing something real. We also have the Chariot here in the reverse. So yeah, this connection is like stuck somewhere. It's like the wheels have fallen off, or it's in a rut, or there is just like some indication that like you guys are not, I don't want to say equally yoked. Like that's one of the ways that I interpret the Chariot in reverse, but like I don't want to say that here. I feel like you guys just aren't going in the same direction is what I'm getting. Temperance in the reverse can indicate a lack of patience. This is too many cards. I will take a look at them. But yeah, there's some anxiety here. But some secrets I think will be revealed soon, or some feelings could be revealed soon. And possibly you guys could like, somebody might reach out with interest of hanging out, or maybe like going on a date or something. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna put those back. Let's see. Queen of Cups in the reverse. Somebody who's a little bit over emotional. She's like the wateriest card in the deck. And in this case, it's like she doesn't like the treatment that she's been receiving, and also maybe hasn't been treating herself very well. I think there's withholding of emotions, holding back on emotions here. Being emotionally selfish, and I think also like waiting for the other person to say something first before they come forward. There's a lack of confidence in this. There could be some issues with money and a lack of general freedom in the connection, possibly because of issues with money. We have here the Magician, aka the Witch, and we have the Monarch, which is the Emperor, and then we also have this Nine of Wands here. Let me scoot these over. I get the feeling that like creative control could be something that's going on here. And that doesn't have to be in like a major way. So like when I say creative control, you might think like two people working together on a creative project and one person has full control of the other, and you're thinking maybe like of professionals. Like it doesn't have to be that deep. I'm going to give you guys an example here. And karaoke did come out actually in our identifiers. So I am a karaoke fiend. I love karaoke. I sing karaoke all the time. I'm also a DJ, so I became what's called a KJ, which is a karaoke jockey, karaoke host. And one of the things that we like to do sometimes at the karaoke spot where I work is called karaoke roulette, where a patron will come up to me and they will let me choose a song for them, whether that song is from my own brain and my own preferences, or maybe they have like a list of songs that they like, or a list of songs that they've done in the past, and I get to choose. So in that kind of very small instance, for like 5 minutes, we've created a relationship where there is some creative control. Like I have creative control over what they're going to do and the kind of experience that they're going to bring into the bar, into the audience, and what they're going to give to the audience. So it doesn't have to be anything like major. It can be something literally as small as that. It could be like you're making a collage with a friend and you ask them, what kind of collage should I make? Or what colors do you think that I should use? Or do you like this texture better or this one? Right? It's like letting somebody else have input on your creativity, letting somebody else have a choice in what it is that you do, even if it's not anything huge. For some of you guys, it could be something huge, and it's funny that I ended up telling that story about karaoke because I wanted to tell it during the identifiers, but something was like, no, wait, or just don't tell it. And now here I am telling it anyway, so I find that funny. But yeah, like the witch here, aka the magician, like they have all the tools that they need in order to create whatever life that they want. They're a master manifester. And the monarch or the emperor, like they literally rule over their whole domain. They are the ones calling the shots, big baller, shot caller. I think it's also interesting that we have monarch butterflies in the background on this card, so that could have some significance to you somehow. I am trying to figure out where to go with this little story that I'm about to tell you. Maybe, I guess it will come to me, I don't know, but I'm feeling like I should tell it to you guys. So about 2 years ago, I moved from one state to another state, and as I was leaving my home in the first state, I had packed up my car and everything. And like, as I'm driving away from my house, all of these butterflies were surrounding me in my car, on the street, for like the first 2 minutes of the journey. And I was like in awe. I was amazed. And I took that as a sign that like, I am, growing and transforming in a really significant way by deciding to go through with this and to make this move. And now I'm thinking again about failure to launch and like the idea of the parents bringing in, this third party, bringing in Sarah Jessica Parker to help their child, who in that movie was played by Matthew McConaughey, to help their child to like move on in a really significant way to the next part of their life. So I feel like at least one person here is going through a major life transition where like they're really growing up and they're really like learning how to be the master of their own domain. There could also be like a parent here, like one of you guys could be a parent. That doesn't have to resonate, and it probably won't resonate for everybody, but the emperor can often represent a father or a father figure, and then the Queen of Cups can often represent a mother here as well. So yeah, I find that interesting that that's here. And then the Page of Cups can represent a child as well too. So there could be some sort of like family unit involved here. It doesn't have to be that you're part of this person's family that you're in the connection with, but it could be that they're like going through something with their family that is like maybe taking up a lot of their attention. If it is like a male presenting person, it may be that they're not having the best relationship with their mother or their wife or their ex-wife or their girlfriend or their child or something like that. If it's a female presenting person, there could be some jealousy when it comes to their dad or men in their life or something like that. They could be like letting a man really control them, or letting somebody else really control them, especially with that creative control that I was talking about before. And like have a greater influence on their emotions and their growth than there should be. So yeah, I am not really getting that like the two of you guys really know each other that well. That's really kind of what's coming through here, is I don't think you guys know each other that well. I think that you have some common interests, possibly. I think that any real connection between the two of you at this point is purely a fantasy at this point. And like, you may think of all these different ways or different places that things could go, especially with this Seven of Cups card here. It's like, there's so many different ways and things that this could go. You guys might like to like drink together or go out together or something like that. Seven of Cups can be a card about like debauchery. And it also could be that like this is maybe just one of many options that you or the other person has, like emotional options that you or the other person has. This could be just like a tiny little crush. It's just a little crush. That song, Crush by Jennifer Page, is actually in the lip bowl, and it hasn't come out for any of these readings so far, but I'm thinking about it right now. We have the Judgment card here in the reverse. We also have the Wheel of Fortune card here in the reverse. I don't feel like things are going your way in this connection, and there may have been a rejection or a denial of sorts. If you do know this person, you probably haven't spoken to them in a long time. And you guys might have like gone your separate ways. And if you did know this person before, and if you do have a deep connection with them from your past, you don't really know who they are now. You know, like maybe a lot of time has passed, and you know, people do change. So you might not really like know them anymore, you know? We just got the Queen of Pentacles here in the upright. So let's say that it is the scenario where you know this person or you knew them a long time ago. I think when you guys went your separate ways, it was probably because you weren't spending enough time together, or not enough effort was being put in, or somebody was just kind of like immature or something. Also, it could have been about money. Again, there could have been like issues with money where you didn't have enough money to like keep the connection going, which could be if like, let's say you're in a long distance connection with somebody and, you know, there's just not enough money to come and visit, right? Like not enough money or not enough time to come and visit, right? I think once you went your separate ways, it's like you both really found your power, or like maybe you really found your power, but I'm getting like you both really found your power, and in different ways too. It could have been very motivating for each of you, for both of you to like really kind of like level up in a way, and also to like learn how to like let your guard down. You may have been very guarded, or this other person could have been very guarded when you knew them. Or if you currently know them but don't know them very well, there could be a level of like having the guard up. Wanting to pull it down, but having the guard up. It's possible this could be a situation where like somebody was supposed to call and didn't. And that kind of like took things downhill. But at the end of the day, I am seeing a kind of like coming into one's own. Death here in the reverse. It is possible. I don't think this connection is fully dead. We've got here the Three of Cups in the reverse. It might be a very superficial friendship. For some of you guys, you may currently see this person. You guys may hang out. But if so, it is very superficially, like a very superficial friendship. I would be surprised if you guys even like had each other's phone numbers. If you did have each other's phone numbers, I'd be surprised if you called and texted each other regularly. It doesn't seem like there is like that level of communication. I can see one person maybe wanting to get to that level of communication, but it just kind of seems like there's a barrier of some sort. I don't know what that barrier is. I just heard class barrier. That could be the case. I did mention earlier that like there may be racial differences as well, and that might subconsciously or consciously be causing some issues here. I just got the idea that like somebody's like sleeping on this connection. Somebody's sleeping on it. I don't think it's both of you, but I feel like it's like somebody's sleeping on the connection. Like if only you could see, you know, how good we could be, but you're sleeping on me. Ooh, that was a little rhyme. That was a little poem. Are there poets in the house? What's going on here? Like if you would just give me a chance, we might have some romance. Do you want to dance? Let's do it, right? Somebody could be like literally like writing songs about the other one, or singing songs about the other one, or or like writing poems about the other person. But this seems like a superficial connection. It seems like you guys don't know each other that well, if you ever did, or if you don't know each other that well right now. And I think somebody's sad about that. It could be you, it could be the other person. I feel like one person is like sending energy the other person's way, and the other person is either willfully ignoring it, blocking it, or like literally just is not picking up on it. It's not registering. So this reminds me of, I read in this book one time called The Celestine Prophecy. I don't know if you guys have ever read that. If you have, leave me a comment down below. Let me know what you think. But in it, this one man like details his journey. Partially, it's like about a journey that he made to Peru, but it's mostly just about how he came to understand like the energy of the universe and how people interact with each other. And in one of the parts, he talks about how when somebody likes another person, you can actually like really see it. You can see their energy. Like especially if you are prone to seeing auras or seeing energy fields, or if you just like open up your eyes to seeing that kind of stuff, you can literally see their energy like being directed at another person. Kind of like, did you guys ever see Donnie Darko and how Donnie starts seeing these like vortexes coming out of people's chests, and it's like directed in a certain place? It would be like you're seeing somebody's vortex or their aura energy like pointing at this one person. Also thinking now about New Girl, how Cece told Jess that you can tell if a man likes you by the way that his feet point when he's talking to you. If they're like pointed towards you, then he's attracted to you. If they're pointed away from you, he's not. So I feel like one person in this connection is definitely like, their energy is definitely pointed at the other person, especially with this like chance card here. You see how she's like literally like directing a ball of energy, right? I think they're directing that energy at another person, and the other person is like, access denied. You see how she's like got her arms crossed here, right? And is even like looking away. Like they either haven't noticed or they don't care. They're just like not into it. The main message that I'm getting here specifically from this Nymph of Cups, Temperance, Queen of Cups is that there is just a lack of emotional maturity going on in this connection. There's also a lack of patience. Possibly somebody, I don't want to say refusing to grow up, because it's like aging happens, you know, whether we want it to or not. But like this fantasy life that somebody is living in is not causing them, or is not allowing them to become their fullest self within this particular connection. Because I do feel like if the two people were on their own, then they would achieve a greater degree of emotional maturity. They would achieve a greater degree of success. But currently within this connection, it could even be that like within this connection, there's not patience enough for that emotional maturity to come forth. And so it remains superficial. All right, let's go ahead and see the future of the connection. Let's see what the future looks like. We've got several different... Wow. Okay, dirty. I was about to say oracle cards, and then the word orgasms came through. I was like, several different orgasms. What? Oracles, oracle cards that we're going to go through. And we'll get the tarot back out in a little bit. We're going to start with this Truths deck, the Truths Oracle. Spirit, we want to know the future of this connection. The future of the connection. And so let me say something first before we get into this. Tarot reflects the energy of the moment. And it is good for predicting things like 6 to 7 months in advance. So this is the future of the connection for like the next 6 or 7 months. That doesn't mean that things can't be different after that point. And also everybody has free will. So you can change things if you want to. But this is just the energy of the moment and how things will play out in the next 6 to 7 months if all things remain the same between these two people. All right, Spirit, what is the future of this connection between the servant and the Messiah, between pile 5 and the person that they are asking about? I want you. Okay, sexy energy coming through. I want you. I'm wondering if it's like, I want you to do something. Financially strapped. So yeah, that finances issue is like still coming through here very strongly. Okay. Responsibilities. Somebody has responsibilities and so they can't put their finances towards this connection. Maybe like they would want to, but they're just unable to. Or they will be continuing to be unable to. But they're determined. Yes, they are. They're determined. They want you bad, okay? We have here fantasy and seduction in the reverse. Interesting, because we were just talking about fantasies, and now Fantasy by Mariah Carey is coming through. Sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. When I close my eyes, you come and take me on and on and on. Okay, so we just got solitude / self-love, which is interesting because self-date came out in our identifiers. All right, so yeah, self-date came out in our identifiers. Let me put that right there. I feel like this person wants to move beyond, or this connection rather, let's say. This connection has not only the potential, but I think it will move beyond just like that fantasy that it currently has. There will be a period of solitude where both people just really have to learn to love themselves. So, but somebody wants to talk. Yes, they do. Oh, and dating. Oh. I'm so corny. I can't get over it. Somebody wants to date. Somebody wants to talk. Somebody's going to call and ask you out. See, when that came out in like the current energies portion, I was like, what? I felt like it was the future. I was like, we're talking about the present, sir. That was what I was like. And that's why I put those cards back. Because I was like, this doesn't feel right. We have Missing You in the reverse. Interesting. Fantasy, Mariah Carey is coming through so strong. All right, we have Sex here in the reverse. And then we have Trapped. Okay, so they definitely want to date you. They don't want it to just be about sex. You guys could even have some discussion about like abstaining from sex or something like that. With this Missing You card here in the reverse, I feel like they don't want to miss you anymore. And also it's like the idea of like a missed connection is coming through where it's like ships passing in the night. They don't want that. They don't want that to happen. I'm not taking this as like they don't miss you. Maybe right now they don't miss you, but they definitely have like thoughts and ideas about what they want to do. And then we have here compromise and opposites. So again, I'm getting that there could be some racial differences here. But it's possible that you guys also have different ideas about sex. Somebody may not want to be trapped. Somebody might be really afraid of being trapped. And when I say trapped, I do mean like with a baby. There could be a lack of desire to compromise on certain things where you guys are very different. What's the future of this connection, Spirit? Dreams. You guys, somebody might visit the other one in their dreams. You might dream about this person. Dreams by Fleetwood Mac is also coming through. Somebody may come, like one of the two of you guys could visit the other in their dreams talking about dating. You might go on a date in a dream. We have fire sign here, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, but that is in the reverse, which is giving like jealousy, overactivity, passionate, but in a bad way, wanting to argue a lot, destructive behavior. Somebody might really be dealing with a lot of negative emotions on their own, and they might really feel like they just want to scream, but they don't know how to express what it is that they're feeling, like all the negativity that they're feeling. And I think also like the responsibilities that they have and the dedication that they have to those responsibilities is part of what makes them feel trapped. And on a level, I think that it is depressing to them, but they're not like upset about it, if that makes sense. Like, I think that they wish things were different, but they're not upset about it because they have like a strong sense of duty to whoever or whatever this is. For some people, it could literally be like the military, it could be like the police force or some shit like that. But it also could just be like a family, you know, like they have a strong sense of duty to like their family, to their community, to where they came from, that kind of thing. With this servant here in the reverse and the shadow saying using the lack of money as an excuse not to move forward with life, and then us also having financially strapped here, I feel like that could end up being like a really difficult point in the relationship, in the connection. Somebody might see the other person as like their dream partner, but it seems like, or okay, I'll say this, it seems like there will be difficulty kind of meeting in the middle on this. All right, so these two cards, the missing you card and the sex card, both being in reverse, I have a few different interpretations of them. Okay, so I did say before that somebody could be like abstinent or celibate or something like that, and it may be that they've kind of been like that for a long time. Self-love being here, they could have really gotten used to, you know, pleasuring themselves, and not having another person in the bedroom. And so they might be like, we can try dating without the sexual aspect of it for a little while. Like, I don't even miss sex all that much like that. So like, I'm missing you, but not sexually, is one way to interpret this. Another way to interpret this would be like, there is some sort of inadequacy in the bedroom. If you know this person from before and you guys ever made it that far, it could be that there's some sort of inadequacy in the bedroom. And it's like, I'm not missing you because you didn't know how to put it down. You couldn't put it down like that. And so like, I'm not missing you in that respect. There could have been some sort of like boredom. If you guys ever did get that far to like where you, so remember, there are like kind of two scenarios here. One is that you really don't know this person very well at all, and you guys are kind of in the beginning of the connection. The other scenario is that you did used to know this person, and you guys did used to have a deeper connection, but you have since gone your separate ways, and you don't really know them now. Okay? In that second scenario where you did know them before, and you don't really know them now, if you ever got to the bedroom, the sex could have been whack, the sex could have been boring, the sex could have just been unfulfilling. Maybe you did some other stuff and it didn't get to the point of sex, and one person wanted to and the other person was really not all that into it. And so it's like coming back together, at least one person in this connection is like not really missing the sexual aspect of the relationship. Maybe one other person does and one other person really wants to. You see how like in this card, it's like the guy is almost like, it's not like he's begging her, but he's like, baby, please. I feel like one other person really wants to and the other person is kind of like, you know, whatever. Like, I could go without it, you know? Like, maybe let's wait. Maybe you need to like get your chops up or whatever. Or you might need to like worship me a little bit more or show me that you care a little bit more. Or there could be an idea that like one partner here isn't worthy sexually of the other partner. And it could be because they haven't invested enough in the other partner, whether that is financially or emotionally or whatever. But I do see some passion issues coming forth here in the bedroom for sure. You know what this is reminding me of as well is Love is Blind season 6, the season with Charlotte, is out right now. This is a timeless reading, but there's one couple on there, Amy and Johnny, and like they keep talking about how they're so, you know, attracted to each other, but they don't want to have sex yet because they're like really afraid of having kids or whatever, and like she's not on birth control and blah blah blah, this that and the other. And like the huge question, the question the entire time that we've all been asking each other, all of us viewers, have been like, what's wrong with condoms? Like, why can't you guys just use condoms? You know, condoms are very effective most of the time for that kind of thing. And I understand they're not always effective, you know, but they are very effective for that kind of thing. And it's like, almost like this person, it's like using a condom is like painful for them, or maybe they're like allergic, or they're literally just like so resistant to it, that kind of thing. It's like weird. It's like, it's weirdly coming through like that. One person may be really staunch on the idea of like, we need to go get STD tested, and the other person maybe doesn't want to. Maybe somebody has something and they're, you know, it causes the other person to not be as interested or something like that. You know, there's all kinds of different interpretations here, but I'm definitely getting that like maybe somebody doesn't want to use condoms, or they're like, I can't feel it. Something like that is coming through. It's just silly. I really hope that they ask that question at the reunion, why condoms were never brought up, because they talked all, I'm talking about Amy and Johnny here. They talked all about like her going on birth control, him getting a vasectomy, him going on male birth control, all this other kind of stuff. And it's like, nobody has once uttered the word condom. Not a single person. And it's very weird. But you know what? Whatever. That's my social commentary, my reality TV commentary for the day. All right, so we're going to bring the tarot back out, actually. Let's see. What's the future of this connection between Pile 5 and their person? Okay, all right. Interesting. So we have here the 7 of Pentacles. We've got the 5 of Cups, the King of Cups in reverse, and the 8 of Cups. Lots of emotion here. There's a lot of emotion here. Somebody, like I mentioned, is not willing to invest in the relationship. And like, I'm wondering if it's literally like they're not willing to go get a condom or something like that. That's so silly if that's the case. But somebody's like not willing to invest in the relationship, and it's going to lead to some disappointment. And it's going to lead to possibly some anger or some manipulative behavior. And that's going to lead to somebody choosing to walk away. Choosing to walk away for their own good. Now remember, this is only like a 6-month prediction. So that's not saying that people can't come back together after this. And also, I'm not done yet with the tarot. This reading all these readings have been very in-depth, so things change, especially since this is a long type of window of time. Knight of Cups in reverse. 7 of Wands. Yeah, so what I'm getting is that somebody maybe doesn't feel like they can stand up for themselves, and somebody else is giving like a bad offer. They're giving a bad offer, or like a reluctant offer. Somebody might threaten to walk away. They might not actually walk away. They might threaten to walk away. And then the other person is like, okay, fine. Like, I'll do what you want, fine. And they're doing it, but it's like begrudgingly, you know? Which like, consent should always be enthusiastic. Should be enthusiastic consent, not begrudging consent. Not coerced consent, you know? Like literally I'm getting somebody's like, ugh, fine, okay, I'll do it this way, whatever, you know, and kind of like giving up their ground in the process. When I say giving up their ground, it's like compromising their beliefs in the process, and even maybe like losing some measure of control, losing some measure of themselves in the process. Anything else for the future of this connection? We have here the 2 of Cups in reverse. So to me, that's like friendship. That's like people coming to each other, wanting, you know, to, why did I just say exchange fluids in my mind? Oh my God, gross. It's not really that gross. I don't know why I'm like being like that. We have Revolution here, which is the Tower card in reverse. I do see a reconciliation here after this kind of, I'm not even going to call it a hiccup. I feel like you guys might call it a hiccup. But again, it results in somebody losing ground, losing part of their sense of self, losing, compromising themselves in some kind of way. And I do see reconciliation here, but it's somebody feels slighted. Somebody's going to feel a little bit slighted. And the song I Want to Tear Your Playhouse Down by Ann Peebles is coming through right now. Yeah. Okay. We've got, let me move these here. We have here Temperance. Okay. Nine of Swords. That's good in the reverse. Queen of Wands in the reverse, and then Two of Swords in the reverse. Okay, so yeah, you guys are definitely going to disagree on something, but I think that there is, after this disagreement happens, there could be something also outside of both of y'all's control that happens that kind of like, it's not good, but in a way I think it reinforces that you guys like each other and that you guys want to build a foundation or build something. And I think that during that point, things will kind of be good for a while. And you guys will kind of like see each other clearly. You guys will both be able to like pour equally into the connection and get over some insecurities here. Could also have some late nights, maybe staying up late. But there is going to be an attitude here of jealousy. There's going to be an attitude here of jealousy for sure. Some controllingness in a way. And like, maybe in a way that's not super overt. There could be a loss of popularity for some people here. And a disagreement. Again, another disagreement. So it's not that I see you guys like fighting all the time. It's more just that I think that you guys don't have maybe as much in common as you thought that you did at first. Which is why we had the issues here with the compromise and the opposites and stuff. I feel like you guys maybe just, you thought you had a lot in common at first and now you're finding out maybe that you don't. And that can lead to some disappointments. All right, let me get this Moonology deck out and we can get some information about timing and just some additional messages as well. I feel like for one person, possibly the feminine energy here, this could lead to kind of like steps backwards, like any sort of gains that you had made in your personal growth and your emotional growth. I almost feel like this could lead to some steps backwards here with this Seven of Wands and the Queen of Wands both being in reverse. Spirit, what's the future of this connection between pile 5 and the person that they're asking about? Whoop. The future of this connection between pile 5 and the person that they're asking about. Remember, you do have free will, so you can make choices on whatever it is that you want to do. Why is nothing coming out? Maybe I need to shuffle again. All right. What's the future of this connection looking like? Spirit doesn't seem... Okay. I was about to say, like, Spirit doesn't seem to want to offer any timing on this. So that's interesting. What do we have? We have your dreams need a practical plan. Full moon in Taurus. So yeah, that like money issue coming through again. And then we have here, don't let pride get in your way. Full moon in Leo. So yeah, pride, especially when it comes to money matters, I do feel like will get in the way of this connection. We talked earlier about lack of investment being an issue and causing some disappointment in the connection. So it's like, if both parties really want this connection to work, especially the masculine, if the masculine in this party really wants to work, and that's not me trying to be heteronormative. Everybody has both masculine and feminine energies, and each of us typically has one that kind of like outshines or overpowers the other one in any given situation. So in this particular connection, whoever has more masculine energy needs to let their pride go to the side. The energy is gaining momentum. So yeah, it seems like things will continue to move forward here, which is cool. Well, is it? I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. It's not my place to judge that. But again, like I said, time keeps on going. Time stops for no one. So the energy is gaining momentum. Let's go ahead and take a look at this actual Mermaids card. This card here that you chose from the beginning, and see what it says. Recognition. Interesting. So for all my human design projectors out there, this person may recognize you in a way that feels fulfilling to you. They may invite you to do something, right? Recognition, I feel like that goes back to what I was saying before in the first kind of scenario where the two of you guys don't really know each other very well. You guys might like see each other across the bar and be like, I might like to know that person. Or, you know, maybe you guys hang out in like a friend group and you think that the other one is really funny and you guys always laugh at each other's jokes or something. Like, there's recognition here. It might not be that deep, but you know what? She does kind of look like she's like down at the bottom of the ocean. So there could be on another level, if you guys have known each other for a long time and maybe you're just not talking right now, or you don't, hang out with them anymore or whatever, there might be a deep level of recognition of this person. Like you recognize them as, sorry, my camera overheated. So, yeah, like you recognize them as good, maybe even some good at something that they do, or good looking, or good for you in some aspect. I don't really know, but it's so crazy because like all these cards came out. I like had this whole piece of the reading that got lost. It's fine. Getting back on track, which like maybe that is part of the reading, like you guys, things kind of like getting a little too heated at a certain point and you guys having to like back away and then get back on track. I'm definitely just getting that like the servant person has a tendency to give too much of themselves in this, and like in doing so it really uplifts the Messiah person and makes the Messiah person feel really validated, feel really like the shit. Okay? And I'm honestly going to say it's not the Messiah person's fault that the servant person does this. The servant has some sort of issues likely to do with emotional maturity that they have to deal with. Some of it could be like daddy issues or something, mommy issues, something like that. But I don't think it's really the Messiah's fault. So I pulled out this recognition card, and I remembered at the beginning of the reading that I had this like feeling in my gut. And I told you guys like I didn't know what it was, but it would come back around. You may have had some sort of gut feeling about this person in your connection. Maybe like when you first saw them, you felt it. And there's always that thing people say like when you know, right? I don't know if that's true. Maybe because I've never known. I've had that feeling before. Has it panned out? No. And there could be some desire for that type of recognition in this connection, where like you think that this person is for you, But again, it just feels like the servant is giving up so much of themselves in order to worship the Messiah, or to be here with the Messiah, or to be part of the Messiah's life. And the question becomes like, will any of it ever be enough? At least in the way that they're doing it now, the answer is no. And until the servant is able to change their ways and be in their light attribute instead of their shadow attribute, then it's not going to work. Because once they're in their light attribute, then these two people can serve each other in really distinct ways. But while the servant is in their shadow attribute, it's like they're giving their love away, and it's causing all these like hot and cold feelings. Like it's too much. It's too much. I'm going to read from the book on this mermaid card because I want to see what it has to say. Prepare to be recognized for something you've done. You've worked super hard and it's time to snap. It's time to reap the rewards of seeds sown. Interesting. Snap makes me think again of like the anger, and we had the Tower card. This Tower card here, like some sort of either snap decision or like snap moment of anger coming through. But yeah, okay. It says, it's said everyone has their 5 minutes of fame, but this mermaid is saying it could be for a lot longer than 5 minutes. Interesting. Try not to let it go to your head or ego. Instead, let it go to your heart with deep gratitude. And so this like Messiah figure, I feel like they are being made to feel like a celebrity or like a star in the servant person's eyes because of the way that the servant person gives so much of themselves away in order to be part of this connection. Also, though, taking that to the side, it could be that this connection starts as a recognition of like one or the other person's talents, or both, if you're both talented. I do feel that you do have something in common. It may not be as much as you initially thought. You may come to find that out, but you do have something in common. And there could be some level of talent here that feels recognized by the other person in maybe ways that other people in the world do not support or recognize. Appreciate and relish the acknowledgement that's coming your way. Yeah, it could be like, let's say that one or both of these people is an artist of some kind. And maybe they're both like starving artists. Maybe one of them is even more starving than the other one. However, I think that both of these people see something in the other one that they really admire. And one person takes that recognition and that admiration and they're humble about it, but they see it as an opportunity to serve humanity with their art, or to, get some sort of message across that will better the world through their art. Whereas the other person, the servant person, feels dejected, feels like they've given so much and they're not getting anything in return. The world doesn't see them. The world doesn't recognize them. They may even end up turning to a different method of living, like saying, you know what, fuck it, I'll go and get a corporate job or whatever, because their pride is keeping them from staying the course. And even if they don't have the money right now that they want or even need, they don't have the humility to keep doing their art for art's sake, or to keep doing whatever it is for whatever's sake, right? But each of these people recognizes a talent or a shining aspect of each other's personality or each other's work or whatever. It's making me think of like if you saw somebody do something online and they only have 400 followers, and you just happen to find them and you're like, dang, I really, really rock with what you're doing. And you comment down below like, yo, your shit is dope. And then they come back and they, go see whatever it is that you're doing on your page and like, yeah, your shit is dope too, bro. Right? And you guys just recognize each other in that way. For the servant person, their dreams need a practical plan. I think both of them, but the Messiah person is closer to having that practical plan, and they're willing to live a more humble lifestyle if it allows them to do what it is that they really want. Whereas the servant person definitely could learn that from the Messiah and stop making excuses. There's a little bit of a victim mentality here that will be affecting the connection for sure. And I think that they feel like not only do they have to give so much in order to be with the Messiah, but I think that they have to give so much of themselves to other people. Because what's interesting and something that I noticed before too was if this was in the upright, then it would be like they're giving this cup of soup or love or whatever to the Messiah. And they'd be meeting each other on like this equal plane. But here they are in reverse. It's like they're giving their love to someone else. They're giving the soup or this whatever it is to somebody else. And so it almost makes me think that like at a certain point in the future, these two people need to turn towards each other. Or the servant needs to turn back toward the Messiah. And that will help bring things into this temperance balance here and help to get rid of these insecurities as well. So yeah, this is a complicated situation. This is a complicated scenario. I'm going to do this. I haven't done this for any other pile, but I'm actually going to get a few more messages from the Mermaids cards because this is so complicated. I feel like there's a lot of complicated feelings here. Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? I see the way you're acting like you're somebody else gets me frustrated. Life's like this, and you fall and you crawl and you break and you take what you get and you turn it into honesty and promise me I'm never gonna find you fake it. No, no, no. Complicated by Avril Lavigne. I'm also thinking about Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne, where she's like dating this guy who's a skater boy and her friends don't approve of him. Did you guys just see that? Did you just see that? This says friendship. I literally, as I said, her friends don't approve of him. Friendship came out. So yeah, there could be some sort of non-approval by friends or family, because I said earlier, like, don't let your family get in the way. I wonder if that part made it, because did it get cut off? I don't know. I don't know if that part got cut off or not. If it did, just in case, I'm going to say it again. Both of these animals here, this bull and this lion, are very strong animals. And the bull is like known for being stubborn. Pride can also be about being stubborn, right? But a lion's pride is like their family or their group of lions that they live with. And so it's making me think that like family or friends could also be getting in the way of this connection. Stubbornness and family or friends. So with like the friendship card coming here in reverse, it makes me feel like friends are getting in the way somehow. Also maybe like fake friendship. Again, oh my God, this card says truth. It literally came out as I said fake, right? Fake friendship. Like you guys may have had a fake friendship where it was like one person was pretending to be friends when really they wanted something more. There's a lack of discernment here in this connection. So that could be if you guys knew each other for a long time or if you didn't. Either way, I feel like there's a lack of discernment in this connection. And if you guys don't know each other very well, it's like I said before, the friendship was superficial. When that Three of Cups came out in the reverse, the friendship was superficial. Fake friends, fake love by Drake coming through as well. I've been down so long it looked like up to me, okay? Yes, that definitely is like the servant person's theme song. I've been down so long it looked like up to me. They look up to me. I got fake people showing fake love to me. Straight up to my face. Straight up to my face. Lack of discernment. But there is a feeling of acceptance here between these two people. Like these two people accept each other. They may not always compromise, but they accept each other at the end of the day. So yeah, that acceptance can also, I'm not going to read it that way because it came out in the upright. I was going to say it could also be accepting of like negative behaviors, but I don't think so. I feel like there's true acceptance here in this connection, and it may take a while to get there, but the energy is gaining momentum. So I don't know, you guys, this is tough. This is convoluted. There's a lot going on here for sure, but the next 6 months, I do feel like next 6 or 7 months, there will be some communication. One, we have that phone call coming through. There will be some discussions about, what each person wants. I think there will also be some discussions about what each person is actually able to do, like practically. Are they able to come and spend time? Are they able to come and, use the resources, money, attention, time that they need to in order to make this work? And the answer to that might not be satisfactory to all parties involved. But There is some sort of deep recognition and acceptance here between these two people. And the servant person definitely has a lot of work to do. That's not to say that the Messiah person doesn't, but the servant person has some work to do and some growing up to do, and maybe some acceptance of self as well over the next 6 months too, in order to not give so much away. And we want to strike a balance, right, of giving to yourself, giving to your significant other, and giving to others, less significant others. Others of lesser significance. Silly. All right, I'm going to get out some tea leaf oracle cards. These are our last little cards of the reading. Spirit. We want... Okay, and I want to say again, if this person doesn't contact you in real life, they're definitely going to try and contact you through your dreams. Okay, anyway. What's going on in the future of this connection between Tau 5 and their person that they're asking about? Bull. Plenty of material things. Interesting. What else? What did we just get here? Tiger. Doing something risky, taking a chance. Ooh, interesting. LSU, Louisiana State University, coming through. They're the tigers. We also have lions and tigers. We just need bears. Oh my. Wizard of Oz reference right there. What did we get? We got dogs. Getting together with friends. Yeah, so you guys could meet up with like a group or as friends. Psychic ability, trust your intuition when it comes to this person. And we have bouquet here. Compliments from an admirer. That's what I was talking about, the recognition. Like there's something about you that you guys admire about each other and you'll be complimenting each other on. And I also feel like the eye here is like somebody's watching you, you know, like not necessarily in like a stalkerish way, but like they're keeping an eye on what you're doing, whether that's through social media or they're just a fan of your work or something, you know. And I do think they want to like build a friendship, or like you guys could start by building a friendship first, which is what I was talking about earlier with like kind of like the lack of sex situation or something like that. Hat, you will be playing a different role. Interesting. So I think things will be different than they were before if you already knew this person on a deeper level. But if you don't know this person that well, then I think things are just going to be different than how you're used to, you know, like in other connections or other relationships or things like that. Things with this one will be different, like markedly different. And you're going to be playing a much different role than you normally would. So like maybe you're kind of like the more dominant partner. In this way, you might be a more submissive partner or something like that. That's just an example. You might be normally like the leader or the driver. And maybe in this kind of situation, you might be taking a back seat kind of thing. We have tent here, temporary situation. Interesting. And you might be playing a different role temporarily, especially if this has to do with money. Like maybe you might have to temporarily be the person who like pays for the dates or something. You have free will. Tower here, solid foundation, success with effort. That's what I was saying. It's like you guys are going from a tent to a tower. You guys are going from something that had a bad foundation, was just barely hanging on with, you know, some poles pounded into the ground. And now you guys are building a much stronger foundation. Some of you guys, you may have like used to fuck with this person. Like you may have this could have been a very old friends with benefits situation, that kind of thing where like you and this person literally like just used to fuck. And then you stopped. And you don't really know them, you don't really hang out with them, you don't really talk to them that much anymore. It was very superficial. And it could be that like they come back around and now you guys kind of decide not to go that route, decide to kind of like change things up and approach it in a different way so that you can build a much more solid foundation. But it is going to take effort, okay? Effort to build a friendship here. And I've spoken before also about doing something risky, as in like losing ground, risking your reputation, risking your values, risking your morals, risking your sense of self, things like that. This could also be taking a risk with some of your own material things. Like if one person in this connection is struggling a lot more than the other person, it could be that the person who's more stable decides to kind of like take a risk in some way with material things towards the person who's struggling. You know? The racial difference is coming through very strongly. That is obviously not going to resonate with every person here, but we just keep getting that imagery. Like we have it here, we have it here, and then we had it on like some different cards. Oh, these two cards here, right? So that keeps coming up. It could also just be that you guys have like differences in stature, like social stature. Possibly, I mean, we've already talked about differences in money, so that would be difference in class. All right, so if you already made it to the end, if you made it this far, then I'll go ahead and tell you this. So I actually already had started packing up. Like I had finished the reading, and as I was writing down some of these cards in my tarot journal, 2 songs came to me and I wanted to share them with you guys. The first song is Dreams by the Cranberries. And then the second song is Sex by the 1975. And then when that song came through, I actually started thinking about Taylor Swift and that guy, Matty Healy, the lead singer of the 1975, who she was dating. And how they both had been longtime admirers of each other's work. They had been friends back in the day. And then she started dating Joe Alwyn for like a really long time. And then after she and Joe broke up, she got together with Matty Healy, right? So it was like a scenario where, you know, there was a long break in between the time that they knew and dealt with each other, right? And Matty Healy had some racist things to say, which is, I told you guys there were like some racial things coming through. So even though she and Matty Healy, Taylor and Matty, are both white, racism did end up coming through. And also like her friends and her fans supposedly really did not like him for understandable reasons, right? So that kind of scenario is coming through as well. And then at the end of the day, it seems like, you know, he was not really willing to come out and apologize and kind of take back some of the things that he said because Taylor's reputation was being damaged for dating him, which I did talk about. There was like a lack of popularity and like losing ground and things like that. And like Taylor's reputation was like turning really nasty and negative because she was associated with this dude. So that kind of scenario, I feel like could be a way for you to learn. It could be an example for you to learn from if you're watching this, because it seems very relevant at this time. That song Dreams by the Cranberries, go look up the lyrics, go listen to it. Yeah. And Sex by the 1975. I'm wondering also, in that song Sex by the 1975, it talks all about like cheating. So there could be like somebody is or was a side piece or something like that in this connection, whether that was back in the day or currently now. Yeah, like it just was not stable at one point and could still not be stable, but it could be built towards something that is more stable. So yeah, a reader's work is never over. Again, I'm coming back. So that song Sex by the 1975, the first line is, and this is how it starts, which is also the first line, and I guess it was inspired by another song called All My Friends by LCD Sound System. So LCD Sound System could be somehow important or could be a little like nugget or trigger or identifier for some of you guys. But I also talked about how like friends could have been an issue in this connection. It could be that like your friends didn't like each other. Like maybe your friends didn't like the other person or the other person's friends didn't like you, or both, right? Could be both. And maybe it was for good reasons, but there's this one verse in that song All My Friends by LCD Sound System, and it says, "You spent the first 5 years trying to get with the plan and the next 5 years trying to be with your friends again. You're talking 45 turns just as fast as you can. Yeah, I know it gets tired, but it's better when we pretend. And another verse down below says, and to tell the truth, oh, this could be the last time, so here we go, like a sail's force into the night. And if I made a fool, if I made a fool, if I made a fool on the road, there's always this, and if I'm sewn into submission, I can still come home to this. And with a face like a dad and a laughable stand, you can sleep on the plane or review what you said. Where are your friends tonight? Where are your friends tonight? Where are your friends tonight? Yeah, I want you to go and like read those lyrics or listen to that song because I think there are a lot of messages in there for you. All My Friends by LCD Sound System. I can put links to all 3 of those songs down below in the description box if that will be helpful. So I'll go ahead and do that. Don't forget to like my video. Hit the thumbs up button, y'all. Hit the thumbs up button, you guys. It helps this video to spread farther across YouTube so other people who need to hear this message can find it. And please subscribe to my channel. It makes you and I more connected so that my readings can be more aligned with your energy. We love that. Thank you so much. I love you all. Thank you for spending time with me today. And I wish you all nothing but the best in your personal growth journey. Don't forget to also check out the links below for my abundance journal if you are on a financial literacy journey or trying to grow your finances, and also my tarot journal as well. I love you all, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye.